Radiant's ban.
Alrighty then, hey guys, what's up? We're here bringing you the ASUS Republic of Gamers Southeast Asia playoffs. We've got some best of ones coming at you tonight. I am Sizzant, being joined by McFrankies, bringing this to you courtesy of Clutch Studios. McFrankies, how are you feeling tonight?
Yeah, it's going pretty good, thanks there, Sizzant. But first up, we've had Meepo bands out there from Minsky X.
The utmost respect for the Meepo play coming in from Execration. And we were talking just the other night about Execration having such a good Meepo player on the team that it warrants a first round ban. It frees up one of the tier 1 picks, so that's always a benefit to have going into a draft like this.
Yeah, 100%. And you really have to address the Meepo because not a lot of players get a huge amount of exposure to it. So when they're playing at their premium, then they're actually going to crush the game if they're having a good run of it. Then we have Execration banning out the old Bat Rider. Very nice safe ban there. Coming back into the meta quite a bit. So
he does seem to sort of have swings and roundabouts, doesn't he, the old Bat Rider? He'll come into the meta, there'll be a few tweaks made, he'll sort of fall off a bit, and then collectively it seems like teams realise, oh wait, he's still really good, Flaming Lasso is still a spell, and he comes right back again.
Yeah, they keep trying to bring his laning down, but again, that Flaming Lasso is really just what makes that hero beautiful. And if you can get a blink day and a push staff, you're away, you're going to have a good game.
Yeah, from that point on, pretty much anything else that the Bat Rider picks up, I think we can safely say is a luxury item.
Yeah. But then we have Axe getting banned out by Minsky there.
So this is just a fairly pragmatic ban of a strong laning presence hero that's disruptive in fights, or is this a more targeted ban, do you think?
Well, it's a very safe ban. Especially if you're going to be picking some of those low armor, take a lot of physical damage heroes. And if you're going to go with a very versatile team comp where they're going to clump up, then it's probably safe to ban that out and just avoid that chaos altogether. Because really what Axe is a Magnus ulti on like a 6-second cooldown.
Yeah, absolutely. He is quite disruptive in that regard. So Minsky expanding it out, not going to have to worry so much. Like you said, not having to keep that in their mind. And with the Drow being banned out, we see the Shadow Demon coming through from Minsky X. Faceless Void still notably in the pool as far as the tier 1 picks so far for this competition are going. Opening with a Shadow Demon though, always a strong pick.
10 seconds to go.
Yeah, definitely. And he's very scary in the right hands. Solid number 5
seconds.
Needs no items, and he scales super well because of his disruption. So very happy to take that into the late game, and I wonder if that's what they're going to work with their lineup. They're pushing this lineup into late game and utilize that scaling disruption extremely well.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, disruption being one of the few spells that you can, the few spells that exist in Dota that you can make illusions of your enemy heroes with. So it always does sort of have to be in the back of your mind. You can't really pick a super stat heavy hero or like a carry like anti-mage, because then that'll just be another target that Shadow Demon will be very happy to siege your own base with.
Yeah, definitely.
And he
can 1v1 a lot of heroes from a number 5 position because of it.
5 seconds.
So, very cool there. But we have a Ogre Magi getting picked up, followed by an Oracle on Execration. So picking out the supports nice and early there, and it'd be good to see what Minsky X decides to counter this with. What do you think about the Oracle pickup?
I mean, well, to me, I'm seeing here Ogre Magi, the highest effective HP at level 1 of any hero in Dota. He's, I believe, tied for the highest HP regen with Nyx Assassin. So extremely durable, even for, you know, an intelligence support. And then being able to have the Oracle as more of a backline support. He's, of course, very defensive with that false promise with the purifying flame. So some very strong heals already on Execration. And Kunkka is going to be the pick for Minsky X. So to me, it looks like both teams have opted just to draft their 2 supports in the first phase. Are they leaving their drafts open enough at this stage and variable?
Reserve time.
Well, it looks like we have some really solid gankers on both teams, and same rotation should be expected here. So it's going to be an excellent game to watch. We just had Invoking banned out by Execration. One of those mid heroes getting taken down already. Let's see what Minsky decides to return with and see who they're going to run in mid lane.
Yeah, so options for cores going to be limited somewhat here, as both teams can pretty safely assume that they can just ban out nothing but cores now, unless we see some really fruity stuff, like maybe a mid lane Kunkka, which isn't out of the question, but the position for Kunkka has just been so strong in the meta lately.
Yeah, the ganks that come from that hero and the ability to secure kills that are out of position. It makes him so valuable, and he doesn't need a whole lot of gold or experience to get X marks a spot and Torrent online to a high degree. And then his ultimate as well, just that damage reduction, really just wins team fights.
I feel like that. I mean,
time.
I don't want to say that it's an understated aspect of Kunkka, because it certainly has been stated time and time again, but like you said, that rum from the ghost ship, when you compare it to the X torrent and the stun from the ship combo that Kunkka pulls off, the fact that he's a melee hero who can engage from 1,000 range, the fact that he has that rum is just icing on the cake, increasing the durability of him and anyone else on the team that the boat clips on the way through. So very contested pick, I would say, lately. And we do see the Void ban not going to have any chronos coming through here.
Yeah, Void's been in the meta for quite a while now. I'm expecting to see some harshness, even though he did take a nerf right before TI, but he's had a good run of it recently. But we've just had another ban, Timbersaw, getting banned out of Minsky X, and they also banned out Huskar just before. So we have Execration picking up their third pick, and we'll see if we get something in the mid.
Yeah, maybe something that will reveal a little bit more how their lineup intends to function, and we've got a Sand King.
So, not a mid hero there.
No, most likely not. Now, is this Sand King, is this a little bit of a blocking pick coming out from Execration? Having that Caustic Finale just makes it difficult for Minsky X to pick a melee range carry to lane up against him.
Yeah, I guess that would be very good there. I wonder how they're going to lane this. Do you think we're going to see one of those cheeky dry lanes?
Reserve time.
It's definitely a possibility, I would say. Execration having an awful lot of lockdown. Minsky X, though, being no slouches, and something that I didn't draw attention to yet, it's the age-old combo of Shadow Demon with the Disruption to line up the Torrent from Kunkka. So from level 1, as long as these two supports roam around together, they're going to be able to line up Torrents reasonably easily.
Yeah, and then even at those earlier levels, the damage that comes out of those disruption illusions is not negatable. I think they get 30% of the total hero damage, so very, very strong combo there. But we do have Puck getting picked up, one of my personal favourite heroes. I love watching this every time.
And speaking of disruptive heroes, Puck certainly is that, and Slippery, difficult to catch, so a lot of... well, there we go, the Juggernaut as well, continuing the theme of lots of teamfight and lots of potential aggression from Execration. Perhaps the Puck pick hoping to be able to diminish that somewhat with the Waning Rift. Dreamcoil not going to be very effective against the Juggernaut, who can just spin out of it though.
Yeah, that's certainly good for him. Ulti-Stick is always a massive pain in the ass to deal with. But that'd be unlikely. Luxury item of the high tier. But yeah, we do have 3 melees here in Execration, so, and we're not looking at a mid hero yet, so it's going to be interesting to see how they decide to lane this.
Yeah, that is always a difficulty when you draft yourself a melee support, such as the Ogre Magi, even the Kunkka. Not that either of them can't engage from range. Certainly Kunkka, as we mentioned before, with the X marks, but Minsky X opting to get their ranged core first and really starting to run this reserve time down now. We want to carefully consider this before we move into the final rounds of bans and picks.
Yep, so we're looking for one of those hard carries and perhaps an offlaner, depending on what they want to do here. And they've Execution's laid it all on the board. They've got a Juggernaut, so they need to address that. These guys are looking to fight early to mid-game. So it's going to be difficult. There's something that they're going to need to address there with Menesky X.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I want to... Oh, okay, no, Tide Hunter.
Dyer's band.
There's the off-laner.
Very nice offlaner. Something that we didn't see for a little while in the middle there, but now he's come back into it, and it's really good to see because he's one of the classics. He's the Dota 1 carryover that we all love to see, along with quite a few in this game, actually. I think there's only
5 seconds.
4 heroes here that win in the original port.
Oh, yeah, Ogre, Oracle, Shadow... Oh, was Shadow Demon when it first came over?
I think he came in the original too, sorry.
Right. Well, we are going to see a Luna band out here.
10 seconds.
And that's fair enough too.
I do like the Tide Hunter against
5
the
seconds.
Juggernaut being... I mean, he's not the highest agility gain carry, but the Anchor Smash still does a lot of work against him until he starts getting some plus damage items like your Battle Fury. The Manta and the Diffusal are going to, if he ends up going that route, going to have their damage reduced by quite a bit. So Tide Hunter quite durable, I would say, against what Execration have got so far.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to have to put their Oracle in that
5
lane,
seconds.
but perhaps they could switch it up and run the Sand King, because Sand King is one of those heroes who really doesn't care about the Anchor Smash too much.
Yeah, getting the lion's share of his damage out through that Caustic Finale. Like you were saying, we might well see a tri-lane around the Sand King. Possibly, Execration could very well still run the Juggernaut in the middle lane, and if we have a tri-lane of the other 3 heroes between the Burrow Strike, the Fortune's End, and the Fire Blast of the Ogre... Well, there's still an awful lot of lockdown, but that OD pick, that was an itchy trigger figure. They knew exactly what they wanted.
So, like, if we can have it, we're taking it. And then Morphling just confirmed it, because that insta against the Morphling is very good. Just to keep that strength switch under control.
Yeah, absolutely. Just limiting the amount of time that he can spend becoming a larger. No silences, but stealing all of his mana is, 6 and half a dozen, right? Anything that stops him from morphing around.
And then it's going to help out the situation.
Now, the Morphling, is that the hard carry that Menesky X means? Pairs very well with the Shadow Demon. Once we get to the later stage of the game, going to be able to make illusions of the Morphling. They're dealing 75% of his normal damage, so nothing to turn your nose up at there.
5 seconds.
Yeah, 100%. It's going to be very scary, especially coupled with the ultimate. You'll be in for some surprise plays.
Yes, absolutely, and we're going to have the ceremonial pause to start the game off, as is tradition. We'll just...
the classic.
We'll just go through who is playing what on these teams. Over on the side of Menesky X, we are going to have Extinct playing on the Lion. Insidious C will be handling the Shadow Demon. Our Morphling will be played by Ketchik Imba. Winter will be handling the Tide Hunter, and Zai will be playing on our Puck. Over on the side of Execration, we are going to have Gabby playing our Juggernaut, Abed handling the Outworld Devourer, Ogre Magi handled by Illumic, DJ on his Oracle. Sorry, just having a little bit of technical issues on my end here, and Rappy will be playing on the Sand King. So already seeing a smoke movement coming out from Menesky X here.
Very nice wards there. One very aggressively over here on the Dire side of the river. Good to see there. And yeah, very safe ward. They're on the hill nice and early before they're even getting close. But they have just popped the smoke, and Morphling is wandering over this way.
Oh dear, Morphling hasn't actually skilled anything yet. The smoke is going to pop. The ping comes out. Do they have the distance to get in there? They're going to open up with an Ignite. However, 2 more members, 3 of Menesky X are moving in from the north.
Yeah, we have 3 people hanging around. It looks like they're going to give up the chase.
Yeah, it looks like we're not going to see Scuffle break out. Execration content to just put a sentry down to block out the pull camp for Menesky X, and saunter back on over to their lanes. So
Yeah.
Smoke movements from both teams. Like you said, very nice vision down from Minaski X. That ward there, so they're just really looking to secure the early lane of this puck. Who is getting chunked down by Gabby's Juggernaut up at the top rune spot at the moment. OD and Oracle coming in as well.
She does get the rune, but now she's taking some damage.
Jaunts up onto the cliff. A lot of damage, nearly 300. Only has 2 shared tangos, but getting the bounty rune means he's going to be able to get a self.
Oh, but here's the Ogre Magi.
Oh,
this is going to be some damage.
Just running up, igniting and laying the beats in. There's the second illusory orb, and the jaw gets down below 50 HP. And Lumik, not to be dissuaded, he's looking to dive this tower as it seems, and a bet on ROG already last hitting in the lane
there on the courier.
He's having to fall back. He's managed to grab the salve off of the courier, so good grief, he's going to need that pretty much immediately. Not the start that you exactly want on your puck.
But let's have a wee look at these lanes. Up top, Winter there on the side, I think a little bit of trouble.
Gabby already starting up the Blade Fury. They got some really good damage on him there, leading in with the Fortune's End.
That's exactly what you want. Oracle doing work there, very nice. And Tidunder's going to have to watch himself, but he's selfed up, so he's going to be okay. Windlace doing just the work he needed, but here he goes again, putting the work down to Oracle.
Just getting up in DJ's face, trying to get aggressive here. I'm not too sure how this will pan out for him as DJ Tonic, he's got the Fortune's End ready to go, just trading harass. Attacks kind of bouncing off that Kraken Shell a tiny bit. Todd going back in, throwing out the Anchor Smash. Winter, as it seems, not being able to be driven out of lane a second time. Then
Winter
the
is running out of regen there, so that is something to consider. But yeah, down the bottom, Stankin having a rough time.
Yeah, we've got a tri-lane around him with, I mean, Morphling does have range. It is only 350 though, as compared to the 400 from the Caustic Finale, so he does still need to be a little bit careful. Shadow Demon out Insidious C doing a nice job at keeping Sand King back. He's not exactly completely bereft of experience, but he is struggling just a little bit. Only 1 CS, now 2.
Yep, but he has managed to get level 2, nearly level 3.
Down at the bottom, Ruben's got a disruption into the turret. Ogre up in the air. DD grabbed by the Shadow Demon, already throwing that Shadow Poison around. You've got Rape coming in from the side, manages to get a one-man Burrow Strike. Waveform in from Chechik, not going to find the Ogre. He's got 2 stacks on him, trying to suicide to the creeps, and he actually gets it! The Shadow Poison wasn't popped as Rappy! That's the first
it was
blood
too busy.
In the pit! Too busy running for his life with the S-King.
Actually lost their courier, which is a very big pickup there. Probably went down the middle. I didn't manage to catch that though.
There was a little much action going on there. I completely missed where the courier died also. So, going to be a little bit of a bugbear for the OD. I don't think he relies on it quite as much as the puck, but it's still got to be frustrating for him.
Well, he's got a Null Talisman and a Wraith Band, so he's pretty well off here, and he's absolutely dominating the lane. Puck hasn't managed to catch back up, but up top, Titan just got picked off. Juggernaut there picking up, Oracle picking up the kill. So nice bit of gold there for him.
Taking hits.
Yeah, not what you want out of your offlane Titan. Catching him by trying to contest this neutral camp. Down in his lane, we've got Insidious coming in. The disruption into the torrent comes out, catches the Ogre up in the air. Rappy hiding off to the side. 2 stacks of poison up on the bow. 3 on Lumik now. Will he be able to pull off his denial again? He will not extinct on Kunkka. Going to manage to get that one. So Minaski getting themselves on the board. Not the hugest kill, finding the Ogre Magi. I'm sure they would have preferred the Sand King, but
structures must have been fortified.
Yeah, Sand King is actually having a pretty good time here. Nearly level 4, so he's doing super well there. And against that tri lane, Ogre Magi is dropping the kills, but probably worth it.
Zai getting pretty bullied in the mid lane by Arbed. He's looking for more. I don't think they have any levels in the Arcane Orb just yet. Spamming out those Astrals, and there's another one managing to waddle up through it. Is going to take a bit of damage on the way out. Throws out the Illusory Orb and actually joins us. Arbed moving up to the north. Zai going to be able to bottle up that Invis and Arbed gives up the chase. Meanwhile, down at the bottom, we're in another disruption. No torrent to follow though. We've only got 3 stacks of poison in Insidious C. He's ignited up. He's not going to be able to get the denied Roshan as the Waypoint comes in. Burrow Strike out by Rappy. Kachik Ember, he's not able to get in range of the Sand King. The poison is going to expire without a kill. Fire Blast holding extinct, it's in place. Another Ignite coming out as Lumik going to chase him. Kunkka will burn down. Kachik being thrown up in the air by the Burrow Strike, and our Ogre and Sand King are going to retreat, having picked up 2 kills there.
2 for none. That was excellent there. Very well played. That's exactly what they needed to get that Ogre Magi back on the board. But DJ up top getting pushed out of the lane by Winter. So yeah, Winter there getting aggressive, getting those levels, working it really well in this lane with that neutral camp.
Yeah, he's picked up a couple of last hits, 9 and 0, but for the Tide, the last hits aren't quite as important as the experience that he can sap out of the lane, right?
In the middle here, yeah. Experience is great, last hits are good. But
oh,
in the middle,
in the middle, you are right. Disruption into the torrent. There's the combos and Shadow Poison being thrown down from on high. Lumic, though, he's a big, tanky blue man. He's going to get 3 stacks, X-Mark back, and Zai going to pick it up with the Illusory Orb, Waning Rift.
So we just run down the last hits here. Gabby there on the Juggernaut, having a very nice time. 36 last hits there, and followed by a down on 28, so quite a wee way behind. We have Morphling, obviously feeling the effects of all this fighting that's happening down in his lane, being very disruptive to his farm. And OD, of course, on the same, still having great time in the middle, more than double the last hits of the puck. So
yeah, that's not exactly the way they planned on their lane. Go against Insidious, going to get 5 blasted, ignited, Burrow struck down bottom, going to put in the disruption. It's not going to be enough to save his life. Rappy comes out, and Lumic are only too happy to keep wailing away on Ketchik, who's going to fall back under his tower there. So this bottom lane for Mineski X really just not panning out the way that they would have wanted. Even with the tri-lane around the morphing, they're unable to stop the aggression, and Execration only needing to dedicate 2 heroes to it as Gabby.
Omni-Slash coming out there, very nice pickup. And in the middle, we've actually got Conker hanging around. So he's been hanging around in the middle for quite a long time, trying to even up this lane for Zai, but he just can't really do anything against this OG. But OG, very low mana.
That is the silver lining currently. Getting the raindrops delivered, quickly devouring his mango, salving up. So getting a little bit of regen on the HP and mana there. And Zai getting down very low. He's got to play this a little bit carefully.
But down bottom,
a Burrow strike answered by a waveform. The Caustic Finale goes off on Ketchik, slowing him down just enough for Rappy to get out of dodge. Nicely dodging the Shadow Poison there. And we've got 4 Radiant heroes. Zai's showed his face down here as well. He's hasted up. Looks like we've got to chase the Illusory Orb. Not going to find Rappy. He went left. Zai goes right, but he's still hasted. Moving around. Not going to be able to catch him in the trees. So Sand King again. Yeah. Not quite getting away with murder this time. Execration didn't get a kill, but forcing the rotation of the mid just means that Abed increasing his lead in last. It's 44 now to Zai's 17.
And if we have a look at the gold swing here, nearly 3k ahead, which is a huge deficit here at 7 minutes into the game. Minsky really going to have a hard time. And down
bottom, even more action. Happy getting X-Mark back. We've got a disruption on our Ogre. Lumic coming out. 5 last Insidious. Bloodlusting up Rappy. Moving forward, they're getting the Burrow strike through. There's the explosion. Torrent is going to throw Rappy up in the air as extinct. Comes through. Sandstorm just to disjoint the attack a little bit and stopping to blow up some creeps on Ketchik Imbar.
Yeah, this is just ruthless. These guys are really going for it.
Our Zai on our puck being forced back from the middle lane as well, hitting the well on very low HP as Abed, just like you said, having the absolute time of his life in lane.
And Gabby too, Gabby there, face boots online, 62 last hits.
Oh, Dim moving in, we've got the Fortune Zen coming out, there's the Blade Fury as well. It doesn't have matter for the Omni Slash once it comes out, it is going to TP out inside of that Blade Fury. Saw the rotations in from Insidious and Zai, nice deny there from Winter, so they don't lose a hero, they get the tower deny, but I like this move from Gabby. He knew he didn't need to go all the way back to base, just TP to his tier 1, so he's still in lane, still able to keep that network coming in.
Their structures.
Yeah, and really they've just had top tower denied, and mid tower is very low as well, so those TPs are really going to cost them.
Yeah, Zai coming back into his lane. Nice phase dodge there of the Astral Imprisonment damage. Will have a bunch of int stolen though. The disruption is going to make him avoid the damage coming out from the Illusory Orb. And Abed puts himself in the panic room, comes out, and he's pretty much right to go. Oracle
and Gabby rotating through the top forest here. But it looks like Juggernaut's going to go back and push top. And I've spotted out a nicely stack here. Something for Juggernaut to clean up later if he gets the chance.
Yeah, and we've got an Astral on puck in the middle lane. DJ coming on through. They probably don't have enough lockdown between them for the puck. Throws out the Waning Rift just in case before he jaunts over to the orb. So I feel it's only a matter of time before Zai loses the middle tower here, and then Execration. Is that their call to really start roaming as Fiber moving around, or are they waiting for the epicenter on Sand King? Perhaps it's actually, we've got the Fortune's End coming out. Zai gets the Waning Rift and will manage to drawn out.
Here we go, down bottom. They're going on the Sand King, and here's gonna go.
Happy pops the Sandstorm. He dusted up, Fire Strikes out. Ketchik trying to stay on top of him. We've got Shadow Poison flying through. Ketchik chasing after Lumik now, and that Burrow Strike was enough to get our Sand King out. Level 7 now, and he's opted not for Epicenter.
And 1,700 gold, so very close to that blink as well. And I think that's the key for them to start moving around and taking his tattoos.
Right, and this is a combo that I like, and I like to talk about every time I see it. The Oracle OD. Basically, the Oracle just sitting behind him, DJ spamming Purifying Flames off cooldown. Because
here it is, down bottom.
The assets are electric regen. We've got a 2-man smoke coming in. Rabbi has the smoke popped insidiously. Moving around under the tower, doesn't actually have mana for the disruption. We've got a TP coming in with a nice Fire Strike coming in. There's the Ravage. Connects onto False Promise comes out and Lumik pulled back into the torrent as Winter moving around. We've got some heals coming out, catching him, but wailing away with his Morphling. Arbed coming in from the top, throwing out those Arcane Orbs. We've got the Prison put out Gabby, looking for a target. He's got that Omni Slash ready and raring to go. Winter trying to prevent it. Insidiously gets slashed down. Winter unable to save him. Extinct blocked in by illusions under the tower. 4 men from Execration going to be able to fall back without any chase really from Mineski, and heavy rotations, but they managed to get a kill. They've already taken the other tier 1s, and it looks like they're just happy to keep pushing here. Look at all the sustain with the Juggernaut Healing Ward and the Purifying Flames.
Zai's taking this opportunity to try and get close to that blink dagger. Unfortunately, only 300 gold in the bank. But up top, Sand King being chased out of lane by the Morphling who followed him up here. Super close to that blink dagger, so he's going to hang around and get those last few hits that he needs.
Yeah, he is very close. 250 gold away. He's on 500 HP, but this is the point at which it's too tempting to fall back, right? It's like, I'm so close. A few more creeps. Sludge up's right there. He's going to wander into Ketchik and buff by the blink. Immediate deploy. So
yeah,
they haven't revealed it, but he lives, which is always
Punk
nice.
Is up here. Up here too, so he's going to get a dodge and just walk back to base.
Absolutely. The bottom at tier 1 already having fallen from Mineski X, and the Bloodlust on Gabby with that Juggernaut, that really low base attack time, just allowing him to chunk away. Having gone for the phase, he's got the Perseverance working towards that Battle Fury, not needing to go for any attack speed when you've got an Ogre on your team, and both teams are going to use Forklifts. Mineski X presumably just looking to trade towers here, right?
Yeah, they need to get some gold for their team, so I think they need to get some of these basic items online, so I think that's the right decision to try and take some of those tier 1s when they have the opportunity and just get that blink dagger, get their mechanism.
Right. So it's sort of a case that they know they can't really hold their tier 2s that well anyway, so they're just going to show the Kunkka down there, try and slow him down a bit with the torrent, and then get a tower in trade.
Yeah, and like, these guys are just going to fly from here. Or 4 man as the case is right now. They're in such a strong position. If we have a look at their gold graph, 7.5k ahead, Juggernaut 30 last hits ahead of the Morphling.
Yeah, absolutely, and pushing in on the tier 2 now. That cool cat from the Juggernaut just seems to be permanently about Execration, keeping really topped up. Sand King up top getting a few more levels, so I'm noticing an absence in ult from both our Sand King and Arbed on the OD. What do you think about the OD skill build here? This is becoming increasingly prevalent to me.
Yeah, it's a way more scrappy build, and he's utilising the power of his spells, and I think Essence Aura is going to be excellent for the team, obviously. Like you mentioned before, the combo is just too strong. And the damage that comes out from Astro is so good in the lane, especially if you can maintain that mana, which...
And it's allowing him to farm up and push the lane from a long way back. Got 5 heroes from Mineski X grouped here to try and stop the push. Meanwhile, Execration is splitting up the map very well, so they're maximising their income while still keeping pressure on.
I'll take your trip.
Yeah, and yeah, this Oracle pick is doing so much work from the always full HP.
Yeah,
and he can constantly spam that. Way too strong there, that combo.
And we've now just gotten the boat online from our Kunkka. Extinct. Gonna have to hit some pretty good boats to try and drag this one back from the edge. As it seems,
and Sand King as well has that point in his epicenter, so
Radiant's
I mean, I kind of like that, holding off on the epicenter until he has the blink dagger. Perhaps Rappy was not thinking that he would get the blink dagger quite as quickly as he did, and he's made sure that he's maxed out the burrow strike at the same time. So overall, I can kind of understand where Rappy is coming from here, and like you said, with Abed on the OD, it's become more and more popular, and it is such a scrappy build. You're not reliant on that 160-second cooldown from Zanny's Eclipse. This is an OD who can just fight whenever.
This guy's absolutely destroying Roshan. He is just disintegrating in front of the scene. 15 minutes in.
Yeah, who needs minus armor when you deal pure damage and have a DD Bloodlust on the OD? And they're really doubling down on this sort of mid-game items as both scans are going to scout. Here is out, we've got a smoke coming in. Winter reveals himself, he's going to let the Ravage out, only connects on our Sand King as the boat comes in. Torrent going to be a swing and a miss. The Drinkle is going to hold the Oracle still, not going to get out of False Promise before he does. Abed and Lumik, though, going absolutely ham on the other side of the river. They've found Insidious C, he doesn't have any disruption or any mana. He's going to end up going down. Gabby chopping up against Winter here. Winter beginning to TP out. Lumik, is he going to be able to get the Fire Blast? He's not. He's stopped to put the urn on him as Zai running away from Rabby up around the dire hard camp. Zai going to manage to get into the fog and TP out as Ketchik hiding in the trees. Don't tell me that he gets found out here. Lumik,
he does never teleport, so...
Oh no. Do we still call this Cloud9 Gaming? Oh no, he got scouted up by the courier. Oh
no.
Moving around by this strike comes in. Fire Blast unnecessary perhaps, but the Morphling still goes down. That was a little bit unfortunate for him.
Very nice pick up there to finish that. So Roshan, plus they kind of want a team fight. Oracle brought back for it, but definitely worth the win in the end there. And they're pushing that lead nearly 10k ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. And Oracle did. We've got a boat coming in top on Gabby. Going to catch him with the torrent and the boat. Puck blinking forwards with the jaw. Getting the waning rift. Very nice combo.
568 gold there for the Puck. That's the blink dagger.
As although it looks like they might lose one at their secret shop here. Winter being caught out by the Imprison. Nicely Kraken shells off the debuffs. They're having a whole bunch of stolen and will probably end up in the dirt. Abed just dealing way too much damage for him to stand up to at this point. So a trade across the map. They had to commit a lot for it, but managing to pick off that Juggernaut, that's a big deal for Mineski X right now.
Yeah. And he lost a lot of gold for it too. And really that's that comeback mechanic doing its work.
Oh dear, DJ looks like he's been caught out a little bit by Zai here, jaunting forwards, trying to find him. The silence wears off and DJ casually saunters around. He's finished his Tranquils, he's got that in his stash, and he has finished that Aether Lens a little bit back. I love this pickup on Oracle. It allows him to just sit so far back, play the long-range artillery game, and just keep his teammates healed up and still threaten that False Promise from so far away.
Yeah. What do you reckon Juggernaut's going to go for next year? He's got the Battlefield online. His farm is going out of control.
So he's got the Blade of Alacrity in his stash.
Yeah, he just picked it up now. So it looks like he's going to be going for a Manta.
Does he doesn't particularly need a defusal against any of these heroes, so I would guess, yeah, maybe even a casual Yasha into some other kind of fighting item. Got these torrents coming out from Kunkka, but all it's doing is slowing down Execration's push. Now, me, just personally, I'm a huge proponent of the Desolated Juggernaut, so I'm calling, this is my bold prediction, that's going to become a thing, you know, and when it does, you can say that I told you.
Well, Desolated Juggernaut was popular way back in the days of Dota 1. This is a throwback because it used to work. I don't know if it is the case now, but it used to go through with Omni Slash and Blade of Fury, so the debuff would be applied through those skills.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure if that's
smoke
still the
movement
case,
from
but yeah.
Execration coming in. Gonna get popped by Ketchik, who's TPing in the trees. Gonna be able to get out. Nice map awareness from Ketchik, getting away from that 3-man rotation.
Yeah, very nice there. Sneaking out of the trees.
Now, we've got the Veil being picked up by Rappy on our Sand King. What do you think about going for increasing their damage rather than, say, I don't know, like picking up a 4-staff? I've seen Yules be really popular with Sand Kings before.
ODs are pure, so...
Oh, he does have a level Insanities now, so he's got that magic
right, so he's picked it up. Yep.
Yeah.
So with Ogre Magi as well, I think it's probably the right decision. Really just buffs all the damage that's coming in.
Right, and Abed moving out in the middle of the lane here. This is going to stimmy the push, Ketchik in, but though trying to lay a little bit of damage into this mid lane tower. He does have the Replicate Illusion out. So, gonna get spotted out by Rappy here. happy to just wail away, take a bit of damage. There's the adaptive strike, and away he goes.
Yeah, safely off to farm. Very nice there for him. But looks like this guy's going to go up middle. Hurricane Pike just being finished there on the OD. So this will be a very, very power play for them.
Yeah, this is a pretty strong timing. Ooh, gee, if they catch Zai out, this will surely be the go call. Zai, though, very slippery on that puck. He's just finished a Veil of his very own, so his damage is going to be increased a little bit as well. Between the Veil on the puck and oh no, I'm going to hold that thought as let's just watch Gabby and DJ steal this stack. That's hard to watch for Mineski X.
Yeah, well, Gabby was actually stacking that for himself there. So, and this was a while ago. This was back when they took the tier 2 top. So they were pretty confident there.
that breathes confidence, stacking the enemy agents. I hadn't noticed that. I thought that they were stacking it for Winter to take with the Tide Hunter. No such luck for him, unfortunately.
So the Yasha is finished as well. 1500 in the bank. And the tier 1 is available for teleports in mid lane. So these guys are going to go for it.
Yeah, the Aegis has expired. It expired, right? Didn't get used up. So that's, I mean, if you're this far ahead as Execration, do you still try and push anyway, or do you wait out the next rush? Because if they wait too long, with the split pushing happening from Ketchik Inbar, the Morphling might start building up some steam.
Yeah, well, he is doing very well for himself, just poking around the outside, causing trouble, using his ultimate very successfully, and it's going down again. Oh, there we go. We just picked up the illusion there.
Yeah, another 3-man smoke. They found this. Yeah, they found it with the scan. It looks like they are moving it on Ketchik. They're gonna have to put their lockdown very nicely, popping his linkers with the Oracle. The Omni Flash deployed as well, and the Purifying Flames. It's just going to be enough. As meanwhile, over in the mid lane, Arbed getting X-Marked back into a turret. We've got a as well. Nice 4-star getting out of there. But the Dreamcoil gonna hold him in place. He's gonna try and steal a bit of it. Still doesn't have that Sanity's Eclipse to drop. X-Mark's going to bring Kunkka right back into the frame. Popping himself in the Astral. But Ravage is still going to catch him.
Oh, such a huge pickup.
Heading out. They will let the Ogre survive. He's not the one that they wanted. So
backup did arrive just then, so nice and safe getting out of there.
I like that from Mineski X, realizing that their morph's been gone on, so by process of elimination, no heroes bar the Ogre standing behind the OD, making the most out of that, and
yeah,
just due to the level difference, Ketchik is just respawning now.
That one pick-off actually netted them 1200 as a team. 1200 shift there from one hero. So that's going to work wonders there for them. And the gold difference has plateaued there at 10k, and it is going to peak slightly inwards towards that 0 line. So hopefully they can make it work. They're holding so far.
Yeah, they've really... I like the way that they've been sort of picking these scrappy little engagements just outside of their base. It means that Execration haven't yet crested the high ground, so that tier 3 still mostly intact. As Rappy gonna scout out Zai, who's found who here. We've got the Waiting Rift Orb. Oh dear, yeah, neutrals have latched onto him though. Gonna pop out the Phase Shift, and there's the Blink Dagger. Out of dodge, starting the TP. Rappy not gonna be able to cancel that, so...
Yeah,
Zai.
And it looks like he's got Staff of Wizardry in his inventory, so we're working towards the old Cyclone probably to deal with that pesky puck.
Yeah, I mean, he could take this in a couple of directions. We could perhaps see a 4-staff to increase his own mobility. I mean, I guess if you were building an Axe, you wouldn't pick up the staff first. You'd generally grab the point booster, but... I'll be interested to see which direction he goes, because Yules has been pretty popular with Sand King as well, allowing him to initiate with that Burrow Strike and then sort of catch these stragglers and cancel spells with that Yules. It is nice to have.
Yeah, very solid there. Both options there. 4-staff is great there, versatility, Yules as well. Very good pick up, both items. But yeah, like we said before, this Shadow Demon is not getting any farm in his life, but it doesn't matter, because the disruption that scales up other people's farm, so no matter how far ahead they're getting, his disruption is still going to be effective.
Actually catching Arbed, he's going to be fine though. Bloodlusted up, and he's happy to just smack some creeps around. It really is just the story of the haves and the have-nots. Not even 3k net worth on Insidious C on the Shadow Demon, but it's like you're saying, he's like the perfect position 5 hero. He really doesn't need any items bar brown boots to contribute quite a lot in these fights, really. And the Demonic Purge going through the spin from Juggernaut is just the icing on the cake.
Yeah, definitely. Very strong hero and a very nice pick up there by Minsky. But here they go, Juggernaut.
So, yep, Juggernaut getting caught by that Torrent. Both of them frontlining, throwing out the healing ward behind him, and it's going to be very difficult for Mineski X to get into the backlines and get that ward down. They're dropping the fork with Morphling, still split pushing off to the side. Zai blinking forward, he's been X-marked as well, so he's going to be able to get out, pinging the healing ward very nicely. They might still lose this tier 3. Do they want to sack this whole lane of wraps, or do they pull Morphling back now?
Yeah, well, Morphling is back, so they've...
Oh, there he goes. I've got to say, I really like this Blink Dagger pickup on the Juggernaut.
It does let him be very aggressive. And it does. He's seeing to carry the Sacred Sculpture. It looks like he's going to pick up the Ultimate Orb and build towards that Manta style. Yeah, the Manta style is already there, so he does have Manta online right now.
Oh, that's going to come in super useful. Being able to Manta off the Waning Rift from the puck will be able to, of course, let him continue engaging, casting the Omni Slash if he needs it, and, well, we're seeing the other effect of it here, split pushing. Being able to force the lane up. Execration look like they're trying to secure the Rosh Pit, so this might be the call for them to thrillingly and climactically take the racks.
Roshan has just respawned. Unfortunately, Creation just missed the respawn on that. But yeah, they've got to poke their head in. Yeah, there he goes now. They see the Roshan is there. And
big guy's back.
Up top here, it looks like we're going to see some positioning to take that tier 2 top. Well, these guys will be the Roshan because they know that they're down there. And they're giving that area a wide berth.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, in the past, I personally have admonished a lot of position 4 Kunkkas for being really greedy and maxing out Tidebringer. Is getting 0 levels in it too far in the opposite direction, or does he just want to really maximize the slow and the damage coming out of his torrent there?
Well, unfortunately, if Kunkka walks forward to hit a creep, he's probably going to die.
I guess when you put it like that, it does make sense that he doesn't generally want to be in the same postcode as the enemy team, so...
Yeah, just the way this has been playing out, even sending the puck in there to try and take down that healing ward was a risky play, taking a lot of damage there. And Kunkka certainly isn't as slippery as a puck.
Yeah, I really liked the way that they played that with Zai, by the way. He could have had the option of blinking in, throwing the orb out and jaunting out, but they knew the amount of stuns and lockdowns on Execration, so they put the X marks on him just for that extra layer of safety. We're going to have 2 TPs out as Ravi not quite able to find them in time.
Yeah, but here we go. Well, looks like we're going to push in top lane, bots pushed in, and they're hanging out in the middle, so we're going to be going for it with this Aegis. But Morphling there, just pick up a push. Hurricane Pike getting finished up there.
I don't mind that pickup on the Morphling. He did have the Dragonlance already, and Abed, for stopping himself away from that torrent, is going to be able to make it out of that combo with the Disruption. His Illusion's dealing a fair amount of damage, but the lion's share of his hurt is, of course, coming out from that Arcane Orb. So pushing in mid, Gabby's starting to wail away on the racks here. We've got another X marks on Zai. How do we really even engage on this one? Winter's opted to go for a mech rather than an early Blink Dagger, so it's going to be hard for our Tidehunter to get into the fray.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea because they're coming right into the base, so here it goes.
Side, blinking forward, got the X marks on him again. Torrent going to go far and wide, and the healing ward finally deployed from Gabby. So Execration lick their wounds on the logo, and Abed getting pretty unlucky with those Essence Sword procs. He's pretty much completely out of mana. Oh, there we go. Starting to get some now as we've got the Disruption on Gabby, who is just going to blink out. Another Waning Rift from Zai as the Juggernaut Illusions are smacking onto Abed, and there goes the melee racks. Gabby coming in to get the ranged, and perhaps then will be the call to fall back, throwing out the Blade Fury. Oh, did force stuff forward from Ketchup though. False promise from DJ, going to keep him well enough as he's getting the old Fate's Edict and the Purifying Flames thrown on him just for good measure. Going to be healing up very nicely indeed. So they didn't even expend the Aegis to take that Rax.
Aegis is line, and looks like they are just going to move this combo down to that bot lane and put that through. They have such a huge lead. Juggernaut 5k ahead.
Yeah, so Winter does have just over 2,000 gold. He may well have a Blink Dagger for the second big high ground push that comes. Oh no! 4-man smoke, 5-man smoke directly under an observer ward. So Mineski X gonna know exactly what's happening. Zai makes himself scarce.
Zai, yeah, right into that Kikui river spot there.
Well, it looks like he's going to be wiping out this wave to cut the lane a little bit. I like this split push coming in from Zai as well as from Ketchik, who's up top. Just really trying to keep these side lanes shoved out to make it difficult for Execration to put that Aegis to use pushing in.
Yeah, 100%. Very nice play to Babinensky. Just delay tactics. Very nice. Trying to make something happen. They certainly can't fight into an Aegis. Perhaps I think they need to make their move at the next Roshan fights. And really contest that one, or else I think we're going to be in a very similar position to what we just saw.
Yeah, so after that initial plateauing of the net worth at a 10k lead, it has dipped down to 14k going the way of Execration. That is at the 30-minute mark though, so it's not impossible to climb out of that hole, but it is a very steep hill that Mineski X are facing as they're smoking out as 5. Bit of a risky play. It's going to be more or less revealed when these creeps in mid crest the high ground and they see no heroes defending the base, but they may well bump into these two here. DJ moving down through the Sept. He's going to pop the smoke. With the note, he's going to blink into wrong direction. The Ravage not going to connect with anything as DJ being murdered. Gabby showing up, pops out the Manta. DJ actually the first one to drop. The Springboard coming out from the park, not really aiding much. Zai trying to run from Lumik and Ravi coming on in. The Bow Strike not going to hit as the phase shift and the Jaunt out. They are chasing Insidious C though, moving into the trees. Fire Blast coming out, Gabby blinking forward. Nice go, Sept. They're going to buy him a couple more seconds of life with the Astra from Arbed, more than enough to secure that kill. Even turning away and moving down the lane because cool guys don't look at explosions.
Yeah, and Zai taking out another wave. Leaving just the Catabol behind to walk down that lane. But they're taking a pick up. JD taking a hit there for the team. But I think total net worth is probably a wee bump there in favour of Mineski X.
Yeah, it was a little bit of an awkward engagement there. DJ popping the smoke, but Winter unfortunately not quite getting the most optimal Ravage, and Gabby going for a Skadi, very reminiscent of the 6.82. Very stat-heavy Juggernaut build.
Yes,
Aegis is up, and they make their go. We've got the turret coming in. Ghost Ship, it's going to hit, but Gabby manages to get the Blade Fury out. He's going to be in full retreat. Yule's on Arbed, up in the air. Insidious for his after demonic curse, but we've got the pipe coming out. Winter moving forward. There's no Ravage as the turret is going to be a bit of a swing and miss. BKB is popped by Arbed. First strike coming through onto Winter. He's thrown out the mech, getting a lot of his int stolen, and there's the Omni Slash. He's put into the disruption, but that's going to leave him stick to the wall because Gabby sorts out the cool kill. Happily goes to go. He's still blood lost enough. Going to get that soul catch and put it on easy. Blade Fury's away from the Dream Coil. No such done for him, and there's an that I heard from the side. Pops the Lincoln Spear. Rapid trying to make it out, force up and down to the low ground as the torrent is going to connect onto Gabby. Zai moving through, he's silenced up two of them, but Arbed and Lumik going to be able to turn around, and very soon the hammer equals dropped. Arbed sorts out a double kill, puts himself in the panic room as Zai. Illusory orbs through. Gabby hiding outside of this disruption. Insidious puts out his ghost up, not going to be able to stop him from being stunned up, pinned down, murdered. Gabby gets the last hit. That's 3 down from Mineski X. Execration still got their healing water fresh out. They're going to be more than happy to take this lane. Is this it?
Yeah. This is going to be pretty close to it. But man, what's an insane fight there. Very well played there. Oracle keeping people alive. It was insane. Very well played. And the disengage and the re-engage by the OD was huge. Very well played there by Arbed. Really just ripped hard.
He's had some awesome self-imprisons. Knows exactly when he needs to hide away for 4 seconds at a time. And I didn't even catch the false promise coming out from DJ there. He's got lightning quick fingers. So
Dire's top tower.
Rafi trying to chase Zai. He's used the Burrow Strike though. Veil is dropped, but we've got more heals coming in, and Gabby chasing Insidious. Got to purge him with the Diffuser Blade and just let Illusions deal with him. Getting chunked down fairly low actually. The Ghost Scepter going to save him, and the smoke just to prevent those illusions from getting the kill. Shadow Demon's illusions moving up to try and hit Gabby himself, but oh dear, Ravage from Winter, it catches the OD, immediately popping the BKB and up. Trunks outside, Mech is outside, immediate buyback quote is going to catch Gabby, just sitting there, perched up, spinning and wailing away on it. Is Kenjic from the side, does he have enough damage? They don't have any force saves, there we go. Oh no, actually brought down by Zai, the healing ward mopped up as well as DJ. Quick to drop, Rappy going to land from that Yules, and we've got an Astral coming out. Torrent is not going to hit. It's very nice blink there, but Arbed getting gushed up. 3 stacks of poison on him, chunked down by Ketchik. The death strike!
What a huge one!
Crikey, 500 damage, good grief!
And that right there is 4.5k. That's a big swing there for Minsky. That is exactly what they needed.
Oh, look, yeah, that's like a 5k gold swing. Look at the experience that they got as well. That, I mean, it's still a 20-something K net worth lead, but it's heading in the right direction for Mineski X. I like that they, sort of after that initial fight at the bot, they did wait until everyone had respawned to engage at the top racks. You know, the tier 3 had fallen, but they waited till the Ravage was ready, caught Arbed in it, and forced a bit of a messy fight where they get a few key picks.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Let's see what items they can turn their gold into. That's going to make a change.
Ketchik casually picking up the tier 1 that was still standing because it doesn't have backdoor protection.
Yeah, he does have 4k in the bank now. Whoa, he just blew up.
Yep, picking up that kill on DJ is going to do very nice for him as well. And all of a sudden, Ketchik finding himself 3rd in terms of net worth. All of this split pushing has really sort of delayed the game out, and he's starting to deal some serious damage. And with this BKB, fresh pickup of a BKB at 35, nearly 36 minutes in, so he's going to have his 10-second charge. What's Arbed down to?
Well, I think he's used it 3 times at this point. Yep, down to 8 seconds.
Right, you are. So not too much of a difference, but Arbed going to be feeling the short duration a lot sooner.
Yeah.
It is so.
Definitely. And he has really abused it there, sitting up way in front, just tanking it, really is putting out that damage. And as soon as that BKB is down to 5 seconds, he's not going to be able to do that. Like, the damage he's putting out is insane, but it is not going to last.
Yeah, I do love the Blink 4-staff build from OD. So Arbed, clearly a man after my own heart. He's able to blink in, pop the BKB, and then he's still got that Hurricane Pike. You know, he can use it on himself, or he can use it for the extra attack speed, and it really just allows him to be very maneuverable in a fight for a hero who just doesn't have any built-in maneuverability.
Yeah. But Roshan has just respawned. Gabby's in there right now, hitting it. He did actually pick out that diffuser blade at the end there. But here we go, the smoke is out.
Oh,
the smoke is out, there they go.
Mineski X know exactly what's up. Not wasting any time. They're using the scan just outside the pit. However, Execration dropped their scan, so they're going to know when Mineski are coming in, and keeping everyone in the pit and Rappy up on the cliff. That means that they're not revealed as being in the pit. I think that their scan turned red in the final quarter second.
It did. It definitely did. But here they go.
On the hill, Ravage comes out for BKB. There's already been popped. Torrent hits. The mech has been popped. Boat flying out at Arbed, happily chugging his way. Wins a big murder by Gabby, and it's a huge offensive should be caught in it as well. Rappy letting the system and into City C, trying to run away. The Fire Strike is going to hit him. I didn't even see when Morphling went down as the hammer is dropped, and Mineski X lose 4.
Man, fast fingers there. Tied on to Ravage. No, but GG. The call comes from Winter.
GG is the call. Winter the only one with buyback, and no Ravage on the tide, so...
Very well played there.
Very well played by Execration. More or less putting on a clinic. There were some very nice glimmers of hope there from Mineski X, but viewers, this is a best of 1, so Execration take that. I'm not 100% sure what our next series is, but stay tuned. This was Clutch Studio bringing you the ASUS Republic of Gamer Southeast Asia playoffs. I've been Sizzant, joined by McFrankies. I do hope that you'll stay with us on the stream.
there's no moment in history where I could stand and say, arithmetic begins here, now.
Sometimes when nothing's going right, I wish that I could go back in Force. is a healer. I don't wanna give it time. I want everything the way it was before you walked in my life. Time might give the answers. I don't wanna waste more time. I want everything the way it was before you walked in my life. Now moving on, gonna get on with my life. Now moving on, moving on, moving on. Now moving on, gonna get on with my life. Now moving on, moving on, moving on.
Make the ground shake.
It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do. Believe, believe, believe. It's all I wanna do. Believe, believe, believe. It's all I wanna do. Believe, believe, believe. It's all I wanna do. True, but will you accept the apology that is long overdue? Well, I question what forever is, and I know you do too. When the answer's right in front of me, believe it's all I wanna do. Trust you not to break out students to wait. Oh, you not trust you not to break out students to wait. Wanna, oh, you not trust you not to break out students to wait. It's all I wanna do. Believe, believe, believe. It's all I wanna do. Believe, believe, believe. It's all I wanna do.
Tuning out of starlight, the innocent lifetime flickers and flashes under a canvas. No, nobody seems worth it, while the feeling's sophisticated. The view is so restrained. The past is nearing closer and closer, I fear. So let's just cut the bullshit and tell me who's independent. Thumbs twiddling and your life's escaping your mind. Keep in mind, well, the air ain't as free as it used to be, but that's quite alright when you're still 18, it seems to be. And I'll tell you who's overrated. What's a beautiful person with some hideous dreams? While the lining isn't silver, we're verging on the side of the road that'll take us home. paint trickled off your canvas. Delirious illusion flowing backwards through the river of color while we analyze to try to see it clearer. Secretly appealing to a lonely prisoner. Now what's your vision? Initiate your shading, blend the universe together in time. It only gets a little easier. Suddenly piece yourself back together now. What's your vision?
Yeah, it wasn't as fun as I wanted it to be. Meepo,
Radiant's
instantly getting
banned.
banned out there by Signature Jet 2. Hey guys, welcome to the game. It's McFrankis here casting with Sept. How's it going, mate?
10 seconds to go. 5 seconds. Reserve time.
Yeah, just came from the Excision game where Meepo's
There's ban.
managed to get picked up there, and he's one of their faves on our bed, so having a good time there. But Basis Void getting banned out by Next Gen. Very classic, one of those real strong cores that still hang around. I wonder if we're going to see Puck get through this time.
10 seconds to go. 5 seconds. Radiant's ban.
It's a bit of an odd one. Maybe we should respect ban. But we'll see how it plays out here.
Dyer's pick.
Batrider getting banned out. Flaming Lasso is too strong right now. But Signature Dota,
Radiant's
first picking
pick.
Shadow Demon, and unfortunately it didn't work out for them in that game. But we did talk a lot about the old
10 seconds to go.
disruption being very strong as it goes into late game.
5 seconds. Reserve time. Radiant's pick.
Axe.
The axe getting picked up there.
Radiant's pick.
That's very very solid first pick. Ogre Magi as well. Again, going with a melee support there. So we'll see how that works out for them for next gen.
Admiral Conquer.
Radiant's ban.
Yeah, and you have such long range. Each mark spot, 1,000 range. It's just insane. You can catch people out from a mile away. It's great. So excellent Romans. We just had next gen ban out Luna. What do you think about that?
Oh.
Radiant's ban. Dyer's ban.
Yeah. Classic there. Juggernaut getting banned out. Morphling as well. So we saw those
Radiant's
both in the last game. And Oracle getting banned out. So we did see Oracle Juggernaut lane doing very well last time. Going up against the Tide Hunter, so a little bit of a cruisy lane for them. But not so much this time.
10
And
seconds to
Morphling
go.
getting banned up in next gen. Very strong there.
5 seconds.
Not so good in the lane, but we'll see how they decide to go forward now.
Reserve time.
Disruptor.
Dyer's pick.
Yeah, it's very nice, and like Disruptor's strongest thing is
10
probably
seconds
his
to
ability
go.
to get those long range pickoffs when people try to disengage. 1800
5
range, he
seconds.
laughs at Conker's 1000 range. Like, it's awesome.
Reserve time.
After here getting picked up by next gen Vietnam, so we're going to have a very nice Ogre Magi Disruptor support duo. Axe has a few options, so we'll see how they decide to lane that.
Radiant's
But
pick.
Drow Ranger, one of my faves, going for a nice early game push. Very beautiful to see. And a hero that gets banned out quite often in second phase, but made it through. So Drow Ranger, powerhouse.
And I got back just in
10
time for
seconds
the
to go.
drought. I love it. Love it to bits. Of course,
5
having
seconds.
great amounts of agility on the Drow makes her a prime target for the disruption illusions. They siege
Reserve
towers
time.
very well, and I mean, giving the extra damage to the Shadow Demon. He's a support with a
Dyer's
very
pick.
nice front swing on his attack and pretty scary damage already. So, always happy to have more.
Yep, and Nagasaran getting picked up by next gen. Man, these guys are going all in on this team fight.
Yeah,
But Naga-
absolutely.
And Nagasaran has
10
excellent ability to
seconds to
split
go.
push. So, a lot of options there for next gen.
And
How
I
do you
mean,
think-
this is pretty much keyholed in as a core Naga,
Reserve
right?
time.
We're not going to see a carry Ogre Magi. Next gen already have both of their supports.
Yeah, and it's definitely going to be a core, so we'll see how they do it. But
Radiant's
Tim is still getting
ban.
picked up. One of those heroes that does pretty well against Ogre Magi and Axe.
Yeah, absolutely. The pure damage AoE that he's able to throw around, also quite good at clearing through the Naga illusions, at least until she reaches
10
that
seconds
tipping
to
point
go.
where she might as well be invulnerable, so...
Yeah,
Dire
yeah. That late game Naga is definitely something to be scared of. But they banned out the Templar Assassin, so let's see who Signature respond with. OD, very nice, very
Dire's
safe there.
pick.
Yeah, the
Surprisingly-
OD always it has been very popular recently in this tournament, especially. So, how? So with the
10
Drow
seconds
Ranger,
to
you
go.
generally want to pick another ranged core to go with it, right?
5 seconds.
Yeah, that's the ideal thing. So it'll be interesting to see how they decide to go with. Well, Puck's still on the
Reserve
board.
time.
Very, very finicky hero and can control team fights. Now, Disruptor is a bit of a counter to Puck being able to put down his Static Storm, but still viable.
Yeah, the Disruptor Static Storm is going to be a little bit of a bugbear, especially against... To my mind, the Static Storm is very good at controlling up the Timbersaw, who does want to remain mobile and, like we were saying, really sort of get out the most amount of
Radiant's
damage that
pick.
he can, and a Nyx Assassin. Not what I was expecting.
Next Assassin. Oh man, definitely not that ratio we were expecting. But yeah, I really don't know. Maybe it's going to walk through to their backline, try and keep that Disruptor down. Definitely a solid game there, but it's going to be interesting to see how they decide to work these team fights.
Yeah. The sorry, I've been a little bit despondent. I'm being told the sound issues have been fixed up just in time for the draft to be finished. And a Life Stealer. What a hero for getting up in the grill of the Drow Ranger. And once Axe gets the Blink Dagger, that's the delivery method for the Life Stealer. That's how I'm reading this draft.
Yeah, and Lifesteal also manages to crush Nyx. Doesn't have to care about the spikes. So he's just going to go through there. And Timbersaw as well likes to build that high HP. Lifesteal is going to shred that in half.
So the play from Signature Dota, surely is it the Nyx getting through and picking off the backline supports?
Yeah, ideally. I mean, he's going to be
Places
ganking constantly.
everyone.
And if he can get to the back there, that's great in a team fight. But yeah, if we have a look at these lineups, we have Naga Siren played by Sad Boy going down the bot lane so far. Magical there on the Disruptor. Further on up here, we have X.
Dat
and
BB looks like he'll be handling the Axe. Playing on the Life Stealer, we are going to have Different Heaven, and Seal will be playing on the Ogre Magi, who appears to be a stand-in. Over on the side of Signature Trust, we're going to have Viper playing the Kunkka. On Shadow Demon, we have Oi Oi Oi. LK will be playing on the Drow Ranger handling Timbersaw. We are going to have... Ooh, I'm not sure how I should pronounce that. Oh, no, it's just Pro.
30
Sorry, I thought that was a
go.
weird little A. And we are going to have Lucky handling the Nyx Assassin. He's got some golden spikes. That's
Very
exciting.
nice looking there.
Nice looking bug. So some early movement out by the Nyx, already getting down this nice little observer ward in the Radiant jungle. That's going to pay dividends. Is this going to be an off-lane Nyx? He's starting out with 2 mangoes and a stout shield. He's going to be regenerating more than 6 HP a second, just
away we
naturally.
Yeah, it's going to be good for him. And he managed to snake
got
that room.
Bounty rune! Both bounties go over to Signature
Got a feeling
Trust.
this is
It
gonna
appears
be
that we
good.
have a mid lane Timber with a safe lane Drow, and Nyx looking to see just how much he can tank up in the off lane. For next gen though, their mid, we're going to see a return of the mid Naga Siren. Now this is something that I haven't seen in quite a while. Going to have his buddy Seal on the Ogre Magi here just to buff him up. We've got a Torrent coming in from Viper as Seal gets turned around on Timbersaw laying in their strength. He's gone for reactive armor, so he is very tanky at this point. Doesn't look like we're going to have a kill here.
They're going to have some serious trouble dealing with him. Like, when he maxes out that armor, Naga's not going to be able to touch him.
Yeah, she does have the Riptide. Unfortunately for her, the sheer volume of armor that Timbersaw gets is going to be a bit of a problem. And it looks like Dat BB on our Axe, that NG just completely abandoning their offlane, leaving LK's Drow to farm up against an empty lane, and this is freeing Oyoyoy up. He's already getting ready to stack and pull and earn his XP this way.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Pro in the middle's taking some hits from the tower. Man,
oh
he
dear,
is
yeah,
low.
they didn't quite toggle the aggro properly there. Nice two-man torrent coming in from our Kunkka. He's going to give Pro ample space to salve up. The Ignite is going to be a bit of a problem for him. It is a damage over time, so it's not all at once, but it's a huge amount of magical damage, and that whirling death after the torrent onto Sad Boy. Naga getting chunked down, and those illusions aren't going to last very long at all.
Nah, early illusions don't last long at all. They cannot hit. They can't even tank creeps properly. Sorry.
Yep. And we just saw it there. That whirling death torrent missing though, so no kill on the Naga, and Sad Boy falling back already.
Yep. So we have a look at the other lanes. That's BB. Getting pretty low. Going to check out that bot rune. Nice and safe though. Now down bot lane we have Magical on the Disruptor. And Nick's having a pretty good time down here. Level 2, pushing towards level 3.
I like that he's holding a point still, so he can decide whether he needs an Impale or a Spike Carapace. In a pinch, up top, we've actually got a Disruption Soul Catcher on the Ogre. Torrent hits as well. LK standing by, getting the Frost Arrows out. He's going to TP out. Do they have the damage? They don't. Ogre, so tanky of a hero with the Stout Shields. That's got to hurt.
Yeah, and Drow really doesn't do the damage. She attacks way too slow. So stunning the right target there. Yeah.
Just a little bit unfortunate for Signature Trust. However, I like what NG did there, just sending Ogre up, being like, okay, Naga's just getting pressured way too high.
Here it is in the middle.
Got another Disruption and a Soul Catcher. There's the Torrent and the Whirling Death. Riptide is going to be the answer, but Oyoyoy going to walk away with that first blood. Pro, again, taking a bunch of hits from the tower. Not going to be too worried about it, though.
Yeah,
so
Timbersaw having a really good time here in the mid lane.
Yeah. Now, if the Ogre were there, could he have done anything to prevent that, do you think?
Yeah, Naga would have got out of there. One stun would have been enough to get her out. Right. But that's just unfortunate. But Ogre there, getting some experience, getting some gold up here. So, very nice for him. That free lane is working wonders for him. Or Axes getting his roam on. Nice in the jungle, but if we have a look at the last hits, Lifestealer going in down bottom actually.
Oh dear, yeah, Lifestealer going onto Lucky as he pops out that Spike Carapace. That Rage, like you said, allows him to just keep chunking away the Thunder Strike from Magical. Not quite enough, and there was no mana for a Kinetic Field, due of course to the continual spam of mana burn from Lucky. So making a bit of his own luck there as DatBB has the Axe Illusions made, and the cool thing about these of course is that they spin.
Yeah, and they do the full damage on the spin, which is great.
It's a pretty good way for Shadow Demon to get some damage out and get a little bit of farm going for himself. I like that move by Viper, safeguarding the Illusion Rune there for his Timbersaw, able to keep going, and Lucky getting down very low in the off lane. Nike's not having enough mana to open wounds though, so not really able to chase the slippery bug.
Yeah, but Lifestealer is actually doing so well during the last hits, as you'd expect from a Lifestealer, but 27 at the moment, leading the charge, Axe close behind him, and then Timbersaw behind the Axe.
Yeah, the Axe being a very fast jungler, especially starting off with the Iron Talent, and I gotta say, I love this item build from Nikes. Getting the Quelling Blade and the Blightstone early on, it makes last hitting an absolute breeze, and at the same time, the Blightstone with the Face Boots means that he does a lot of damage to heroes, even getting more chunks there on Lucky. So,
yeah, and he goes for it too. Look at him.
Oh,
man, he had to be.
He's so keen on it. It's ridiculous. That poor man's shield though, and that 6.2 HP regen just with the two mangoes, absolutely keeping Lucky alive in this lane.
And Lucky's finally got access to that courier, so if he stays alive a little bit longer,
but
no,
his farm not
the
stolen
glimpse
by
online, Clinic Field.
And down in the bottom lane, Lucky does get the Spike Carapace and the Impale out on different Heaven, manages to stop him. And Kunkka not moving in on Axe in that hard camp, so fights going on across the map and over near the Radiant Seek Drop again. We've got Seal moving in. This is, of course, all under dire vision, so Oyoyoy and Viper playing with their food a little bit, keeping out of sight as they know that this Ogre is rotating back over to mid, trying to back up this Naga. Sorry, and she's 20-0 to Timbersaw's 35-8. Not the start that you would want for your carry Naga.
But up top here, we have Drought pushing that tower, and in the trees, lying in wait, Oi, and Viper, waiting for someone to come defend that.
Quickly.
I really like these movements from these two supports on the signature trust, just controlling up that top part of the map and making it very difficult. They're not getting tons of kills, but they're just making it so annoying for any of the NG heroes to occupy that area of the map. And to me, the point behind that, right, is just making it so much less efficient across the map.
But here we go, Timbersaw moving up from the ward though, so they see him rotating in. But here we are at the trees.
Yeah, actually, yep, there's the disruption. Soul Catcher as well. Torrent has been laid out. It is going to clip the Ogre. Pro coming in. It looked like he was winding the Chakram up. Is going to throw it out. Misses. Seal getting a nice stun off as DatBB gets a call. Ignite on the Timbersaw means that they're not going to be able to chase, and both NG heroes are driven away. Again, no kills. Naga getting a little bit of breathing room in the mid lane, which has got to be nice for her. Was this too heavy of a rotation for Signature to not get any kills out of it?
Well, they're going to get a tower that they can't deny, which is a little bit of something, so.
And this is going to be Dragonlance up on the Drought at 7 minutes, and that's something. That's going to be a lot of nice stats, a lot of damage coming out from her, and of course the extra range is just lovely to have as Lucky and Pro moving into that bottom as well. That's taking Nox and so low. Timber Chain and the Chakram is going to be enough to finish off the Disruptor. Kinetic Field be damned, and we've got Cardi with Nikes the driver moving away. Gonna jump out and head back to base as it seems.
Denied.
Now, Sad Boy not going for the level in Song of the Siren at level 6. I do see this sometimes. Some Nuggets even going all the way as to go 4-0 and 4 by level 8. What do you make of this build? Is this too risky?
Well, it's the best farm, and that's what they need right now. And it's very disruptive. Like, if you can get that on someone and get 2 crate kills, that is so much value out of that mana.
Yeah, absolutely.
And she does have that bottle. But yeah. Also, like, Song of the Siren cooldown at level 1 is 180 seconds, so it is a very long time there to wait. So often you only get 1 or 2 out of it, so you might as well just leave it till the later stage.
So just looking for efficient farming of bubble. Seal getting gusted up, put in the torrent. I don't think the Tidebringer clipped him. Still brought down very low for a tanky Ogre. And to my mind, this is something of an unusual Drought build coming out of LK, maxing out the Frost Arrows by level 7 and only a single level in the Precision Aura as Timbersaw gets a kill down bottom. Little bit of T2s there.
Yeah, I guess he's just trying to get that maximum damage out from the few times she can touch heroes. But here we go.
Just trying to latch on as we've got the disruption into the torrent is actually going to connect. I'm not sure if the Soul Catch actually hit that BB. He's spinning, he gets the dunk onto Viper. NG managed to get themselves on the board, and the X Marks is going to bring Axe back. Lines being drawn in the sand by Stig Trust, so they're appearing to want to just rotate down, keep pushing these tier 1s. They got the off lane, they got the mid, and they don't want to let up the pressure.
At the same time, Lifesteal actually dropped while that was going down.
Yeah, that was the kill that Timbersaw got in the offlane. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, so unfortunately, I completely missed that kill. So
yeah, so too many things happening at once, so that's alright. But we have LK here, just really doing that work, moving around the towers, putting that damage down. Tier 1s are just dropping everywhere. One more to go.
Lucky he's found DatBB in the jungle, misses the Impale. Unfortunately for him, and DatBB does have a teleport scroll, so he's going to manage to get out the torrent just a little bit too late. And Drow showing off that 765 range, striking the tower with complete impunity. Doing pretty nice for herself. We do have some rotations over from NG. Seal with the Nikes inside. A little bit of a surprise as Magical. He's claritying up. Are we going to be able to see a bit of a tussle here? I think that they've spotted each other. We've even got Viper moving in from the north. Might get sandwiched here by Sad Boy. No, it looks like Signature Trust just want to fall back.
Yeah, when you're going into Oi and Viper together, there's such a nasty combo that Drow's going to be able to sit at that back and put out huge damage.
Yeah, and because of the high levels in Frost Arrows, there aren't really any escape abilities apart from the Infest on the lifesteal, so it's going to be extremely difficult for the heroes to get away. As DatBB revealing the blink onto Viper. Nice call, Nikes jumping out of the Ogre. Gust only hitting the Ogre. We've got an defensive disruption. Defensive disruption coming in on Viper as the Frost Arrows coming in from the side. I've got another Kunka going to end up falling. Disruption netting that kill. We've got the open wounds on the Drought. Static Storm's being laid down to a different happening. Wailing away as Axe falls on the side. Like the stun from the Nix nails both of them. Shadow Poison being laid in. Disruptor going down to Timbersaw as well as Lucky moving in there trying to clear up these illusions. LK getting down low. Timbersaw still chasing Different Heaven, who is going to start the TP. Pro not having any means to break that. Is just going to have to watch as Knights makes it back to base. It's a 2-for-1 Signature Trust coming out in front. About a $500 gold swing for them.
But during this time that these towers have been dropping, Naga Siren is making up for her less than ideal start.
Making up for lost time a little bit. I like the Iron Talon pickup on Naga, I really do. And she's getting quite close to that relic now. 1400 away from the relic at 11 minutes. Not too shabby, all things considered.
Yeah, and I think Signature Trust is playing very well. Just applying this pressure early game, and just really like not letting it go too late, because Naga does just get stronger and stronger.
Yeah,
and she is
absolutely.
level 8, and she went 404 like you theorized. But right now, Roshan.
And Rush is on the menu fairly early on, and LK really leaving the Precision Aura to later, valuing the points in Gust, which is fair enough. They know that, I mean, even if they don't know that the Song of the Siren hasn't been leveled yet, it's something that needs to factor into their plans, and they need ways to prevent the Naga from getting that out. And you've got an X-Mark and a boat on the seal is going to be pulled right back under that pale. But nice Chakram, and the Timber Chain Pro going to pick that one up as LK not even bothering to leave the pit.
Yep, very nice there. Just commit to them, scare the rest of the team off, and take this Roshan. And hopefully they can convert this Roshan to tier 2, tier 3, 2 tier 2, something like that.
I like that scan that they used on top of their own board, just checking for the smoke movement in, because I don't think that Naga or Axe were showing on the map at that point.
No, they weren't. But as like Naga is actually pushing right up there, she is she had the second place net worth just before Roshan drops. So she's really doing work, and they really have to be careful. She is so close to that relic.
Yeah, so this is definitely within possibility of, you know, Naga still running away with this game. It's not out of the question just yet.
Dire's lost the top tower.
Now, it looks like, indeed, Magical sorting out that top tier 1, as Sig Trust still pushing in bottom. They're using Drow as the siege engine, and everyone else sort of hiding in the fog. It is nighttime. Pro moving forward very aggressively. It looks like he wants to cut the lane. Might get caught out. We've got a blue forward from the action. Static Storm laid down as well. The connect field. Marks jumps out. They're tearing him to pieces. He gets stunned by the Yoga. Dumped on by the axe. Torrent going to hit the lifestealer, but the rest of Sig just need to Scarpa, and that was right after the Bloodstone purchase. He's down to 8 charges. That's... oh, that hurts.
That's a rip.
And that may be actually looking for a game. Fall onto Wailing Wayne. Oh, we've got a defensive disruption laid down. The Gust not going to hit all that much as the Thunderstrike coming in. Open moves on the fight. The kinetic field laid down as well. The boat going to sail through. Put the rum on people. But Viper is zoning away from the Knights. Throws down the Torrent as we've got DatBB getting down extremely low. Timber Chasing it manages to burst down. Different Heaven. There's up to 9 charges for him. Timber Chaining through. DatBB. Oh my goodness. That blink from DatBB. The Timber Chains though from Pro. He's refusing to give up. Fire Blast from the Ogre is going to hold him still. He's throwing out the Chakrams. Pro coming so close to the kills so many times.
Yeah. Picking up that Nax is definitely a very, very nice thing to do. He is gone armed of Morgan, so it's not an easy task. But Drow Ranger managed to apply that damage. 2 points in Precision Aura right now.
Have fun trying to bust down radiant.
I think that, I mean, at first glance, right, I see these Drow builds and I'm just like, but not maxing out Precision Aura first? But I think that it comes back to the fact that there aren't really any other ranged cores. It's just Drow and Oi who's benefiting from this damage. And I mean, having an extra 30 damage on the Shadow Demon, it's nearly like 50% for him. So it's
Naga,
nice.
here we go. Nexus found it.
Lucky he's found Sad Boy. He's pretty much figured out which one is the correct one. Learns the Vendetta and Pro from downtown. Just like, oh hey Lucky, you get McGill, nice, I'll take that one. And Shadow Demon goes down off screen. We've got the X under that big boat coming in, gets pulled back nicely timed. The raindrops getting chunked out. We've got a glimpse on the Drought, but the Frost Arrows is still actually the Chakra comes through. The Static Storm, it's not enough. Lucky getting off the Vendetta, hit that BB, still X marked, and Pro and Lucky wailing away on him as LK, he's trying to move away. The Disruptor moving towards Lucky and Pro chasing the Ogre, cancelling the TP out. Kinetic Field laying down to let the Drow to keep the drought away, and Lucky will get the final kill of that engagement. Bit of a messy one. Shadow Demon did go down there earlier as well, but he's so low level that he comes right back. 3 for 2 there.
Yeah, and like the sacrifice of that precision aura, it's actually got them quite a lot of kills. They got the lifestealer before. That last frost arrow hit him just as the Spanish community wore off. And if it was lower, he probably would have got away. And again, just there, we saw it against the axe, I think. And that slow is just the same. Like, it's just securing the kills.
Yeah, absolutely. And to my mind, using the frost arrows on lifestealer, it doesn't affect him through rage, yeah. But if you force the lifestealer to use rage in a defensive fashion like that, suddenly he's not using rage to chunk away on your heroes, which is only a good thing.
Yeah, definitely. If he has to use it to protect himself. But yeah, LK still has the Aegis online, has just picked up the Maelstrom.
Yeah, perhaps looking to wind up getting Ags at Maelstrom at some point. Do you think a BKB is in order somewhere along the line for this Drow?
Perhaps, but that is definitely a good way to clear off those pesky Nagasaran pushes.
Radiant's mid tower's getting
Yeah, absolutely. The illusions are just getting more and more countered as
Radiant's
well.
mid tower could use
There's
a
Pro throwing around his chakras. Back up to 12 Bloodstone charges, working towards that yours, and a 17-minute Radiance. Quite nice. Okay, getting glimpsed back. Thunderstrike is going to spell the end of the Aegis. That's reasonable enough. LK comes back on full HP, totally fine. And
yeah,
Radiant's mid tower.
he was just waiting for the health to kick
Lucky
in.
he's found Sad Boy over on the side. The Vendetta wears out. Pops spike characters. The Radiance is going to line up that kill. It's a 2-man call from the Axe. The Knife Storm's out. 2-man static storm on top of the kinetic field to go down the Drought and the Kunkka as NG chasing over. We've got the snare coming out on Oyo. It gets done. Pro flies through with the Timber Chain, with the song going to hold him at bay. Nike's getting down incredibly low as well. Still got 2 stacks of poison on him. And down in at bottom, Lucky misses. He's impaled. He gets stunned on by the Ogre. That B shows up with the call. And the Dr. Crow, though, wants to try and get something. The chain is going to miss the axe. The move speed buff is too much, and he's locked down in the kinetic field. Okay, so Timber Chain can go through the kinetic field today. Alert, Datby, Blinker Cord getting up a nice call. Seal going to clap his hands and head on out. The open wounds over on Pro. He's going to try and throw out one last chakram. It's not quite enough. He's still got a fair bit of mana, actually. So, oh, Lord, that Timber Chain hitting Datby dead on. Not quite enough to bring him down, though, and he's going to manage to blink out. So, Pro fighting for just forever and ever. Unfortunately, as one Timbersaw against 3 heroes, they're definitely able to juke him out.
He does have that Bloodstone line, back up to 12 charges, insane region coming off that, but Radiance off the back of that Nagasaran, happily moving along there.
Yeah, absolutely, and that Song of the Siren arriving at just the right time to reset the fight, move on down. I don't think that anyone was in immediate danger of dying, but actually up in top, Shadow Demon making some Naga illusions of his very own, and they get the full Radiance. So this is a neat little Shadow Demon technique for you.
Yeah, very nice little farm there for him. But Axe up here, currently killing with Lifestealer. Lifestealer just picked up into Echo Saber, so when he jumps out, things are going to drop.
Oh yeah, for sure. Do you think that he goes in for a full Desolator in this game, or is the Blightstone going to be able to Lucky? No, he moves under a Century. He's going to pop the 5 characters, but Axe coming in with the call. Different Heaven starting himself up with the boat. It's flying on through. Lucky might well go down the fuels, though. Different Heaven. He's going to pop the race. TP out as Daffy being brought down by the Timbersaw, so it's going to be the next one. And there was an X-Mark. Are you serious? They pull the knife back. He's still hit by the Soul Catcher. The Chakra flies through, and Pro with a double.
Very nice there.
What a clutch X marks from Viper.
Yeah, just getting it in there. Very nice, very nice.
Yeah, great 2 picks. A little unfortunate that Lucky went down, but I mean, as a Nyx assassin, I kind of like the Midas because he knows that he's not going to be spending a lot of time farming. Once the laning stage breaks down, you're always going to be roaming around and looking for kills, so it's not that big of a deal to have to trade, right?
Yeah, we just had the yield that we picked up there on Pro, so he's going to have so much more mana regen now, 25.2, insane.
Oh, good grief. And it's only onwards and upwards from here. He's got the whole world is his oyster, whether or not he goes the Axe build, maybe something like an Octarine Dagon. He's certainly got the net worth piling in, maintaining head and shoulders lead, though Sad Boy, He's getting the money coming in. He's got his boot to travel, so he's going to be able to start really splitting this map up.
Yeah, 100%. And Roshan is just about to respawn, but in the middle.
Oh, dear. He's got the static storm, the dunk. Just got that. Oh, we managed to catch that. This axe with the blink dagger and magical behind him, throwing down those static storms.
X is playing out of his mind. He's getting calls on 2 heroes, 3 heroes all the time. Follow up
and he's got
Disruptor.
the Lifestealer inside him, and we're moving upwards and onwards as well.
That BB is carrying this game right now.
Oh yeah,
NG.
for sure. The unmitigated aggression is magical. He's perhaps a little bit far forward, but coming in from the back. The scan actually finding Axe on the way through. Lucky moving up north, trying to catch out these heroes from NG. Waiting around
Very
the
nice
rune
scan.
spot.
Very nice scan there, catching them on as they come through from behind.
Oh yeah, that was absolutely heads up. And now they're moving under this observer ward as well. So Signature Trust know exactly where the enemy heroes are, and what a time for moving over towards the Rosh pit. LK having completed up the Manta, I think that's coming. Oh no, sorry, not a Manta. The Yash. No, sorry, it was. What? I thought she had the full Yasha. No, just has the Alacrity and the Band of Elven Skin, but this Alacrity might be going into an Axe as the point booster is on the courier now. A little bit puzzled by the Drow build.
It is very interesting. I guess like a little bit more farm coming out of the Maelstrom, and then getting their eggs online is so strong in team fights.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't argue with the Axe at all. The timing of it, I thought there was going to be like a casual Yasha there, but LK continuing to innovate with his Drow build, and I gotta say, I like it.
Yeah, it's working out well for them. But yeah,
You can't argue with results, right?
Tier 2 has gone down bottom, so probably going to look to take Tier 3 and Tier 2 in the middle.
Yeah, as different
At
heavens
first, what
wailing
they had
away
to
on the
deal
tier
with-
3 in top with that Bloodlust, the Echo Saber, and the Blight. So, oh dear. Pro moving himself very far forwards. Nyx jumping inside of the Axe. Pro trying to clear the creep, blinking in with the Blade Mail, gets the call onto Pro. Nyx jumps up into defensive disruptions there from Oyoyo. Timberstore coming back up, but he's silenced up magical in the right spot at the right time. Timber putting himself up in the air on the door. The Impale is going to come out from the knife as he gets moved back. Timber chaining it through, gets pulled up by the Axe, got the Whirling Death out there. Different Heaven moving in now. Timber Chain going to move him on out of that kinetic field. Disruptor getting down so low, he's going to manage to get his TP out as Oyoyo has rejoined the fray. And looks like they're looking to disengage her as Different Heaven. He's moving forward with that base boost. The Chakram not going to affect him as he pops the race. Throws out the open woods off. Oh, look at how quickly this Templesaur just gets chunked to death. Up in the Yules, called by the Axe, dunked down for 20 seconds as the Nyx has just shown up. Going to get a stun on the Naga with the Spike characters, but that's about it. The Impale went a little bit wide after the Vendetta attack, so Tower will indeed go down to NG.
Has got one last
Yeah, and man, Dread Ranger nearly teleported back there. She cancelled at the last second thinking the fight was over, and then her teammate drops. They were in so much trouble. Losing Timbersaw is huge.
Yeah. The
A lot of gold there. If you ever look at the gold graph, it's so close right now. 2.5k. Probably going to poke towards more of the 1k lead for Signature after that fight.
Yeah, and throughout all of that, I mean, Sad Boy was present for a lot of that fight, but there were illusions of Sad Boy just standing near neutrals and standing near lane creeps, and he's now top net worth by 1,000, overtaking pros. So,
Yeah.
Naga Siren starting to, I mean, not running away with the game just yet, more briskly walking away with the game at this stage.
Yeah, and it is so difficult to deal with the Naga Siren once she comes online.
Oh, absolutely.
Coordinated ganks are going to be like so hard.
Yeah, the this early Maelstrom Ags from the Drow Ranger, I think, is going to be fairly instrumental, and it's going. I think that a fair amount of it is going to come down to this Nyx assassin, right? Managing to scout out and find the picks as he does.
But
Find
here
out
he
that
is,
it's
right now.
magical. I don't know if he wants to pick this fight, though. He doesn't know. He doesn't know. He's sitting inside the Axe. He's going to get the Vendetta attack and then blink away. Kinetic field is laid down, and he gets glimpsed back. Ogre had vision on it. There he goes. Called by that BB. The Spike characters come down. Different Heaven jumps out, sits himself just a little bit. We'll pop the rage. I'm not 100% sure that the Static Storm there was strictly speaking necessary, but they got the kill. Can't argue with that.
Yeah, that was a very questionable decision there, hitting that in the middle of them. Yeah,
Because that-
like,
towers hurt.
I mean, it's not 100 odd second cooldown. It's only 80 at level 2, but that's still a reasonable cooldown to put on just to wipe out a Nyx, because it looks like you should trust now that that little skirmish has finished erupting. They're posturing to just start pushing in on this tier 2 top.
yeah, and that exit is online, but unfortunately with Nyx dead, they aren't too keen to push up on that.
Radiant's top tower.
Yeah,
And man, that does some work. Clearing creep cans
The
in
Dire
seconds.
best do something.
Yeah,
about that
absolutely.
bottom
So, with the Knicks down, they can't really. Yeah, like you were sort of saying, they can't really get up there because Pro doesn't want to just frontline blindly. They want to be able to try and scout things out as Lucky blinking forward on different heaven immediately rages after the mana burn. So Lucky just kind
And if we have a look at these lanes here, Naga Siren, backdooring all three of them.
Dire's mid
Yeah.
tower could use a little
It's-
help.
It's just Naga things, right? As magical as Bloodlust set up, he's moving
Radiant's
away. He's
top
in
tower
between
is
a whole bunch of Die Heroes collapsing from the north here. Gonna head
Dire's
down to the
mid tower
south
is
as
having
LK starting to siege this tower. I don't know if NG want to let this one go. The tower is bloodlusted as still moving under, getting hit by those split arrows that are coming through. LK starting to attack magical. The Static Storm gets laid down to Lucky, and Pro moving through the trap. He's got to bring him down as well. It's the Vendetta hit from Lucky, so Disruptor putting himself out perhaps just a little bit far, getting clipped by that one frost arrow, and that's all it takes for the rest of the team to close in.
Yeah, 100%.
Guess what's
That split arrow
happening
did
to
so much work off that tower. It's amazing to watch.
Oh yeah, and geez, these illusions are just super annoying. The Naga illusions from the Naga, and of course the stolen ones from the Shadow Demon that are being put up on the high ground. And
Yeah.
that is great if the Shadow Demon can manage to disrupt it, because it really frustrates the Axe, cancelling the Blink Dagger.
And I don't know if you noticed this, but there's actually a gem on Naga Siren, so when you copy that, you get the gem True Sight as well. So there's True Sight for both teams. And look, she's clearing through.
Yeah, sorting
Taking
those
down these
wards out
wards.
in the top lane, so... Vision is going to become a very scarce commodity for Sig Trust with this Naga moving out.
Yeah, and NG as well, thanks to the Shadow Demon.
Just caught DatBB grabbing the kill on Nyx there. I believe there was a Naga illusion, maybe one of the real ones. I'm not 100% sure. There was some True Sight down there, so
The Dire best do
Axe
something
managing
about that
to
bottom
sort the Nyx out in very short order.
And meanwhile, Lifestealer just got ham on his tower. What's he got in that courier? 2 Mithril Hammers, so the Desolator is on the way to him, which is going to be huge.
Baby, I was saying it in our best of one before. I'm just a huge proponent of Desolator in general. Ever since the most recent change to the Abyssal Blade and the reworking of, I think, Monkey King Bar, both of them to have less damage, Desolator, relatively speaking, gives a lot of plus damage. Like 50 is nothing to turn your nose up at.
Oh, it's insane. And it's certainly going to do work against this Timbersaw, like combo it with Naga as well. Then you start doing some damage to him.
Yeah,
already,
it starts stacking up then once you get into the double digits of armor removal. Seal sticking in the trees here is... What's his play here?
He does have a teleport. I'm not sure what he's trying to do.
Structures looking fortified.
I think he's just going to try and see if they come
Dire's
scouting
mid
for him.
tower could use a little help.
They do have the wards out in lane, so we can see what's happening. Maybe he's just waiting for a straggler to appear to pick off. Not 100% sure there, but we'll leave him in his tree. We've got some bit of to and fro here. Neither team really wanting to commit to an all-out engagement, just driving each other back and splitting the map up, and surely this is favouring NG at the moment.
Yeah, NG is certainly having a good time here, and Naga Siren, just like I keep saying it, and I'll say it again, she becomes such a problem the more money she gets, and she is running away right now. This is what she is doing.
She's like 1,500 gold away from having the Octarine core, and that is the point at which there are just 7 Nagas across the map all of the time, no matter what.
Yeah,
It's so hard to deal with.
she's so frustrating, and the Signature, they've had the Aegises, but they really haven't. They've taken the tier 2s, but at no point have I felt like NG had been threatened that they're going to lose their base or anything.
So do you think that perhaps with the benefit of hindsight, should Signature have, when they got their Aegis, should they maybe have focused less on taking down all of the tier 2s and maybe just on shoving one lane really hard and getting an early tier 3 or Rax?
Perhaps they need to apply the pressure and stop Naga Siren from farming, but unfortunately Axe, absolute like monster. Every time they went into a gauge, he'd blink in there, catch 2, catch 3, Nags would jump out, Disrupt would drop his ult, and then they couldn't do anything about it. So we just lost too many team fights trying to push in.
Yeah, that BB really putting that early game on
Radiant's
his back
mid-tower's
after
getting
the
banged up.
less than ideal start to the lane from Sad Boy, but Signature Trust letting the Naga find a little bit too much room as we're only 200 away from that Octarine. Whoop, there it is. Oh boy.
Yep. Here we go. Time for her to step it up a notch.
Who's ready for some Naga Siren Dota? I say that facetiously. I actually don't mind watching a really good Naga game where look at the way that he's splitting up the map, farming the enemy jungle. This is so efficient is what gets me.
But yeah, like pushing up to 400 creep kills. Honestly, like Naga is the most frustrating hero to verse. Like you have to address her the entire game.
Yeah, that's the thing, like, you can shut her lading phase down, and there's that danger of getting up the security as Axe blinks in on the dragon, pops the flame, doesn't even get a chance to get the colored blade out the ship, he's gonna hit, the Knight's jumping back inside Mr. Timotei, not gonna like his X mark up, he's throwing out another call, he has been hit by the Soul Catcher, the X mark is gonna interrupt his TP, as the Song of the Siren comes out, he's going to manage to blink out, Sad Boy skating away, Pro giving chase, doesn't throw the tracker out quite far enough, catching Axe up in the Yules, though Knights is going to jump out as his stun flies through, shattered in the disrupting himself as Knights turns around on the Timbersaw, Axe ends up going down, the Cook is nearly dead. Different Heaven chunking away at Pro, sitting under the Chakram. Nagaside managing to get a kill on Kuka. I think that was with the illusions that were sent into the base, and Different Heaven refusing to give up the charge here, but having to fall back. Dropping it down quite low, and good grief, these Naga illusions are still just almost killing Timbersaw on his way back. Drops down to 400 on HP.
They did manage to pick up the X, but X 4-2, getting the jump on that Drow Ranger, very nice there, very well played. They were so patient, and like actually props to Nags, like living inside this X, but yeah, so patient. Like he's there for so long. His ulti is off cooldown when he jumps out.
Yeah, and that like. Okay, you could point at that and say, oh, well, that's X amount of seconds that Nyx is off the map and not farming efficiently. But to me, what I really like about that was the play that did end up getting thwarted by the Kunkka's X. So Signature Trust almost had an answer to it. The fact that you can get Axe to blink, Nyx jumps out, you immediately murder the Drow just with all of that damage and the Blade Mail, of course. And then Nyx jumps back inside and Axe TPs the both of them out. And they would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for that meddling X marks the spot.
Yeah, and honestly, there's probably nowhere for him to farm with Naga on the team. Like, it's probably better off just watching.
That's actually a really good point. That's sort of one of the things about Naga is that she just absorbs every little lick of farm across the map. And that's one of the reasons that I like the Disruptor and the Ogre Magi here. Neither of them really need all that much. Like, Magical, yeah, he's working in towards an Axe, but our Ogre Magi Seal, he's living the poverty life, but he doesn't really need anything. He's just there to cast Bloodlust on people. As actually in mid lane, Disruptor getting thrown up in the air with the heals. He's in the Chakram. Frost Arrows flying in from on high, and LK will manage to get that kill.
Just as well.
Yeah, very nice there. Another, like, Nyx is actually missed. Sorry, Nyx Assassins actually missed quite a few impales. It's been a bit unfortunate. I think like three. Then he hasn't thrown that many in the first place, which is surprising. But here, Roshan has been scouted by both teams, and Nagasiren has just picked up a diffuser blade.
Oh, so, good grief. This is... She's got the Song of the Siren ready. Signature Trust cannot pick a fight. I understand what they want to do. They want to try and force something while the Disruptor's down, and they don't need to worry about Static Storm in the pit, but they don't need to worry about Call and Song in the pit. There's never really going to be a good time for them to take this fight, as they are smoking up as 5. If they can get a pick, especially on the Naga, that would be perfect.
Purple actually just, like, drew that out.
Oh, yeah, Seal scouting it out, popping the smoke. Nyx throwing out this fight. Carapace is not going to manage to get this up. Sadly, though, is hexed up. We've got these demons coming out, and the damage laid from the side. Drow managing to get it. The Timbersaw. Chakram, it was enough. Naga in the dirt for a minute, and Seal running away from the Frost Arrows. Lucky blink himself forward, throws out another Mana Burn. Doesn't have an Impale quite yet. Oh, yeah, it's showing up, throwing out these Shadow Poison. Impale going to throw him up in the air, and he's lucky to get the kill for that one.
Very nice text there by Timbersaw. Beautiful. That's exactly what they need.
It was so clutch as well after the smoke got popped, and Dappy being Different Heaven tried to come to Timbersaw, went up to top lane, but he's been X-marked back by his Cooker, and then he got clipped back onto top.
Oh, Lord. And Nags is so low right now.
That is some clowny nonsense. Just that's confusing for the Timbersaw players. Oh dear, Cooker actually getting a kill on the mystery.
Yeah, I was too busy having a giggle. Yeah. here we go. Looks like Roshan's going to go down to the die, and they fought hard for it. They deserved this one. Managing to take down that Naga Siren. And they've kept the goal like very slightly in their favour. And there's a cheese just chilling on the ground. Kunka's going to go back for it.
Yeah, Viper hungry for the cheese. Drought Ranger, she's got the Mjolnir recipe on the courier, just waiting for that money, so the Chain Lightning procs are about to get a lot more damaging.
That's great.
And of course,
that's what
having that, what was it, the Static Shield, I believe, is the name of the active component for the Mjolnir, going to be very handy against the Naga Siren.
Probably going to have to chuck it on the next most of the time. He does seem to be in the front line for the team, and unfortunately he is not very tanky.
No. So going for the Midas has accelerated his XP gain and his gold gain. Unfortunately, the only HP item that he really has to put through is the get activated to get a combo on 2. Are you serious? The Shadow Demon dropped so quickly. The Aegis has been used up. Dappy, we've got a glimpse coming out though. Lucky gonna get the Vendetta hit off. LK gonna come back. Timbersaw, he's been glimpsed all the way back down. Bottom 5 back from the Shadow Beat, the Static Storm, and the Kinetic Field laid out. And LK falls so quickly. The Static Shield not going to be enough. The Impale from the low ground from Nyx, he's going to force-staff himself up over the cliff. Timbersaw though, cruising on through, trying to make something happen. Can't stop Viper from dying. A Sad Boy and Different Heaven just chasing up the lane. No buyback on the Kunkka, no buyback on the Drought. That's a big amount of their high ground. And down here in the Radiant Jungle, Lucky going up against Sailor Magical. He's going to get ignited up. He's way too so magical. 0 mana, but happy to just wail away an MD5 blast. Is going to get reflected, so they're held still. They should be able to get this kill. Yep, cancelling his Blink Dagger. Nice kinetic field, so they do get that kill.
Very nice there. 3 for 1. X totally just going in again. I reckon X has been making plays all game. It's beautiful to see. And his team is there, ready to go. And what we saw there was Sad Boy said, enough is enough. You guys think you can take me, I'll show you who's boss. And he went through mid lane. And he just took them apart.
Yeah, it's getting to the point where you can't heaps ignore the Naga Siren. How quickly Oi went down there with that 2-man call from Axe was preposterous.
It's happened too many times getting caught out by Axe on 2, on 3, and really that is what's going to cost in this game. And then like Naga Siren, sure, she hasn't been doing much. It's really just been this Axe, and then at the end Naga's going to come just unstoppable.
And there is indeed a Naga illusion in 3 of the camps, 2 of the lanes of the Dire. Shadow Demon's going to manage to pinch one of them, but damage has been done. She's wiped out 2 creep waves and 3 creep camps. Look at her net worth. It just won't stop. Down bottom, a call is whipped. A Hex comes down on WB. We've got the X marks on him. The boat coming in, but he pops his newly minted BKB. That's the 10-second charge. Lucky, though, wants to give chase and keep tabs. They're going to end up falling back, which is probably a wise choice, all things considered.
Yeah, very nice there. And I think what we needed to see was Drought Ranger picking up a BKB earlier. I think they'd be in a much better position because Song of the Siren and Call and the net lets the Disruptor sit up on top of her.
Yeah, absolutely. I can sort of understand, I can understand
up top.
Oh dear, up top, bro, getting caught out. He's straight too far away from base. Jumps down the cheese as Axe makes him whip the Culling Blade gun and tip a chain out. Throw the Chakram back with the Whirling Death. He's clearing up a lot of creep waves here, and his buddies are going to show up just in time to finish off these illusions. Actually, no, ton of misses coming out for ROG. Super unlucky, but they do end up saving their Timbersaw. I believe that was the cheese that he ate.
Yeah, it was the cheese.
So, Heart now on the Naga. This is, she's not completely full. She could still get level 2 Diffusal and eat a Moonshard, but this is starting to get dire. She's on 3.3k HP. And yeah, I feel like Drought completing the Mjolnir rather than just leaving the Maelstrom. And like you said, going for a BKB, it's really limiting her ability to just stand her ground and fight.
Yeah, exactly. And unfortunately, Drought Ranger is core on positioning, so if she gets caught out, there's nothing she can do about it. She just goes down.
Yeah, and if you want someone on the enemy team caught out, DadBB is your man. Like you said, I mean, it's sort of like, you know, the meme that you just give MVP to a core on the winning team, but DadBB has been pulling off some insane plays.
Yeah. Very nice.
Yeah,
Very
smoke
nice.
movement in, and speaking of this, off another flavor as well, popping for BKB. Nice disruption there as the boat comes in. Song going to be able to reset the fight as they cruise on over the high ground. Static Storm and Kinetic Field are both laid down. Song and LK and Oyo caught out. LK gonna get brought down. The disruptor as well. No buyback on either. Lucky with the spike characters trying to split up the fight. There are illusions of plenty chasing Pro, and they've been looking forward with yet another play. Mail call freezing down. No matter for the Colin play, doesn't matter. Lucky gets chunked out by Different Heaven. Double kill for him. Double buyback from the Nyx and the Timbersaw as they desperately try to hold this mid lane, but I can't really see how they're going to be able to do it as we've got a Glimpse. X-Mark's not going to pull the knife back into the torrent as he did jump inside his buddy, that BB. And moving forward, hexing up the axe, throwing out the Chaka, he's getting stunned up. Nice jumps out, just turns on the rage. Stealth Yours is going to find 2.5 seconds, but that's about it. Actually shut by mouth as he manages to timber chain away to one of the few remaining trees. Forklift has been popped. Sad Boy still sitting on top of the high ground, still just tanking up. He's so tanky, he's getting so much HP, and they get the full lane of Rax. Gonna end up falling back after that.
Yeah,
Respecting
nice
Sig Trust and not pushing the envelope.
That was beautiful there. Song up the hill, managed to get the Static Storm on 2. And that is the power of that combo that we saw right there. And they let Timbersaw go, but it lost it like won in the fight. They managed to get Drow Ranger and Shadow Demon, so very well played there.
I think nice communication between Magical and Sad Boy. Magical knowing exactly which two heroes were the high priority get caught in the Kinetic Field and the Static Storm, and weren't they just the perfect distance apart? It's like you want to split up for the axe call, but you still want to be sort of close enough that you can fight together. It's just damned if you do, damned if you don't for Seek Trust.
Indeed, yeah. And actually, Disruptor now holding on to a nice egg scepter, so BKB is useless now. Very nice.
So
I love this item.
Even if LK does go back for the BKB, not going to be too much use to her. It's just mounting up here. So let me pose you the typical question that the Play Guy poses to the analyst. How does Signature Trust come back into this game?
Honestly, pick off the Naga, push your lane. Pick off the Naga, push your lane.
Right. So it needs to be the way that they managed to take Rosh, just rinse and repeat.
Best do something about
they need to take this Naga down, which is a mission now. Like
it is a tall order. She's 11k in front of Pro.
Here's what's happening to die.
Yeah, she is 6 slotted. She's full farm at this stage. So you need a full team there to take her down. You can't take her down with like 2 or 3 heroes. So yeah, really that's it.
Alright, and we've got a little bit of split push coming in here from Pro and Oyo. Neither of these heroes extremely well suited to hitting towers, but they're going to shove the lane in. They've got 4 range creeps and a siege creep, so they're going to make sure that the top lane is knocking on NG's door. As another blink ball by Tab actually manages to catch LK. Different Heaven wailing away. The Static Storm gets laid down. Oyo glints back into the Kinetic Field after the allied disruption on LK. Going to get dumped down by the axe. Oyo didn't even have time to wind up the dunk on the axe. Another call onto Water as Sad Boy is there. There's our second dunk. Double kill for DatBB.
And there's no buybacks. Buyback on Pink, so Conker can buy back, but I don't know if we'll be able to help him.
It's still half a minute to the ghost ship, so if he buys back, what can he offer? He can offer the torrent, and yet another call going off on Pro, getting all of his money, pinned down by the 5 blasts. The Culling Blade does whip just a little bit. He's going to use himself up on the side. Lucky though, trying to burrow himself down in front of the fountain. Not even that is enough as the second lane goes down, and this is all that she wrote. The towel is thrown in, and there's a celebratory song from Sad Boy.
Very well played there. NG moving on through. Very well played. I think like Axe did super well, Naga did super well as well. Played excellent. Nax, actually the entire team played very well together.
The communication and the way that they moved as a unit, I think, was absolutely exemplary. Guys, you have been watching the ASUS Republic of Gamer Southeast Asia playoffs. I've been Scissored, joined by McFrankies. Thank you so much for watching us. Stay tuned on this stream. Clutch and Zed are going to be bringing us even more games from different groups, I believe. More best of ones coming your way. Don't go anywhere.
everybody. However, I'm starting to see this world in the right light, yet it still gets darker. You see, it's just a simple symphony or a painting, whatever. It's a natural path, spans infinitely, but my world is crumbling. Let it collapse into the abyss. In the midst of summer it won't exist. This emptiness, it's just a blank slate, waiting for a painter to interfere. It's quite complex, but what I know, can stay right here, we will play until somehow you can find a slightly different frame of mind. Right here in my arms, away from all harm, you'll be safe from all the flares, although I know you don't care.
everybody, and welcome back. We've got two new casters at the moment here. We've also got Warriors Gaming, Unity, and Asian Arena Pro Team. Currently, the grand finals of Execration and NG are going on, but we have decided to go for the next set of games. Tatman Tat is with me. I'm Smoko the Top Loco. How are we feeling tonight?
Pretty excited. Well, very excited actually. That was a bit of an understatement, but we've got two pretty good teams here today. ASUS Arena, we casted I think 2 days ago. They had a pretty solid showing, and you were telling me earlier about how good Warriors Gaming Unity is.
Yeah, they are an insanely good team. Warriors Gaming Unity, they performed a very, very sort of solid results in the C tournaments. I'm pretty sure they were 1 or 2 games off of getting to the middle major. Same sort of thing. I'm pretty sure they lost to White Fries in the TI6 Open Qualifiers as well. And these are the sorts of teams, Asian Arena as well, who are really, really scary to play against. These teams are very aggressive in their playstyle. Asian Arena, well, I mean, that's a great example. We casted them just the other day, and it's that really aggressive C playstyle we're going to be seeing. And we'll see what they go for here. We've seen the Terrorblade, rather, and the Axe. Are we expecting to see... I mean, we've seen Asian Arena, they've picked up the OD, they've picked up the Sand King and the Kunkka. We'll see if Warriors Gaming let them get away with it this time.
I think, just those heroes that you pointed out, all of them have been immensely popular throughout this tournament. And I'd probably add Ogre Magi to that group as well. I think Ogre Magi, Shadow Demon, Kunkka have been the shining supports in this tournament. We've seen a little bit of Oracle as well, just because of the Purge really helps against specific counters. We haven't seen Batrider being picked up that much, but when Batrider has been picked up, Oracle has been as well. So yeah, those are really those shining supports of the tournament, and the Faceless Void being banned. Such a common ban in the first phase throughout all of the games that we've played. And there's the Batrider, so we might even be seeing the Oracle being picked up immediately. But it is surprising to me that the Terrorblade gets banned out in the first phase. I think if you pick it that early, people just end up counter picking it. We see sometimes they use the Tinker against the Terrorblade. You can see the Lion because you can get rid of those illusions relatively easily. But obviously it's just a hero that they're not comfortable with. They don't want to go up against it at all. And Asion, I don't think we saw them pick up the Terrorblade. But yeah, I'm not sure if it's a signature heroes of theirs, but we haven't seen it yet.
No, what we have seen though is the Oracle. When they've played it several games this tournament, I wouldn't be surprised if they pick it right here. The Sand King though, that is very signature of them, and of course the Kunkka is as well. But we'll see what order they decide to pick this in, because I feel like if they don't pick the Oracle here, it could be banned out by Warriors Gaming.
Yeah, definitely. I think Sand King, one of the when you look at the games in this tournament, you see some of the bigger teams like Execration have really been driving the meta of this tournament in particular, and they have been picking a lot of that Sand King Kunkka combo. They actually sent both of them off lane in their last 2 games, which I think is an interesting combination. They also pick up the Oracle, the Shadow Demon quite frequently, and then they've been rotating out the OD and the Puck and the Miho as some of their popular cores, and I think you're seeing those effects ripple throughout the rest of the team's picks. You're seeing other teams picking up that OD a little bit more. He's becoming more popular. And there's the Ogre as well, which is something, Lumic in particular, we've seen him run a lot on Execration, and I think he's a fantastic hero at the moment. Just to counter a lot of that burst damage that can be the bane of some of those a little bit squishier supports.
Yeah, exactly. And there's too many heroes that just work so well with Bloodlust. And there's the Oracle ban. So I think Asian Arena, if they were really keen on that Oracle, they probably could have picked it there. I don't think Kunkka's really... He is a bit of a... He has got a profile for being banned, but at this point I don't think it's that high. So maybe they just purposely avoid the Oracle. They have got other options to them. Gobus being the support player, so he's got... I'm sure he's got a big hero pool here to choose from, but whether, I think maybe, because normally you get the Oracle, normally you get the Vengeful Spirit and the Abaddon as the heroes which counter the Batrider, and normally the ones that are picked up, and Venge is probably the likely choice here, considering we already have 2 cores here picked up for Asian Arena.
Yeah, Venge has really fallen down in popularity recently, not necessarily because of, a whole lot of nerfs, but she's just really not... She's not been relevant in a meta where people are running at you and she can very easily die, or there's not as much abilities. There's not many abilities that swap actually counters at the moment.
Yeah.
Besides maybe that Kunkka combo, but then X Marks is going to bring you straight back. I think Venge is just a little bit too squishy and not necessarily mobile enough, because we're seeing more and more, and we were talking about this yesterday, is that mid is no longer that 1v1 lane that focuses on lane control. It's really all about supports rotating to the mid, and you can't afford to have a very immobile support who, you know, kind of wants to babysit but also wants a few levels. You want a support that can roam, that can naturally get kills very reliably,
10 seconds
but
to go.
also can move around the map just that little bit quicker, and I don't think Venge does that quite as well as some other heroes like the Ogre. We see a lot of the Ogres build now
Reserve time.
practically like Windlace first straight into boots, just so they can get around the map more, and that's what Lumic does on Execration. Works very well. I think making sure that you get that maximum impact out of your position 4 or 5 roaming support is one of the most important factors in Dota at the moment, especially in the first 5 minutes.
Yeah, and I think this is why we see the Ogre being picked up over that, and by over that Venge, I mean you can pick this Ogre in that, you know, that strictly position 5 role. We do see it a lot, and the Vengeful Spirit, you know, it's very hard to pressure people in lane with the hero. Attack range is very small. Damage isn't necessarily that high. You do have the Wave of Terror, but the stun, of course, Magic Missile, very small cast range as well. But Asian Arena, if they do decide to go for it, it wouldn't be too surprising. But there are many options available. They might even decide to go for something like that mid now, because they do run that Sand King in that off lane, and obviously the set, they do build him in a way that he can easily rotate to the jungle. Kunkka being played in that sort of position 4. So we'll see what they really do here. They got plenty of options available, but they are taking their time with this one. But Warriors Gaming, I mean, at this point, the Dazzle. So again, not too bad of a pick though against the Batrider. But we actually, and there's the Axe has been banned, so no need to worry about that one.
No, of course not. I think Dazzle, a decent hero. Obviously, he's got to keep him people alive. The Shallow Grave, not necessarily the best counter Lasso.
10 seconds to go.
Lasso's more about positioning than it is about, it can delay the kill, and sometimes that can be very crucial. But if Dazzle isn't in range or doesn't have the levels, he can often not even get the Grave off unless he precasts it. And then if he precasts it, it's not going to have as much of a duration, so it can be an issue. I think we might see a Tidehunter come out for Warriors Gaming. I think, the Batrider's probably in the offlane, but I think Tidehunter's also a hero that's seen a lot of play recently, and I think it's decent against the Sand King and the Kunkka, because he can just wade into the fight and disrupt all of that, all of those abilities, all the CC that's coming out. I think one thing AC on Arena should be not too worried about is that Batrider. I think Sand King and Kunkka do decently well against the Batrider. Both have relatively long-range spells, naturally, because Sand King's going to build a Blink Dagger, and Kunkka has very long range on his spells. And I think you don't necessarily need to worry about Batrider too much, because if Batrider lassos somebody and he brings it into his team, well, you can just boat them. But now that the silence has come out, I think that's a fantastic combo to pull off. You lasso, he silences. That's almost a guaranteed pick off every time. I think this is not necessarily a common combo nowadays, but it's a very old combo of where, you know, blink in, silence, lasso, and you can never stop it. But the Lifestealer is, a hero that we see often picked up to counter that that combo, especially since you can just purge it at will. And we were talking, because we had this exact lineup the other day, how strong it is to be able to purge at will those napalm stacks in lane.
Yeah.
No matter what the cooldown is, it means that Batrider immediately has no kill potential on you ever. Because if he can't kill anybody without napalm stacks, that's
reserve time.
That's the whole.
Really.
That's his whole impact in lane.
Yeah, and if you can just purge it off at will, it really lowers his kill potential. So Lifestealer would be very happy in the lane against Batrider, I think.
Yeah, and Lifestealer's got the rage as well if he ever wants to get out of there. I mean, like you just mentioned, obviously, the Razor. I think the Razor's really good here. I feel like. And Razor, you mentioned this not long ago, Unstable Current being a very underrated skill, and the reason for it is, and for an example here, if the Lifestealer decides to open wounds, he's instantly going to get slowed, attack speed, movement speed, he's also going to have any buffs purged instantly if he goes for the open wounds.
Exactly. I think Razor, a decent pick here. It's going to sort of, it's hard to tell depending on where that last pick goes. But it does stop Dazzle and Kunkka from being that aggressive. Perhaps if they want to X marks, they can't get in close enough for an auto attack or things like that. I think Razor works quite well against the Lifestealer because he can kite him around. For one, Razor has very high movement speed later in the game, and he can then just drain his damage, which pierces spell immunity. So if he can manage to kite the Lifestealer around, drain all his damage, then Lifestealer's going to have a really hard time getting anything done. That said, if Lifestealer managed to pick up a Sanjin Yasha, he's not going to be kited by many people on this team. It's just going to be a matter of how they can play the fights and their positioning on Lifestealer. And we saw, if people were watching the mainstream for this tournament, Execration, it was actually on this stream, my bad. The Lifestealer and Axe combo was huge. Now, they can't do that this game, but if you have a vehicle for the Lifestealer like Sand King, who naturally picks up the Blink, then it's very easy for Lifestealer to get to the back lines and kill that Silencer, kill that Batrider, kill that Ogre. And the Razor can't actually do anything in that time because Razor needs a little bit of time in the fight to build up his damage.
Well, an example of a vehicle could have been that Storm Spirit, but he's just been banned out. I think it's a super smart ban at this point, even though they already have the Silencer to sort of deal with that. But the Templar Assassin being picked up for Warriors Gaming, and this means that Aeon, they also need a mid of their own, unless they do go for that mid Conqueror. I really doubt it, though, because that's not exactly how they've been playing it the rest of this tournament, but they have got...
Yeah, that's not how any team, I think, has played it throughout this tournament. We have seen an offlane Kunkka get a lot of farm, but I don't think that was the intention at the start of the game. I love the Naga ban. I think for both teams it would have been quite good, just to be able to disengage from the fight. But having already picked up the Lifestealer, they know they don't want to pick the Naga, but they're going to pick the Puck instead. It's interesting against the Templar.
It is, but I think this is sort of, and I wouldn't say a staple of Asian Arena, but they have picked the Puck in the past, and I feel like this is something that, they didn't have that many options available. Obviously, they had things like the Viper still available, but Viper not exactly being the best option this game. He's he does well against the stacks of Refraction, but that's about it. And I think with this Razor, I feel like if Asian Arena can pressure the Razor in any way, and it's not going to be easy because Lifestealer can't do much against him, if they can somehow pressure this Razor, it's going to be all up to TA here to get the farm, and we'll have to see how TA goes in mid against Puck, because I think TA doesn't do that badly.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really telling and important for Aeon to nail this offlane like they have in past games. With this Sand King and Kunkka dual lane, which I'm guessing they might do at least for a little bit. I wouldn't be too worried about Lifestealer's farm in this game. If they do that dual lane, I think it's going to be very important for them to... they might be able to go on the Silencer. If Silencer oversteps, then it's very easy for him to die. Against that double stun, they get the slow from Torrent, they have X marks, they'll have Caustic Finale. It's actually an offlane, a dual offlane with very high kill potential, and they start off with a relatively high amount of health, so it can be difficult to turn around that kill, especially with a low level Razor. So I imagine that we're going to see Silencer sort of babysit the Razor, with Ogre staying in that vicinity of the top lane, maybe moving towards the mid lane occasionally.
Yeah, Arfu on that Ogre just got some really crucial information. He actually managed to block that camp with a sentry, and he's got an observer, and the Lifestealer Skembalulu didn't actually get to scout that at all.
They're actually pinging the wrong place. Dazzle might be placing a sentry down for no reason. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's
and in fact, I think, was that seen? They pinged that out. The ward saw that happen, and they're probably very pleased.
Yeah.
They're like, yeah, okay, they won't know that this ward is here. They won't know that the sentry...
Oh, they're going to deward... They're going to deward top as well. That was spotted out. I actually didn't see that.
I don't necessarily... Was it spotted out? I think we've seen across this tournament that ward spot has been very common, and the 3 times that I've seen it been placed there in the early game, it has been dewarded immediately. I think it's a bit of a silly spot. It's very obvious. That's all. It's just
the game is on.
Yeah, having that dewarded, I think.
Well, they want to go for this. Puck's going to get the rune. They're going to maybe chase down Skembalulu here, but is he going to skill the Rage? He has not used a skill point just yet, but he's probably going to be fine here. And I feel like this is a really big win so far for Warriors Gaming, because they actually got the deward, and this ward here actually went unspotted. The smoke was very close to
Well,
breaking.
it's essentially
and it
just
different
a
story.
difference of 200 gold. They wasted a sentry, and they have an observer now, and the other team used a sentry and got an observer, so good trade.
So this is the type of mid lane we have come to expect in this tournament, an action-packed one. And you can see the Silence is actually going to camp here. The Dazzle was actually just here before. The Kunkka has to stay nearby, and he's actually come prepared with a clarity, and it's really nice to see.
He's empty on mana, so I assumed he's used 3 times before.
What do you
Razor
think?
doing what he should be doing and already establishing lane dominance
Yeah.
over this Lifestealer.
Do you
Full
think
draining.
like against the Razor, do you think the Lifestealer is a good, is actually good to go up against this? Because it's going to be pretty tough for him to be able to survive here, I think.
It is. I am surprised that they haven't sent the Sand King Kunkka to the off lane to harass this Razor. But then again, this Sand King's going to have a fine lane against the Batrata. Batrata has low damage. They might even go for a kill.
Puck's got to be careful. One more hit will actually do it here, but he does just disjoint that just in time. Sideblade's not being available there to take him just out of position.
In the off lanes.
Yeah, he's got to be careful. Both teams got very aggressive lanes at this point, but especially Warriors Gaming up top here. They can easily pick off this Dazzle. If they do get the Ignite here, they're going to follow up with some other form of damage here. They can keep chasing him down there. The Bloodlust coming through. They might even die of this, but the Pause coming through. This looks like a very dead Dazzle at this point. They've actually Bloodlusted the Ogre.
No.
I could be wrong.
Not a dead. I don't think it's a dead Dazzle. What he's going to do is he's going to fog around that tree. He's going to salve himself up, and he's going to turn around and maybe even try to get a kill if Ogre dies him. But
possibly if he needs to use the he might even use the poison touch here. But it's got to be careful. One more hit will do it. The salve's really on point. You are correct. I was completely wrong. And they might even turn on this. There's no follow up here to actually take down this Ogre, and Boots of Speed is not even on the Dazzle here, so it's pretty lucky, I think, in some cases,
especially
for him to get away there.
Ogre leveled up
I'll take
Bloodlust just for that.
Yeah.
I think if he had leveled up Fire Blast, he would have got the kill, because Fire Blast only costs 75 mana.
Yeah. No, you could be on
level 1.
There.
I'm not sure if he would have had enough mana at the time, though, but yeah. And it's an interesting choice. We do see more and more that the Ogre Magi leaving that Fire Blast at level 1 and leveling up the Bloodlust to pair with, your Razor, your Templar Assassin, just to get that extra damage in.
It's kind of like getting also another early sort of boots, the bonus movement speed is small at level 1, but it's nice to have, and you might not need, as long as you get that slow and you have the movement speed advantage, it can be pretty big. I think that's why we see that skill build. But Razor opting to go to the bot lane now, maybe finding it a little bit too frustrating up top, because if we look at last hits, he's still ahead. He's actually doing fairly well, and in fact Warriors Gaming are really doing well in last hits here. Yeah,
it is surprising that he chooses to swap with the Batrata, but I think they're putting a lot of emphasis on this Batrata, and it is interesting because the Dazzle they've just sacked that and they've sent the Lifestealer, so they're choosing to contest the Lifestealer wherever they can. I think that's the most important factor.
You're right, yeah. Well, Lifestealer, his last hits, he's on par with the Puck here, but it may not necessarily be a good amount of last hits, because TA, Razor doing really well. In fact, Batrider has overtaken them at this point, and he is going very aggressive onto Dazzle here. I don't think he can actually get the kill. He's actually backed off, and instantly Lifesteal again has TP top here, and they might even consider rotating the Razor out, but they might even look for a kill here onto the Sand King. They do get the slow available Sand King. He's got level 2 Barrow Strike here, but he needs to use it here at some point. If he wants to he's actually going to get Silence for free. He has a chance to use it here. Maybe a slight mistake here, because they do get the kill.
I'm super surprised they didn't try to Barrow Strike through the trees, fog them, and then run away, but I think he was probably worried that perhaps that extra nuke damage would have given him the chance to kill him, because obviously it does slow you as well, and that can be really problematic when you're trying to escape.
Well, we're going to have
Warriors
to see
Gaming, their lane's going very well right now.
Yeah.
This Sand King not getting much at all. I think that's very disappointing when you consider how well Sand King is supposed to do against the majority of cores, especially low range heroes like Barrow. And Lifestealer not getting much at all. I think at this point, Lifestealer just needs to get an Iron Talon and transition into the jungle. He is one of the few heroes, and I think that's why he's been popularized in recent times with the introduction of Iron Talon. One of the few heroes that can transition into jungle at a very low level and actually not lose farm because of it, or only marginally. With Iron Talon, he farms so quickly, and he doesn't actually need to worry about regen because, you know, the open wounds Iron Talon trick really helps to keep him topped up.
I feel like this is yet another gain for Warriors Gaming. They've actually managed to get a ward in that mid lane, and it hasn't been spotted. And in fact, they may have even spotted Dazzle put that ward there himself.
They definitely have.
And this is, I mean, Warriors Gaming, they're really taking a hold here. I'm sure the net worth isn't going to be too big at this point. It is actually, if you look at hero net worths, it is convincingly going towards that of Warriors Gaming at this point, especially with that Razor way out ahead here.
Yeah, just the puck against the TA was, I think, maybe not the best pick. No, it doesn't necessarily, he can't pump down refraction very quickly. He only has straight nukes. Ooh, Razor going down to the life.
Didn't see that, but that's a pretty big pickoff at this point. They didn't get that much gold out of it. But
that's really important, because this is going to allow them to just get a little bit extra farm on the lifestealer and push that momentum a little bit further in their way.
Getting banged up.
The same
maybe
time,
even they're going to get some chip damage as well.
They can't kill this Sand King here if they don't have that silence. But they're going for this tower. I mean, they certainly can get a lot of damage on this tower here, and I think Warriors Gaming, they are going to consider defending this, but the TP going to come through. It is onto the SCC. We see the open moves, but instantly he's going to use the rage to purge that off here, and they have enough damage here. They just need to finish him off with a few more hits. The Very Fire coming through, one more hit does it. They do finish him off. They got to be careful because they may lose the Dazzle in the process here. He's silenced. He can't grave himself. The damage is coming through. Silencer, he is going to have the damage, but he's going to just TP back to base. A huge play coming out from the Dazzle there. Really, really close.
That was so aggressive, and it ends up paying off for them, taking down that Razor. Because by the end of that, I don't think his attacks weren't actually doing damage, because 80 damage has been stolen from him, and he only does 73. So a really aggressive play, a bold play, and I think that's the type of plays that they need to be making. And it really pays off for them. I love seeing teams that take risks, and then it's even more exciting when it pays off.
Yeah. And that's exactly what we just saw, and we did talk about ASUS Arena being super aggressive in playstyle, and this is one example of that for sure.
Batrider's going to take a 2-stack in the off lane, which is going to really help him accelerate ahead. I mean, he's had a fantastic lane. He's 42-6 compared to Sand King's 22-3, which is absolutely fantastic. For an off-lane Batrider, that is just heaven. He's got the bracer on the win lane, so looking to build drums first, now going straight into that.
Down bottom here, they're going to focus on the Batrider here. He's actually could even get away here. They need to slow him up somehow. He's actually hasn't got that level. He hasn't got the, he actually hasn't got the Firefly available here just for a few seconds, but it looks like he might even get away with this. They don't have any way of catching up to him, and he is actually going to escape here. That was insanely lucky for Batrider.
I think Sand King just... What he should have assumed is that Batrider's going to go down the cliff as soon as possible, and he should have angled it just that little bit upwards, and he misses by a fraction of a centimeter. And that's an important kill. I mean, at the moment, Batrider is 3rd net worth in the game. Lifesteal has actually climbed up to number 2, which is really good for them. I think that's very important. But yeah, that Batrider is going to be really crucial just to shut down before he can get too much momentum, because Batrider can always transition into the jump, and we're seeing that's what TA is doing, just leaving Razor there to get a few extra levels in that safe lane. I'm sorry, mid lane.
Tower. They're going to get the tower here, but the TP's coming through. The Sand King, he's actually got the Burrow Strike, and it's a really nice Burrow Strike as well, because they didn't get the trap off from the TA. And that's a big win for ASUS Arena, taking that tower and losing nothing in return, except for missing the Batrider kill.
One important factor that I hadn't actually pointed out until now is that Torrent is amazing for cutting out refraction charges. It deals in multiple instances. I can't remember how many it does, but it definitely does more than 6.
Oh, is it? I was thinking
it definitely does more than 6. So, Kunkka Torrent is absolutely amazing for stopping refraction, because it does... I think it might do like 10 instances of damage, because it does like, I can't quite remember, 40% of the damage or 50% of the damage in the first hit, and then multiple instances, so really fantastic against that refraction. And they're going to look to be pushing this top T1, just establishing a little bit more
kill the Razor.
Control.
Dream Coils come out here, they need some follow-up damage. Looks like the Lifesteal is going to come in with Rage here. He has used the open wounds here, he's easily going to purge it off, and he gets the kill. Kunkka getting up the last hit here, and this is insanely good for ASUS Arena. This could even be the tower.
Purge off the static link, by the way.
Yes, no, that's right.
Yeah.
Radiant's bottom
Just making
tower
sure.
ain't a pretty sight right now.
But he can purge off the slow, or rather the rate. Yeah, exactly. So, looking for something here. Kunkka, pings are coming out. Really aggressive play here by Puck. He's going to be careful.
Warriors have to
because
be
he
really
doesn't have
careful because this can be disastrous very quickly.
The
Boat
Puck
is
here,
enough.
he's going to get singled out, but he is going to get a huge barrow strike from the Sand King here. The Batrider in a bit of trouble here. They just need a bit of follow-up damage here. The lasso going to come through onto the Sand King. Do they have the damage? It looks like they do, but the Grave is really monumental here, saving his life just for now. The Silencer wants to pick him off, but Silencer hasn't got any mana to use any spells here. And it looks like Batrider does drop to the Puck here just in time with that blast
Puck might
hit.
be going
The boat
down.
coming through here. Really nice boat coming through, and it is going to make sure Kunkka will probably get away here, unless the clarity ticks up a bit more, but it looks like he'll be fine.
Have fun trying to bust
I think
down
Puck
Radiant
saving
structures
his
now.
nukes until the last second there, which was a little bit odd because I thought he could have got
Radiant's mid
the
tower's
Batrider,
looking
but
bad.
ends up saving it, gets the Batrider in the end, so doesn't matter when he used them, but it was very close
The
to losing the
Dire
kill
best
there. I
do
think
something
Batrider
about
just
that bottom
overextending,
tower.
underestimating the nukes going to coming. And I think we'll probably be seeing Puck move towards the Blink soon, otherwise he would have picked up that extra null talent.
I think the Blink, you could be onto something there. We've actually seen, it's either going to be the first item Blink or the first item Veil that we normally see after Treads, but it could even be that Blink at this point.
Well, what we've seen Gabby pick up on Puck, which is one of his most comfortable heroes, is he takes 2 null talismans into the phase boost, so he hits like an absolute truck in the early game, and then he transitions into the Veil and then into Blink. So I think that's might end up becoming more popular, but then again, Gabby is a very aggressive mid, and I think we're seeing a little bit more patience, a little bit more conservatism from both teams here. They're both a little bit happy to just sit back and make sure that they're getting the most out of this early game, with ASUS Arena taking the initiative in some of these fights, like that top fight.
Yeah, well, I mean, we had a look at the net worth before. It was looking fairly heavily in the way of Warriors Gaming here, but it's actually sort of evened out in a way with Lifestealer and Puck now actually overtaking that Razor, which I really wasn't expecting. TA still out in front, but the sort of the margin is slowly narrowing between her and the Lifestealer, I think. So we'll have to see what this turns into with this top tower.
I mean, ASUS have turned this into a 1500 advantage. They're going to get another T1 right now. They have room to TP and defend their T1s as well. So it's actually looking, they've really turned around this early game into a positive, into what's going to be looking like a positive and dominant mid game with the Puck getting levels, making sure that they can deal that nuke damage, because against nukes, I think that's where Razor can fall behind a little bit.
Pretty sight right now.
Well, we're going to have to... I feel like that's certainly an important point, and I think the other point is, can they actually survive all the damage from TA in a sort of a team fight? We've seen a lot of sort of little pick-offs with the Razor going down, which has been really huge Asian Arena, but we haven't actually seen a proper team fight. It looks like we could even be seeing one pretty soon in the mid lane. The ward advantage is going the way
to go for more of a team play, take out that... Oh, they're going to go for a smoke, looks like? It's definitely been spotted out, but Dice used the scans a little bit prematurely. Oh, it might tick over.
And they do get it. And this vision is certainly going the way of Warriors.
Because the ward is right there, they know that they're... And TA's probably going to... Oh, no!
Oh, fantastic stun here, and it looks like the TA, she could be invisible here, but it looks like, do they have detection? They don't need it, because the turret comes through and the boat, everything's being used, but it's certainly worth it.
Having none of that, Kunkka says.
Not at all. And, I mean, despite all the vision that Warriors Gaming had that entire time, they should have got away with it. They couldn't even get away with more here. The Ogre Magi, he's got to be careful. He's going to try and TP here. They need a stun quickly. They use the X marks the spot. Shift Q really is fantastic, and they do make it work. And the Dazzle using the shallow wave.
Shift Q, the MVP of the tournament. That's really important for them, because they're going to snowball this into a T1. Just before they actually could have TP'd to defend their T1 bot, they end up losing it to the Razor. And that was an active decision to go for that smoke and go for these team plays, and it's ended up working out. They've traded 1-for-1 on the towers, and they've gotten 2 pretty decent kills. Ogre and Razor. Ogre, the more farm support, obviously, is almost bottom net worth, but still better than the Silencer. And the Razor, stopping a Razor from farming in the early to mid game. Oh, sorry, they got the TA. Stopping the TA in the early to mid game is really important because, like Razor, they both need momentum.
Yeah. Exactly, and we actually talked about this just before, just a couple of minutes ago, that the gap is closing between the TA and the Lifestealer, and in fact, he's actually ahead of her in net worth now, and this is, I mean, right at the start.
It's going to change in a second.
Oh, you could be right.
Just the stack. The TA is going to take a couple of stacks of Ancients, and it's going to even up a little bit. And this is one of the benefits of TA.
Oh, down bottom. Puck actually gets the silencer with a Dream Coil as well, and Razor, he can't actually contest this, but he is probably just going to let it go.
Yep.
They do commit heroes to this.
And he has gone for the blink first, by the way. So looking to be a little bit more slippery and mobile in fight. He's realized that, okay, maybe we don't necessarily need more damage. Let's focus on getting our utility, you know, the silence onto the silencer, the Batrider, the Ogre, because if he gets that silence off before they can do their stuff, that's when this Sand King is going to come in with an Epicenter and a Burrow Strike combo and kill those supports on the back lines, because Sand King is actually catching up to the Batrider now. And when we looked at the CS, you know, Batrider almost has 30 more last hits, but the net worth is actually evening up, and that can be a huge issue because now Sand King can farm really well.
Yeah, like that net worth is you know, over 3,000 at this point. Asian Arena, we're actually at a deficit of over 2,000 earlier on, and this is where we're going to see how well they actually deal with this aggression, because once they start grouping up here with the Lifestealer and they actually infest into the Sand King, which I think is just an insanely good combo. We've actually seen it already, and it's actually not really been this, you know, the Sand King and Conquer combo this game, but it's really just been that Lifestealer and Sand King was
seen. I think
but yeah,
Lifestealer really relies, or can rely on, a vehicle for him to get into fights. In this game it's the Sand King, and we've seen historically it's been on that Slaughter or the Axe, and I think it's going to do wonders for them. But looks like TA is actually going to take down the ROG fairly quickly, unless
they spot it out, but they're not. TA's going to get away with it.
This is a very predictable ROG, to be honest.
Not at all.
TA had just gotten Desolator, so that's immediately the first thing that she's gone and done. But if she's killing, she's going to kill it soon enough. Hopefully before Puck actually gets to initiate on the mid lane.
Yeah, but this is where we'll see how big of a play this really is from the Templar Assassin, because it could work out to be huge, but Asian Arena not expecting that at all, and they're actually going to go straight onto this tower here. But TA's TP'd back now. She's ready to engage. We'll see whether this actually turns into anything, but they are going to get slowed up by the trap. I think they're going to do the smart thing and just back off a little bit.
But yeah, they're going to back it off.
No
they realized that there's a chance. You know, they didn't know that TA TP back or who she was rushing with. And so that I imagine that's why they exited to the west, because they were worried that, you know, perhaps there was going to be a rotation from the ROG pit. They get flanked, they get pincered, and then they die. So I think it's a really good call, leaving from that area and then making sure that they're all getting out alive, because that could have been very disastrous.
Well, this is turning into a game of, you know, this is sort of, it's been Asian Arena's sort of advantage for a little bit. Oh, but Lasso just catches him before the TP goes off, and they need the damage to finish him off here. They are going to get the static link. It's probably going to be a kill here, unless he rages, and he does, and he instantly gets away there.
So TA doesn't have the blink. Commitment. Yeah, TA doesn't have the blink to close the. They used Global Silence on that and Lasso.
They did.
And I think at this point, you almost... Look, they're TPing mid. They want to actually go and do something in the mid lane now. Global Silence is down, Lasso is down. And those are two of the major things that are discouraging a push. And when you use them both on a gank that fails, oof, that's rough.
Yeah, and this is, like, that means no Global Silence, no Lasso. Lasso will be up soon, you know, sooner rather than later, but this is sort of a huge advantage here for Asian Arena, but if they actually can get away with this, we'll have to see, because it's difficult to push when you've got to deal with these heroes, especially with that TA trap, which is going to be causing all sorts of problems for them. And that tower's actually been bloodlusted as well. But they're actually going to back it off. They're going to take it safe.
Yep. Just getting a little bit of chip damage, and yeah, just backing off, making sure that they don't overstay their well. Well, the ult's still down, you know, Silencer ult's still down for a minute. So it is interesting that they choose to back off, but again, that Aegis can also be a discouragement for push, so
yeah,
probably worried that they can't take a fight with TA in such a dominant position, because she is back to top net worth. But more importantly, that power spike when she gets a Desolator is huge. She starts pulling off some insane especially against low, sometimes low health cores like a Puck and Sand King and Dazzle. She can blink onto a Dazzle and kill him in 2 hits. And that's not an understatement.
Not at all. He hasn't got any armor at this point. He's only got 4 armor, and that's going to be minus with the Desolator. And actually, so Weave is a great way to counter this though. And Lifesteal, he's actually going to get the Weave damage here. Weave armor rather stacks, piling up. He's going to be confident at this tower. And there's not a lot. They're actually just sort of playing it really safe back here. But the smoke's coming out on the TA and the Batrider. They could look to make some initiation here. Rage going to come through. They're going to get the tower and they're going to back it off here. But are they going to try and make something of this with a counter initiation? The TA missed the trap.
Might see
the Batrider, he's got the blink, he gets Lasso, he goes onto the Kunkka rather than the Lifestealer. We'll see if it's the right play here because they are going to finish off the Kunkka very quickly here. The Global Silence coming through, and it was probably just off cooldown by that time. And the Lifestealer, he could actually be next here, but the Rage coming through, he's going to be okay for now. They actually can't chase after it.
They could even turn this into a T2. They have the Aegis, they have great minus armor on the Desolator, they've got good auto attack damage. This TA is hitting fast and is hitting hard, and that means bad news for towers, basically.
The bad news for Lifestealer as well. He cannot deal with the Desolator at this point, and he is going to just blink out before that Puck comes in, and they are going to back it off. So they got, you know, a small little bout of damage to that T2, but that turned into a very good situation for Warriors Gaming. And we'll see that the net worth has dipped back below that 2k gap at this point.
Yep, I think they'd be very happy with that push. I think perhaps they wanted a little bit more to push that T2, but they realized that they safely back it off, and that's what we were talking about earlier. Both of these teams not using that traditional sort of, Southeast Asian run-at-you type style of Dota, which is just so entertaining, being a little bit more conservative, and I think, that shows just how important these teams both consider the tournament to be.
Yeah.
And I think that'll be replicated later in the game as well. But I love the initiative ASUS are taking with these pushes. They're stacking Weave up. They're confident that they can't be initiated on while Weave is up. And they're pushing towers. And they've actually taken all but one of the outer towers compared to Warriors, who have only taken 2 T1s.
Yeah. You could, it's looking really good for ASUS in terms of the towers. Obviously, Warriors Gaming, if they do manage to get an advantage, it's like you always say, it's sort of sunk gold in those towers. It's free money if they actually manage to get some one fights here. But at this point, ASUS, they'll be very happy with the situation, and in fact, they're not going to be able to get the silencer either. But yeah, Aegis Immortal is down, so
it's been reclaimed.
This is going to be a game that, already. Warriors Gaming haven't been able to initiate onto ASUS with that with the Weave stacking up, but now that they don't have Aegis, I'm pretty sure once ASUS Arena spot that out, they're going to be very happy with this, and they might even be able to take the fight here.
I think they'd be pretty confident taking a fight without Aegis up, but we did see in that previous, when they were backing off, just how little they can actually do when the silence goes off. When Global Silence is off, what can they actually do? So without BKBs, without Mantas, Blinkens, whatever, it was really difficult. Dazzle couldn't even grave. Kunkka couldn't cast anything. So
yeah,
ASUS have to be very particular about how they're going to approach fights when Global Silence is up, because what is going to happen is if they initiate and they, make a bad call or Lifestealer rages too early, Barrett is just going to blink, he's going to lasso, he's going to pull them straight back to his team, he's almost got 4 stuff, and then Global Silence is going to go off, and all of a sudden, you can't do anything in that fight. But they are going to look to push mid, maybe get a smoke gank up. They've already stacked the Weave on.
Yeah, possibly a bit premature, but we'll see how it goes here, because they're looking for someone. They're not going to be able to spot anyone at this point here, and they might even look towards that mid tower, getting some damage off, but I don't know if that's really the right idea. They are going to look for the creeps, though. I think, if we saw something like some form of countering that Batrider and that silence come out onto the come out on this Dazzle here, I feel like even if he somehow produced the money to get a Lotus Orb, this would mean that Lifestealer would not be silenced, he would not be lassoed, and it's pretty much the best item, I think, here to deal with Warriors Gaming at this point.
I think, Lotus Orb is a fantastic item. One of the main reasons it's actually picked up is not for the Reflect, but for that Purge. And I think it's quite good on Kunkka. Again, it buffs up his armor, so it makes Kunkka far more tanky against that TA, stops him from being initiated, so then really the only vulnerable target is going to be that Dazzle. A lot of the other heroes are a little bit too mobile to be ganked by that TA. Puck is notoriously hard to kill. Lifestealer, purge off the silence. So that it really only makes Dazzle a viable option to go on unless the global silence is up. So I think Lotus Orb, really good item for ASUS this game.
Well, we'll have to see if they actually get the money to pick it up, because it's not cheap and it takes time, and especially when you've got a game where you want to prioritize your farm towards the Lifestealer and Puck. These two heroes won't be the ones building it.
We're actually seeing 2 Yules come out on the side of ASUS on the Puck and the Sand King, just to dispel that silence. They're not happy with how that last fight went the last time Global Silence was used, and they want to make sure it doesn't happen again. And also probably just stop the Batrider from taking those lasso targets anywhere. You know, he gets used. That's pretty much lasso wasted, really.
Yeah.
Lifestealer could be moving towards the Desolator, but also could be a BKB as well. You know, it doesn't hurt to have a second purge for that global silence. But then again, there's not necessarily that much that he needs to BKB off. That he isn't going to rage off at the same time. He doesn't necessarily need that much.
Global silence is pretty much it, I think.
Yeah, I mean, there's. You also want to make sure that you're not going to have napalm stacks up. There's a bunch of things that he can purge off, but not necessarily requires the need of that second magic immunity. Razor picking up his BKB along with that Dragon Lance, so he's going to be a lot more confident wading into fights and just dealing damage by existing. Similar to that Necro, you know, the idea of Necro and Razor is you just stay in the fight, you tank up, and you do damage just by being around.
Radiant's top tower's hurting.
Ogre, still doesn't have that much. Batrider has got the blink and he's just finished his 4 staff, I think. So let's get actually. I think 4 staff is one of.
Oh, fantastic play there! But it looks like there's global silence and the lasso coming through. And this is something that Kunkka doesn't want to be there. He's going to TP out just in time, and they're going to look for more. But
I was very curious for Puck there that he doesn't immediately Waning Rift. He used the orb, he used the phase shift, and he doesn't silence straight away. He sees Batrider, and the moment that happens, I would just panic hard. But he doesn't use the Yules either, so a little bit of a puzzling play by the Puck. Maybe just taken very off guard by the Batrider there.
Yeah.
And they end up snagging what is a very important kill. Puck has actually got the 3rd most net worth in the game, and I think at this point, this is where Puck can begin to fall off, and it can be very hard to get him to stay relevant in the game.
Exactly. Warriors Gaming actually getting the net worth lead in total at the moment. This is not what ASUS Arena wanted. Even just that kill making a huge difference, but they're going to have to try and get Puck back into this one, because his net worth is decent. It's still ahead of Razor, but I think Razor can do more with a lower net worth than a Puck can, I think, at this point.
I think so too, and especially with that BKB provides a huge spike in his power level. One thing that is worrying for ASUS is this Midas on the Silencer. Actually, I don't know how recently he picked it up, so apologies for that, but Silencer actually benefits fantastically from levels, and one of the few supports that can end up doing a lot of damage in the late game. He has stolen a total of 0 int so far. But he can do a lot with that stolen in and that damage. Since the buff to int damage amplification, his glaives actually get buffed by that as well. So for every 2 int he steals, that actually counts for that little bit more, and that can be very important. You know, when you start getting up to 200 int and you start doing, 400 damage a hit, that is, a long way away. But as Blitz says, infinite scaling, how do you win?
He does say that, but well, actually here, the Puck does use the Dream Coil just to be safe there. He's going to be alright.
Very puzzling.
But it's a big commitment to try and survive there, but whatever the case, he isn't going to die here, so... And ASUS Arena, I don't know what they do here, because it's very hard to push into this, Warriors game actually are ahead at this point. The kill count is so low at 28 minutes. And I think Warriors Gaming are looking to get at some form of pick-off here in the mid lane. Ogre's actually going to drop a ward, and I don't think it was spotted out either. They're going to look for more.
They're looking to use that combo again, the lasso into the global silence.
Guess
but
what's happening to
they're not going to bother getting the silencer. I'm sorry, the Puck in the mid lane.
They're going to look towards this tower instead. They drop a ward. This ward here is pretty useful. It's going to spot out a fair bit, you can spot out things like the Kunkka running through there. They might even be able to blink on someone if they make a mistake, and that's why Batrider's positioned like this, I think. Really nice play by him. And this tower's going to go relatively uncontested here at this point, because Asian Arena, they're down in the bottom half of the map at this point.
Well, yeah, it is
There's not a lot they can do.
They go a T2 for a T2, but I think ASUS gets a little bit better out of that because they were all farming at the same time. They get a little bit of extra money just from those camps. But at this point, Warriors going up against this very farm TA. I don't think they have the CC to deal with a TA unless everybody is on him.
Puck's got to be careful. Puck knows he's in danger. He is going to use... Face shift's going to come through. He has got the blink. Actually, he's been cancelled here. He may not be able to use it because he is going to get caught by that lasso, and the damage is there from TA for sure. It's a huge amount of damage, but at the same time, Lifestealer, I think he could have, but Lifestealer actually getting a kill down in that bottom lane here, but it's going to be
he's dead.
This TB is going to be cancelled. Weave, or rather minus armor from Deso, is going to come through, and the meld as well. Huge amounts of burst on that Lifestealer. I feel like there may even be some ping issues here as well. I think we did see a pause earlier with internet issues. The Puck here suffering, didn't actually get that blink off. That's pretty insane here for Warriors Gaming. They could even look to turn this to a pretty big push here very soon, because the death time is looking pretty good on Silencer.
I am a little bit perplexed as to why Puck for this Dagon, I don't think he's used it as of yet, and against the team of WG Unity, I don't think it's actually a good item, to be honest. Using the Dagon against the Razor, okay, you're going to get Purged. Using it against the TA, okay, Refraction. Using it against Ogre. Ogre's tanky as all hell. It's really only usable against Batrider and Silencer. And I don't think the 400 damage is going to be the difference between a kill or not. If Asion actually is getting close to a kill, the Dagon is not going to be the key factor in getting it, because they have so many slows. They've got Kunkka, they've got Lifestealer, Dazzle, Sand King. They've got a lot of opportunities to catch up. I don't think Dagon was the way to go. Something like a Shivas, which I honestly, a Veil is good. I don't necessarily think it's the way to go. I wouldn't want to rely too much on magic damage this game. I think Shivas is fantastic because not only does it provide a little bit of extra nuke damage, but the attack speed slow against Razor and TA is really good, and also the move speed slow, as well as just that little bit of extra damage, plus the armor. Armor is obviously all important against TA. Would have been monumental. I mean, he would have Shivas if he didn't have this Dagon. Or Sheepstick as well.
Next marks a spot for efficiency, but Dazzle is actually going to be caught out here with a flaming lasso and the silence coming through straight away. And this is how Warriors Gaming can playing it. They use that combo, and then as soon as they get a pick off, they just back it off and keep farming.
And that's exactly what they're happy to do. They get a kill every single time Global Silence and Lasso are up, and it's working out really well for them, taking this game a little bit slower. Looks like Sand King is actually going to be moving towards that Lotus Orb now.
Oh, well, that's actually really good to see. That item's going to make a huge difference this game. And I think, yeah, going back to that Puck with that Veil or the Shivas, I think that would have been huge. And Veil, I mean, Veil is something we've seen a lot on the Puck recently in terms of this tournament and other tournaments as well. But the Dagon is only single target damage, whereas the Veil would scale really well with the Infest as well. And we actually do see that the Veil and Infest always being sort of a relevant, you know,
I think Sheepstick as well would have been fine. But looking at the TA now, who we haven't actually looked at in a while, she's finished Bloodthorn and a BKB.
Yeah,
that
so she is super fun.
She can kill anybody solo, basically, regardless of weave stacks.
Yeah, and this is where we're seeing this TA net worth is 7k, or sort of 6.5k ahead of the next highest, which is the Lifesteal on 13,000. And sure, he is pretty, you know, he's doing fairly well for himself at this point, but
She's
TA is really
ahead as well.
a huge threat. Yeah, level 20 at this point. It's 33 minutes in. She's doing very well here, and
she still doesn't necessarily have. She doesn't necessarily have that much health, but she is so far out leveling people that attribute bonus is beginning to stack up. She's got the BKB. She can tank through any magic damage, obviously, because she'll be immune to it. And she starts to begin to get tanky because she's just out-farmed everyone. And that's a huge issue. I haven't been watching TA closely, but I just imagine she's been farming every single ancient camp, stacking that up, farming all these extra camps while they've been pushing. And I have noticed that she's been farming the Radiant jungle quite a bit. And that's really problematic when you can't control your old drive, and a TA is just running right straight through it. I mean, look, she just took out a wave in 2 hits.
Yeah, I'm not sure how they're going to be able to deal with this. This is really scary. This TA is hitting super hard. The base damage is 126 plus, and then she's got 214 bonus as well. And I'm not sure what she can do. The open wounds are going to come out here, but they're not going to be able to follow up because the refraction's still there.
It does look like there is a little bit of a ping issue there, just with the Sand King. TA blinks, and then about 1.5, 2 seconds later, that's when the Sand King actually burrow strikes in. So perhaps ASUS just experiencing a couple of ping problems, issues.
And we've actually seen the Batrider TP back for this Dazzle. He might be able to get it here. The blink coming through, but he isn't going to have that mobility just there. He needs 7 more seconds till his blink is off cooldown, but it looks like he will be in range for the lasso here. He is going to probably use it here, but he might even save it to see how he goes, but he is going to try and use it here. He's just going to drag along, get the damage off. The Grave is just going to come through, and will it be enough? But looks like the Ogre Magi is here as well. We actually missed a kill up in the top lane with the TA, but Sand King, he's going in here. He's actually going to get the stun, and the Dream Coil onto the Batrider here. The Ogre's actually going to be able to sustain all of this. The minus armor comes through onto the Batrider, they lose the gem, and they want to pick this up. Puck actually managing to get it just in time here. The Ogre Magi, he's going to be stunned, and the epicenter is huge amounts of damage. It's the first time we've seen a big epicenter here, and it looks like the Razor is going to just run off with that BKB.
TA in the top lane.
Yeah, and TA getting ratting in the process here.
Well, actually also got the tower.
Oh, we didn't see that. The buyback. This buyback's coming through. He's actually going to jump straight into the lifestealer. He actually could lose his life here. The dieback does actually happen
That's
here.
exactly how he died last time. I think that's almost GG at that point. TA gets 2 kills on the lifestealer.
Oh, TA. Look at the damage on TA. She's actually managing to take 3 heroes on at once here. She is going to blink away, but she's actually blinked away, and she's going to TP out. Turret nearly on target, but that is insane. And look at the net worth. Razor's actually, for the first time since maybe the 10-minute mark, has actually overtaken the lifestealer and the puck at this point.
That's just phenomenal. I imagine if we could look at the gold swing of lifestealer and TA over that last minute. Lifestealer dies twice, buys back. TA gets 2 kills, gets the tower, gets the melee racks. That's probably around a gold swing of 3,000 on 2 heroes alone. That's huge, especially when it's between 2 cores. If you have a core solo killing another core, that's the most important kill in a game that can ever be had, really, because the net worth is being directly transferred between the 2 most important heroes in the game.
They've actually decided to give the ASUS Immortal to the TA here. Not too bad of an option. They could have gone for the Razor as well, but for item's sake, I think they went for TA.
Lives, they win fights. It's pretty much, she's got Moonshard now. When she's bloodlusted up, she'll take towers down in seconds. It's just a phenomenal amount of damage.
Well, and this is where Warriors Gaming probably going to look to group up again. They're going to go for this bottom lane, maybe even the mid lane, depending on where the team groups up. TA is going to just solo this Sand King, but nearly finishing off. He does just get away with the X. And this damage is too much at this point. And that's, you know, you can just imagine when the Bloodlust comes through. She's actually eaten the Moonshot as well. There's so much farm on this TA, it's hard to comprehend. And Puck couldn't be just hit by just a few hits here. The Dazzle rather, actually just going to grave in time. The BKB coming through on the TA here, but it looks like they actually keep going to the Lifestealer. Lifestealer, he's got the Lotus Sword buff, but he is going to invest the Puck here. Really nice invest here, and actually managed to just get the amount of damage she required. The Ogre, he's going to go down huge illusory Puck here, but he doesn't actually go to it here. And the TA actually manages to drop here. She's got to be careful here. Actually, the Burrow Strike's not available for Sand King, so he doesn't have the stun. They've got to be careful here. Lifesteal, if he survives this, is going to be huge. He's actually going to go with the TA here. She's got the refraction touch. Cheese comes through, though, but she is going to be bursted down by the Dagon here as well. They're going to look for the Razor here. The X marks the spot comes through. This is insanely big plays coming out from Skembalulu here. They're going to keep going with the Razor here. The open wounds, the damage there, but at the same time, Dazzle managing to actually chase down Silencer in the fountain, and that's a team wipe for nothing. That is an insane turnaround. The gold swing is 6k gold going towards ASUS.
8.5k gold swing, 11,500 experience, and that was against Aegis and Cheese.
Get ready for the net worth graphs updates. That is a the infest into the puck was just... It was saved Lifestealer, and it turned into damage.
Made what I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, but what I would call a rookie mistake, and that was using the BKB before Aegis popped, and when Aegis came back up and she lived, she couldn't actually do anything because she was just CC'd to death. And now Weave's going to be stacking up on Lifestealer here, and I don't know if they...
They actually use it here. They have no way of saving the Lifestealer. He's actually been caught out. He doesn't have any sort of form, but he actually does have the Grave. Grave, huge range here on the Dazzle. He does have the Aether Lens here. That's what we want to see. And it looks like Lifestealer is infested inside the puck again, but they couldn't turn that into the tower. The tower just being still alive here. That's unfortunate for Asian Arena, but again, we'll have a look at the gold graphs. It's less than 10,000 now. It was, close to 20,000 before.
It was about 17. I would say it's probably about 17,000. And in that one fight, it went straight back down to like an 8,000 advantage.
Yeah, and so that's the power of comeback gold. But again, Asian Arena, they're not out of the woods yet. They're still down on melee racks. They've got to find a way to come back into this one. They've got to find a way of doing that again, because if they do that again, it's probably at least a racks going their way.
I think if they do that again, they might even try to throne. Surprisingly little chip damage being done to the bot T3. So the next time that they actually want to push that, it will still take a little while.
They're going to have to go through nearly the whole HP of the tower. That's pretty surprising, in fact. And that Lotus Orb may have been the key. That it certainly did work, but like we said, the Lotus Orb's one of the best items against Warriors Gaming, and since they've gotten it, it's done nothing but work here for them. So we'll have to see what this turns into. Warriors Gaming smoked up. They're probably going to drop a ward here or two as well, I would have to assume. They are looking for something. No one's being out of position. Asian Arena, they are inside the base, but they could look for an aggressive blink here.
They have already used the scan, so they can't scan this smoke.
Careful, the ward being dropped off the Lincoln's being popped, but again, the Lotus Orbs instantly onto the puck here. The silence is going to be purged straight away, and you can see the return onto the Bat Rider. He's got the BKB up, but the puck is very aggressive here. He's actually going to go forward. The Dreamcaller hasn't been popped here at all, but it's probably not a best idea to do it just yet. And down bottom here, the Silencer just getting away in the trees. But that could have been insanely good for Asian Arena. They could have just got that initiation they needed. But it looks like the Global Silence and Lasso are down.
Not checking Puck's inventory, not noticing that he has the Lincolns, and now Global Silence is down, and this actually might give them the confidence to go straight back mid.
I mean, DA's got the double damage, but it's not going to last forever. And they actually finished an AC up here.
We should, say that obviously Warriors still very much in control of this game. But at this point, it's just even the psychological factor of losing that much gold, being wiped, can be hugely detrimental.
Yeah, I was trying to actually ping out the Assault Cuirass there on the Lifestealer.
Yeah.
And Kunkka actually going for that ward there, but it's going to be instantly de-warded by the TA. And you can see this Lotus Orb. Can they do much against it? Actually, it's a really big play though, the Lasso coming through. But again, the Grave, multiple Lifestealer, he needs to invest if he can, but the damage from TA is still monumental at this point. He invests straight into the puck here. The puck needs to blink out if he's going to be okay, but he does actually jaunt to... Actually, he's going to get away here, but they're going to keep going here. The Sand King actually bursted down by Razor and Ogre at this point. Lifestealer, he has
they're going to turn around.
But the Grave, again, just comes off cooldown here. They're going to keep going.
They might go for the Bat Rider as well.
Actually, has fought back as well. And Bat Rider, he's going to be careful. He's actually been bashed up here as well. The minus armor is massive here. Dazzle being focused. Puck's got to be careful as well. And he might even get away here. But Ogre, really nice blink forward, but it's not going to be enough. And Lifestealer, he's going to be aggressive here. The Rage being popped. I don't know if he can really do this here, but the Open Winds comes through, but he is going to back it off. But at the same time, down in top lane, they actually lost the range racks.
That's tense. Ends up being actually a gold advantage because the Sand King buys back. But, that is the clutch Lotus Orb. I didn't actually notice, but Dazzle has one now too, so he's got the Aether Lens as well. He can actually Lotus Orb and Grave from a huge range. I think the range is 1200 on Grave. So I don't think there is actually any possibility of them stopping Grave getting off other than Global Silence stopping it. So at this point, Dazzle can almost save anybody he likes.
Yeah, and I think this is why we saw the TA try and focus that Dazzle last fight. It was a very hard effort though, because Dazzle was sort of running, he was really well positioned, and I think this is where we'll see maybe a change of targets for Warriors Gaming. Maybe if they take down that Dazzle as fast as possible, it might be the play here.
Yep.
But again,
Conker actually has
there to
a
Lotus.
gem now, so they're looking to just take a little bit more control of the map, you know, D-Ward. He's also got the Glimmer Cape, and you can see how much emphasis they are placing on this Lifestealer staying alive, and how many ways they can keep him alive. They've got Glimmer, they've got Grave, they've got Weave, they've got Shadow Wave, they have a million different ways to keep this Lifestealer alive. And we saw it just in that fight then. Lotus Orb makes Batrider lasso himself, and then he Lifestealer just almost walks it off, because it's not, the Lotus Orb actually wasn't that big of a deal there, it just protects him from positioning errors. He was still stunned for 4 seconds, and they didn't kill him, they couldn't kill him.
Yeah, exactly. And I think this is where this Lifestealer, and that was without the Glimmer Cape, I'm pretty sure. That was without the Glimmer Cape buff, and if he gets that, magic damage is not going to be an issue. They're not going to be able to see him unless they have the tower or they have detection. They actually still have that mid tower. It's very close to going down. But I think if Asian Arena, they manage to play that right, saving that Lifestealer again, they could be in for a successful fight. But, I mean, still looking at net worth, it is, you know, almost, it's sort of 12,500 going towards Warriors Gaming at this point. They're still
Warriors
up ahead.
Just farming the map better, I think, at this point. ASUS very just cautious about leaving their base and doing, you know, getting things done around the map, and that has really shown in their farm. I think Lifestealer hasn't got an item since that big five-man team wipe when he got his sock. Puck's only leveling up his Dagon, which is like a lot of net worth for not necessarily that much impact. Dazzle does have the Lotus Orb now. Looks like he might be working towards a Staff of Wizardry. Either that or he gets another Yule. They have 3 Yules on their team. Sand King working towards that Ags, but obviously he's not getting there. So at this point, ASUS, they've got a lot of net worth in the past, you know, few minutes, but they've not necessarily transitioned it into any items that are going to increase their efficiency and effectiveness in team fights. And that can be a real issue when you're up against, you know, TA has almost reached her limit at this point. I mean, this is the same that we saw her have. She's got 7k in the bank.
Yeah, and
but
net worth
that is very farm.
Nearly 31,000 here. The Puck going to bring forward aggressive play. Silence coming through. And they actually get the stun onto TA here, but they haven't got the damage at all. They actually don't manage to cancel the blink here. The X coming through, but Batrider with the BKB, they actually go straight into the Conker. The Lotus Sword comes through, but it's a little bit too late here because the damage has been there. The Lifestealer, he's trying to frontline here, but it's too difficult. Gems on the ground. No one's picked up the gem yet, but it looks like they do blink forward with that. Oh, actually, the stun comes through as well, and the Ogre, he's got to be careful. And this is not looking good for Puck Kicks. Damage is there. Lifesteal has actually been sort of Lotus Orbed up here. He's not going to go down, and they lose 1 for 1. But I think Asian Arena getting that Razor, not that bad of a trade for them.
No, it's pretty good. That's a 1.1k gold swing. They get an extra 1.5k experience out, which is really important at this point, because if we look at hero levels, they are lagging behind a little bit, especially on that Conker. He hasn't reached level 16 yet, and that can be really crucial for a Conker, simply because the cooldown on boat goes to 40 seconds, and that's really low. That almost allows you to use it twice in a fight. But yeah, like holding off every Rax attempt is huge for them. I think the fact that they're holding on, even getting kills, like Warriors backed off that fight with Aegis and Chi.
Yeah.
Like, you know, you're not supposed to back off from fights when you're 15k net worth up, you have Aegis and Chi, and you're confident. Like, that's, you know, not supposed to happen, and that's a really good sign for ASUS.
TA has actually been waiting in that top lane for a long time, possibly waiting with that double damage to get off a huge pick off, but she's going to TP back to sort of base here with that double damage. We're going to see, because Sand King, he's got his ult in just another 10 seconds.
Look at his Lifestealer, look at his Lotus. The thing is,
can't touch him.
These BKBs are getting lower and lower and lower.
Oh, Lifestealer, he's going to be careful. He's under 8.5 HP, but he does rage just in time here. The lasso coming through again onto the Dazzle, the really good target to go for. And look at this, Asian Arena have to back off as soon as they lose it. They actually go onto the Sand King as well. The Lotus Orb comes through. Is it going to be enough here? The Conker, he actually does manage to TP away, and they might just lose the Sand King as well. He is going to be in a lot of trouble here. There's no way of him getting him out, but they do get away just in time. But again,
a little bit too aggressive there.
Epicenter didn't get to be used either.
I think he was worried that he would be interrupted by, well, almost anything. I think one of the most problematic things is the flame break on Barrada. Long range, fairly instant, can interrupt at any range. But yeah, Global Silence wasn't up. I'm sure they would probably time it, but yeah, it wasn't up. So he may have been able to use the Epicenter there, who knows. But more importantly, he's not up for a minute, and they don't have Epicenter.
Yeah. And that might need to consider a buyback at some point here. The buyback is not available for another 20 seconds on this Sand King. If he really wants to use it, he might even consider here. They want to go into the TA here, but it's not going to be a good idea here because actually the Batrider gets bursted down here, and they've got to be careful of the live steal. He's still silenced up. He's going to get back just in time here, and they're going to go forward onto the TA here. Puck actually doing so much burst damage in that TA without the refraction. She's got to be careful. They're going to blink forward. Puck, really aggressive plays here. They get the X Marks spot onto the Yogi Magi here. They do actually manage to get the damage. The TA actually doesn't get to finish off the live stealer, and she's going to blink away just in time. The Bloodthorn was used.
If they overextend here.
Got to be careful. Silencer, he's in danger. They do have the vision. They do have the mobility against the Silencer. He hasn't got a lot of places to go. He's actually going to get just silenced, and he's going to get bursted before the TP. But he does have that refresher orb, and that's something we haven't seen him play just yet.
With 3 heroes. What?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's against Aegis and Cheese. They held racks with like 3 heroes. That's insane.
Well, it's the second time this has happened in a way with the Aegis and Cheese. And this is where Asian Arena,
at least last time it was a 5v5. Sand King wasn't even up. I mean,
I'm sure,
King,
yeah.
Yeah, he's got boots of travel. And we're seeing Puck and Lifestealer, they're probably catching up to the TA at this point. Because TA has 11k of nothing.
Exactly. She's probably going to think of buying something here, might even save the buyback. They're going to go on the racks here. They just need to use that Lotus Orb again onto the Lifestealer to make sure he doesn't die.
Without globals.
Oh, it's a good fort though.
Silencer has refresher. But still.
Fortifies there. The Batrider straight away onto the Dazzle again. They're going to focus him down. They're going to burst him down here. He actually might... Wait, he actually manages to save himself just in time. They're going to use straight away the Epicenter and the boat. And they manage to take down 3. The buybacks are all there. And they actually get the melee racks just in time. And they've got to get away. The Puck needs to get out of there. If he gets away, the Lifestealer gets away. And Dazzle might be the one to straggle around behind.
The back lines.
And they are managing to get the Kunka. And did they get the Dazzle? They didn't get the Dazzle. Dazzle TP'd out.
Yeah.
Wow.
What is happening?
I don't know what's happening here. You can look at the fight recap. Oh my god, look at the change. 2.9k going to Asian Arena, but 6k gold is lost
to be fair,
by Warriors Gaming.
To be fair, that means nothing to TA, but the fact that buyback is uncalled.
Yeah.
TA still has 3.5k, but she doesn't have Aegis now or buyback. If she dies, I'd warrant that the game is just over. And at this point, because she has 3.5k left over, she's almost on par with Lifestealer and Puck at this point. Even though her net worth is technically 33k, a lot of that is not being used.
Yeah, it can't be used because of the buyback cooldown. And you can see here, the TA, they're picking up the butterfly, and I think the butterfly could be a huge tool here. You know, they do have the Dagon to deal with the TA, especially when refraction's down, but we'll have to see if it really pays off, because once you go through this, if they actually manage to get the damage to outlast the butterfly, this could mean, yeah, like you said, the TA goes down, that could even mean game here. Yeah. But it all comes down to the usage, and we're seeing Asian Arena really on point with the usage of the Lotus Orb, with the Lincoln Sphere, and the bow, and the Epicenter that last fight as well.
It was just beautiful how they played the last fight. They got them right in between those Raxes.
They're paused. They're going to initiate here. They go straight onto the fight, but again,
what a
they phase shift as well. The Lotus Orb is there. They're going to keep going. They're going to go for the TA as well, but it looks like Skembalulu is actually going to turn his attention towards the Razor. He's going to be careful though. He's actually getting pretty low, but again, the Razor, the Midas armor is there. They use the Grave. They had it that whole time. TA is going to go down as well.
I think that's
just fight back. She's down for 120 seconds here. Ogre's going to TP back to base, and they're going to push straight down the mid lane. And I think this is where Silencer might even think about going back.
The weave hit everyone. The phase shift comes out from the Puck. That instinctual, holy shit, I need to phase shift right now. And he does it, he gets it off. Batrider dies in 3 hits to the Lifestealer. And TA just gets caught around the backlines, and all of a sudden...
Yeah, exactly. And I think this is where we're going to see if this defense is going to be strong. But there's the
they're going to call it.
Warriors Gaming. I think this is a bit of a shock loss as well. bit of an upset in some ways, but the GG coming out. And the puck, pause
bit of a
I'm not sure. But the GG coming through, really well played by Asian Arena. I think the goal advantage, we just quickly have a look. Actually, we can't see it, but I'm sure it was probably still insanely going the way of sort of Warriors Gaming here. But Asian Arena moving on, and Warriors Gaming taking their departure early here. Thank you very much for watching. We'll be back again with another game very shortly. Still on the same channel, still on the same stream.
Hopefully just as good, because that was hype.
Exactly. We'll be right back.
We'll see you soon.
You can lift your head up to the sky. Take a deeper breath and give it time. You can walk the path along the lines with your shattered frame of mind. It's that you could always stay. We can wait right here and play until somehow you can find a slightly better frame of mind. And when the light comes through, when that day isn't you, then it will be time for a new frame of mind. When all eyes are on you, you will know what to do, since you will have found your new frame of mind. When you lift your head up to the sky, take a deeper breath and give it time. You can walk the path among the lines, but always know that you'll be safe. I'll be here throughout your days. Come find me and we will play. travel to freedom, broken and worn, but they will keep on in the moonlight, the moonlight. The pressure is on, the cold of the season makes it hard to feel, but they persevere for the end game, the end game. I can only wish that one day we'll find the one to keep. The journey is an endless one to the same love, the same love. Travel to freedom, broken and worn, but they once kept on in the moonlight, the moonlight. I can only wish that one day we'll find the one to keep. The journey is an endless one to the same love, the same love. Breathe me into the light. Slowly heal the darkness in my heart. I hear you now. A taste was all I needed. I feel your love, loud and clear to the end.
light begins to fade now, and I feel like I'm losing time, but I don't know how I'm here. The sunlight has turned to gray.
Back everyone to the ASUS Republic of Gamers C playoffs here. We just saw Asian Arena take a really insane game. They actually managed to win in the end against Warriors Gaming Unity, and now they're facing up against Rex Regan Keon. Tatman Tat is back with me.
10 seconds to go.
How are we feeling, and what are we expecting to change this game? If there Welcome back. We actually just needed to do the coin flip. We are back. Again, I'll start with my question. Tatman, are we ready for this game? What are we going to see differently? And Asian Arena, they actually get second ban this time.
Okay. I'm just making sure that the time is going down, that we're not restarting, nobody's disconnected. I think we're okay. What am I expecting? Right. Probably a Sand King, a Faceless Void ban, maybe an Elder Titan ban, maybe a Mirana. Mirana's a hero that I don't think we've seen much at all, really. I did see it on the mainstream earlier. I saw it picked once, but other than that, out of all the games we've casted, it actually hasn't been picked up once. So maybe a Mirana is in the works, but one thing there isn't is going to be that Kunka.
Yeah, Rex Regum, they may have seen some of last game. I doubt it, though, for various reasons, but they've actually managed to ban out two of the most signature heroes for Asian Arena straight away in the very first phase. And this is where Asian Arena, they have relied on this combo a lot in this tournament. They've actually picked nearly every single game when it's been available, and this is where we're going to probably see something different coming from Asian Arena. And they have another ban here. Might be that Elder Titan, might be the Shadow Demon, and it looks like it's the Wisp.
That is interesting. I don't know much about Rex Regum. We don't see Wisp bans being too common unless you start getting really into the top level tournaments where people start valuing Wisp very highly. And only then on teams that pick it up a lot. Some teams don't value or play Wisp just at all, they just don't run it. But we are seeing the Shadow Demon pick up, which is very common, very, very common. But in return, Faceless Void is still in the pool, and this is probably the first time I've seen Void in the pool after the first phase ban. I think maybe the first or second time in this entire tournament.
5 seconds.
Exactly. This is sort of, I mean, we talked about the Wisp there for a minute. Wisp, some teams really just don't like running. And this is an example of maybe Rex Regum, maybe they do like to run the Wisp. Maybe, I mean, obviously these teams played against each other in the past in tournaments in Southeast Asia as well. This is the first time we've seen them match up. Both teams pretty good, pretty sort of strong in that region, but we're going to see a bit of a reverse from last game. Now Asian Arena taking up the Batrider and the Ogre.
Was this?
And now the Shadow Demon.
Was this Warriors' first two picks last game?
I believe it was.
I think it was
Ogre then Batrider, yeah.
Yeah, Ogre obviously very popular over this tournament, but Batrider as well. We've sort of didn't see him picked in many of those first games, but now he's seen a real rise in popularity. And I think that happens with a lot of tournaments. Batrider he's always lurking on the edges of the meta, or he's in it, because Lasso is just such a good spell. And it's similar with Lion. Lion is just, he's the staple support. He's been a staple support for so long now. I can't remember the last time that people said Lion was trash. I don't think I've ever heard that phrase. But Oracle also coming out. This is another very popular support at the moment. And we were talking a little bit last game about how there are a few supports that are sort of driving the meta at the moment in this tournament. And they are, 3 of them are picked this game and 1 of them is banned. And they are Shadow Demon, Oracle, Ogre, and Kunka.
Exactly. And something we need to mention, this Shadow Demon and Oracle are actually pretty well-known counters to the Lasso, or rather, you know, you can instantly purge it off. And this is something Asian Arena maybe, you know, they're going to have to think about, they're going to have to be very careful, because they don't really have any way of sort of preventing that until they get, you know, well, they don't actually have any way of preventing that, I'm pretty sure, at this point. No way of preventing the false promise to come through. But they are going to ban out the Void. They can't get the puck this game.
Huskar?
Yeah, I think Huskar is probably one of the plays. Asian Arena, they've got another ban here. Huskar's definitely an option. I mean, what else would you really pick here? Like Rex Regum, they could, you know, ban something out, like sort of that off-lane role. There's a few heroes to choose from. I don't expect the Beast though this game. Tidehunter's still available if they really are worried about it. Tidehunter's pretty good counter initiation for Batrider, but whether or not they go for it, I'm not too sure.
Yeah, Tidehunter not bad against Batrider because he can Kraken Shell. I'm 90% sure purges off the Flaming Lasso because it's a strong dispel. So Kraken Shell, works well against the Batrider, decent against the Ogre. I think Tide in general is a strong hero at the moment, and we've seen that teams that are confident picking him up do wonders with that hero. I think it's quite strong. But Tinker and Luna being banned, and maybe Aesion picking up the Dazzle, they picked that up last game. They did. It's a hero that they're very confident with, and I think they should be a little bit careful about the Huskar. Dazzle actually does quite well against Huskar because Weave and Shallow Grave are fantastic, but you know, Huskar can still wreak some damage against that team.
Oh, now something we need to mention. We haven't seen a Magnus all tournament.
No.
He's been picked up here, and this is where you start seeing maybe something to combo with this.
Sven.
You could even see the anti-mage.
Oh,
you could see anti-mage. You could see Sven.
Don't hype me up for the anti-mage. We haven't seen him once yet. We've seen him banned a few times when teams pick up Morphling. It was also a possibility here. It doesn't necessarily
reserve time.
Combo really well with the Magnus, but what you need to remember is Morphling's damage, a lot of it's based on agility, and Empower buffs your base damage, so that's based off agility. Morphling can get a lot from that. But yeah, he has been a very common pickup, and Anti-Mage has been a very common ban when people pick up that Morphling.
I think even a Morana here would be great for Rex Regum, just to get that Ags and then sort of just do an insane amount of damage with a Veil or an Ethereal Blade, just couple up with that reverse polarity. But yeah, they got plenty of options in terms of AoE damage. Sven, like you mentioned, he's still there. They don't have the Juggernaut Asian Arena.
I think depends on whether this Magnus goes, but we do see Invoker a little bit with
Radiance
the Magnus,
ban.
but they're going to pick up Axe.
Actually,
which is interesting.
Really good pick.
Yeah, I think what I love about Axe is that he can really disrupt the back lines, and if you have the Axe initiate first on the Batrider or the Dazzle, it's almost as if the fight's over. How do you counter initiate when your Batrider's already dead? And we saw that last game when the Batrider dies. Batrider dies. Well, they couldn't actually do much against Aesion, so it is. I love Axe. I think in general he's a really good hero. Core piercing magic immunity. He's good against Juggernaut. But I think what we're probably going to see is Juggernaut against the Magnus mid, and I think Juggernaut comes on top just a little bit because he has the healing ward for sustain. He doesn't really care about the shockwave damage because he can Blade Fury to dodge it if he needs to. He has decently high move speed, so he can dodge it. All sorts of things. But Rex Regum actually the ones to ban out the Husker.
Yeah, I'm actually really liking Rex Regum's draft at the moment. I also love this Axe pick is instrumental. You can go straight through that Shallow Grave on the Dazzle. And I mean, we'll mention what Admiral Bulldog talks about in terms of the Shallow Grave usage as well. Just the fact that you can, RP into the call from Axe, and there's nothing you can do if they actually manage to get the Batrider or the Dazzle, like you mentioned. That's fight over right there. You're gonna have spin damage as well, and you're gonna have burst from Oracle, and whatever this last hero is, it'd be some sort of see the Slark as well with the Death Pact is
Slark can really dance
big.
around this. I think Slark. There is still a possibility to pick up some lockdown, but I think at the moment they're probably going to be looking towards picking their safe lane, and that's not going to be the key to countering Slark in that mid-game, depending on what you pick. If I look at what's left in the pool, I mean, you could run an Invoker mid, but I don't think that's the way to go this game. Morana is still in the pool.
Reserve time.
It's really difficult to think of safe laners that you want to pick in this lineup, because I'm not sure if this Juggernaut is going mid or not.
Well, it's very hard to pick against you want to do something to counter-initiate against this, and Grave is not going to cut it because, now I'll mention, Admiral Bulldog, he once said that, with Alliance, how they would run the Shallow Grave is when you're up against an Axe, you only really need 1 point in the Shallow Grave because, you can't really, it's just going to be instantly countered by an Axe. And now we're going to see the Timbersaw. I think Timbersaw does somewhat well at sort of, surviving through all the damage, but whether they have the counter initiation against Rex Regum, I'm not too sure.
This could mean that we see Batrider mid.
You could be correct.
More likely we probably see the Timber mid and then the Juggernaut in the safe lane, I think.
Yeah.
Timbersaw, a decent pick here. I am very wary of it against an Axe though, and I think Axe is fairly good against the Timbersaw because obviously spin is pure damage, so it cuts straight through that reactive armor. Call is fantastic CC for anything. 4 seconds, pierces magic immunity. You basically do no damage to him because he has 40 armor for the duration.
10 seconds to go.
Obviously Timber can actually cut most of the heroes on Rex Regum because it's all pure damage, but he has to get to a point where he's comfortable getting that deep. And that can be really difficult against heroes like Magnus and Axe, who pump out a lot of magical damage, which is generally Timbersaw's weakness.
Well, we'll have to see how they go with that one. It's going to be tough. And the smoke already coming through.
I think this is one of the greatest changes to professional Dota. It makes the very start of the game actually sort of exciting when you see people smoke, TP, ward. Okay, we've got to get as much vision as we can. We've got to get it out. We've got to make sure that we don't get caught. I think it's actually quite exciting.
It's not going to get spotted either. That was a really nice ward placement. It's in such a weird spot as well. The sentry's there, but he's not going to place it, and that would be a very interesting place to place the sentry as well. But at the same time, Tapman, they actually managed to get an observer in lane unspotted as well. This ward here, not going to get spotted out. Yeah. It
is difficult. I don't know. Can you place that ward without being caught out by the team?
You can if you run... well, he was smoked, wasn't he?
Oh, he was smoked.
He was smoked, yeah.
My bad. I was going to say, yeah, of course he would have get caught out, but yeah, he was smoked, so that makes sense.
Well, I mean, both teams getting some really key vision. Again, another ward coming out onto this cliff here, not going to be spotted out.
You can see the priorities that both teams have. You know, ASUS looking more to secure their safe lane, making sure that they're okay, and Rex Regum doing the same. They've got 2 safe lane-ish wards. They've got one protecting that top rune, making sure that Magnus can get a rune or 2, which can be really important. That's one of the reasons that Magnus was popularized as a mid in the first place, was that Shockwave spam is actually really hard to survive.
Yeah. It's an insane amount of damage, low mana cost, you can back it up with clarities, and we're going to see, so the Batrider going off lane here, we're going to see the mid Timber, we'll see how that plays out. You did suggest maybe that mid Batrider might be the way to go. We're going to see it
actually has high base damage, and he's got Empower first, which is actually quite common you see people pick up. So he's going to be okay in last hits against this Timber, and it really does depend on how much he can harass this Timber out of lane, because he's going to struggle.
But actually, first blood up in top. Looks like they got a pounce into a disruption from the Shadow Demon. Well, actually, no, Shadow Poison stacking up there very quickly. We missed that one, unfortunately. Too focused on mid lane. But looks like that's first blood, and
yep,
Rex Regum, they're pretty happy with that.
Dotes on ASUS has almost consistently been one of the star players on the team, especially on his Sand King. So we're yet to see how confident he is on this Batrider. But I don't think they would have picked it if he wasn't confident.
Yeah, exactly. I'm sure if he's an offlane player, he's got Batrider sort of in his list of heroes. But it looks like Kirito maybe stepping a little bit too far here, because he's going to get pounced up. The damage might even be there. The Shadow Poison is stacking up, and they will get the damage to finish him off here. Batrider is not really in too much danger, but he's got to be careful he doesn't overextend against the Shadow Demon, who's very low.
We were talking earlier, we've talked in all our drafts about how laning up against Batrider is very easy when you have a perk, and Slarks is on a 9-second cooldown level 1. So he has, I would not even hesitate to say, he has 0 kill potential against the Slark. He'll never kill him, because he can never stack up Napalm.
Yeah, and that's with Oracle close by, you've got Fortune's End instantly purging it off as well. And this is something that it's really nice.
He's actually got a triple stack here. Hopefully he gets spins, and yeah, okay, he's got all the spins that he actually needs.
And it looks like he's going to do very well there.
One more, actually.
Oracle, not really the place you want to be, but he is going to get away just in time there. Batrider, he might even consider using the Firefly here to get down, but he's going to be alright for now. But that axe, yeah, look at all that gold he just got. He actually might even deny himself at some point. He does.
Yep, then he can safely finish off that tri-stack, which is extremely aggressive for an axe jungle, but it's going to actually end up paying off for him, because he's doing pretty well in last hits, and Juggernaut in the safe lane has having a whale of a time.
He's not even being contested. No one's even in this off lane. They're just looking to shut down the Batrider and looking to protect the Slark, I think. And we'll see if it's the right decision.
It's risky, because at this point, Juggernaut, he doesn't even need a safe a support to safeguard him, which means that it unlocks a support for ASUS to move around. And it does mean that Dazzle is going to get more levels. And Dazzle is kind of a level-hungry support. I mean, you always want those extra levels in. All of his abilities are extremely effective, and Poison Touch coupled with Weave, actually a decent nuke. It does 360 physical damage at level 4. Couple that with Weave, and you actually have a pretty fearsome nuke, and Juggernaut is going to be farming to his heart's content in this safe lane. They might even look to grab a T1.
Yeah, I mean, you can see that actually Gobus here on Dazzle went for a single pull, probably to get some pushing done, because this is a tier 1. They're going to have to force someone down here, and when they force someone down here, it'll mean a sort of more space for Batrider to catch up, and maybe even try a pick up on Slark, but it's going to be very, very difficult, especially when
I think at this point, what Dazzle should be doing is stacking these two stacking both of those camps, and then giving Batrider or even Timbersaw a little bit of a vehicle to come back in the game. At this point, this offlane has really been sacrificed, and Dazzle is not providing much in the offlane, the safe.
No, he's just
pushing a little bit, but Shadow Demon has actually rocked up to the lane, which I think is really smart. Shadow Demon, level hungry support, more so than most supports. Not necessarily level hungry, but he really uses them well. And having a solo lane for this Shadow Demon, one that may not necessarily be able to kill him. Juggernaut, if he picks up the phase boots soon, then he's going to be able to spin straight.
Batrider actually got finished off by the Purifying Flames here, level 2. He was so close to getting away, but he was just in range of that Purifying Flames.
I think Batrider needs to leave the lane. They put Ogre in the off lane, let him get some free levels, because Ogre's, kind of unkillable if he just sits back and relaxes. And then Batrider jungles, get Dazzle to stack. There are things that they can be doing right now.
Looking for Magnus.
Pull them back.
Fire Blast is there. They're going to get the slow as well, but it looks like they actually
have
taken it. He doesn't, but I don't know if they know that.
Yeah, no.
Asian Arena probably don't know that. Axe though,
the business.
He's not going to be spotted out here. Well, he is going to be spotted, but he is pretty tanky at this point with that Iron Talon and the Stout Shield.
Loads
not really a lot they can do.
Axe has been really having a party in this jungle, and he loves Mud Golems actually, because it's extra units to attack him for the spins.
Yeah, and I mean, both teams are sort of gaining a lot at this stage, but I feel like Rex Regum could be gaining a little bit more. They're looking towards the Shadow Demon.
We are seeing a 2K initiation. Oh, they're going to go for
Fire Blast is going to come through. The disruption's there, but it's going to come through, but it might not be enough here. They're going to just try and stack up enough Shadow Poison to be enough here. He's going to be careful. Axe needs to be careful. Juggernaut, he might decide to go back on the Axe here, but he's standing next to creeps here. He's actually going to salve up, and it's a really nice Omni Slash taking down the Oracle here. That's a double kill for Skembalulu again. And he does actually get that kill in the end. But I mean, the top lane though, Slug is gaining from this, and I feel like something we need to mention here.
That's sort of the thing, is that Slug was already free farming, so yes, it's a trade, but it's a trade that they would be making regardless. Axe wastes time running to the bot lane. Both Shadow Demon and Oracle die. Obviously, their net worth not impressive at all, but giving away a tap and to a Juggernaut, who's already had free farm. His last hits actually look like they've suffered a little bit. I think by 6-minute mark you can have 6 minutes 30. You can have a little bit more. So he could be about 55 right now, but he's got about 95% of his last hits.
Slug might actually look to try and get this Juggernaut, but it looks like it could go the other way. But again, both don't really have much to offer here. Slug, he's only level 6, and Juggernaut, he's already used the Omni Slash. And something I just want to mention, I mean, just before that fight down bottom there, I felt like both teams were gaining, but at the same time, Rex Regum, they were gaining for the Axe and the Slug, whereas they were just gaining for the Juggernaut on the side of Asian Arena. But that double kill sort of puts it a little bit more in terms of that gain for Juggernaut. It's pretty big, and it means Batrider can catch up in the bot lane.
Looking at the last hits, I mean, it's pretty convincingly in Rex Regum's favour. Magnus has actually done very well against the Timber. Timber still got a few last hits, and that's fine, but I think he probably should have got a little bit more out of the lane than Magnus. But it's showing that base damage for Magnus, his Coiling Blade, has really gained some value for him. But he's not actually denied that much.
Oracle, gonna run up behind here, but it looks like he's just dropping a ward.
Just to ward.
I was a little bit worried
they're probably going to be pushing this T1 as well, and I'm not sure if they're going to consider...
Spark's going to use... That's a lot of damage onto Juggernaut. I don't think he can really sustain that.
If he's looking to go for a Battle Fury, he'll be getting his Perseverance soon. I don't necessarily think that's the way to go this game, because it does mean that you spend a little bit more time being ineffective.
Yeah.
He does have Omni Slash up right now.
It looks like Rex Regum are in position for another gank here.
Oh, he could go for it.
The Shadow Demon's available. The Omni Slash, it is available. He does use it on the
Oh, there it is.
Fate's hitting just on the time there. Actually, they do use the RP.
Slug might die
out here, but they've got to be careful. Looks like the Dazzle goes down in the back there. The Disruption's been used, or rather, they actually do purge him off. He's slowed. He's going to be very, very... he is going to get taken down. 2 for 2, but they lose the Juggernaut, and the Slug survives.
If Timber had TP'd there, that was guaranteed kill. Because Timber has all AoE damage, he doesn't care that Slug's invisible. But he chooses to take a little bit more of a safer route farming, and it actually really costs them. This Juggernaut is their main hope. I mean, Timber, yes, fantastic hero, but with Empower, Slark's actually... Slark's going to take a bit of damage. But yeah, Slark is going to heavily outfarm anyone with Empower. He's got a free Battle Fury, so that can be really difficult to farm up against. Especially when, you know, now the trend has been for a long time to max Dark Pact on Slark just to farm up even faster. And he's already had a fantastic lane. And he now has basically the same amount of last hits as Jug.
Yeah, and with this Empower being coupled up as well, he's just going to have easy farm on the camps. He's not even going to worry about trying to sustain. Yeah, he's level 4 now. And he actually has 1 point obscure.
Yeah, not very common to see it maxed over Shockwave, but I think it's pretty smart in this situation because it's going to just let Slark really snowball out of control.
Yeah, and he already had like pretty decent laning stage as well. They're actually looking to sort of pressure this tower even more. Shadow Demon coming through with the poison.
Yeah, that poison is a huge deterrent.
Yeah, and it looks like it's working because they're backing off. I don't know if they're going to stick around. Juggernaut looks like he's gone back in. They might even stick around. They're going to try and get more vision, I think, before they go in. They're not going to be able to see this TP in.
300 gold off of his blink, so they might look to do something then and just chill in the middle.
Magnus got RP in another 10 seconds.
Boots.
He does.
They do have a little bit of support for the push. They can spam out a couple of harass spells. Juggernaut has gone for the Yash at first, so it looks like he might be going towards that Manta straight up.
Yeah, they've got to be careful though. This Magnus does have the RP up. They want to go on this. They are going to know this, I'm pretty sure. But at the same time, Slark, I mean, you can just see how fast he can jungle. He's looking towards the mid lane. They are going to get this sentry though. It's going to spot out the ward. Dazzle actually giving it to the Juggernaut. Something we did see Asian Arena try and do last time we casted them the other day. Just in that early game with the Quelling Blade, but priority's given to the carry here, and it looks like in sort of in terms of the trade here, they might even trade tier 1 top for tier 1 mid at this point. They might even try and defend. Doesn't look like it here, but they're going to go for this mid. They're going to go for top, and bottom is actually just going to be sort of passively farmed by the Batrider here, and I think they'll be okay
really
with that.
Mid lane though, actually putting a very aggressive ward
coming in. Timbersaw. He's actually getting away to Slark, getting pretty low there.
Slark doesn't care though, because he's going to go farm the jump.
He's going to regen everything passively.
ROG.
Exactly. He's a very powerful hero, and you can see why Rex Regan have actually picked him up here. It doesn't surprise me at all.
Magnus has actually picked up a blank now, which is pretty scary to go up against.
Pretty good timing.
He's hitting really hard, and he can actually farm lanes very quickly with this Iron Talon treads into maxing power. He does a decent amount of auto attack damage. We're seeing Axe has also picked up the blink, so the initiation at this point is going to be the strongest.
Juggernaut's not smoked. They're going to use him as bait here. They might even fall for this.
They have the grave though. They have the grave.
They're going to give the Axe to the grave. It's available, but it might not do anything against the Axe call as well. They're going to skew it back up onto the high ground here. They've got to be careful. They actually get the bonus damage onto Dazzle here as well. They're going to find him. The burst is there. They need to keep going. Timber maybe sticking around. Everyone's so low. He might even look to try and get plenty of pickups here. You've got to be careful. He needs the movement, but he's going to back it off here. And it looks like they actually managed to get the Batrider in the process.
So close.
And everyone is so close to dying.
I'll take that.
Bit of a miss by ASUS. Just baiting the Juggernaut like that. Surely they had to know that Magnus would be behind to back him up. And that's what I was just about to talk about. The initiation is so strong right now on the side of Rex Regan, and there's not much you can do against it.
No breaking down the
exactly.
structures.
No, we talked about in the drafting stage, and Timbersaw was the pick to sort of finalise it. Don't know if, I mean, they didn't really have that many options available, but I feel like here it's going to be tough, and they don't have those items they had last game, like the Lotus Orbs or anything like that just yet, and they might even think about going for them just so they can just protect the Juggernaut again, but it's going to be
really tough.
Dire's top tower's getting beat down.
I mean, at this point, Rex Regan have pretty confident map dominance. I mean, they're farming the Radiant jungle pretty safely. But one thing that ASUS do have is that Juggernaut and the Timber, if we look at the individual net worth, they're still pretty high. You know, they're not falling behind at all. They're still pretty confidently sitting, you know, in that healthy spot. 400 gold behind the Slark and right on that Magnus. So we saw the power of the Timber last fight, and he's maxed his Timber chain now. So I think this is the most important ability for Timbersaw, and it just gives him that extra mobility to be able to dominate fights. They just need to make sure that they can finish people off.
Yeah, and they're going to look to maybe initiate here. They've actually let the weave stack up a bit. Batrider's going to use the Firefly. They're going to search for someone. I don't know who they're going to find. They're going to run into the high ground here. Maybe even catch out the Axe, but I don't think they have the vision. And they don't get any kills there. They just need to spot him.
Oh, they didn't
spot him. No,
he saw them.
He pinged him. And back here you can see Slark, he's got the Shadow Blade. He's actually going to look up behind them. If he can actually get initiation onto the Dazzle here. They might even go on the Dazzle here. He's going to use the pounce. He's going to catch up the Dazzle with the Grave instantly though. Really good timing here. And Slark, he's got to be careful. He's really low, but he is going to get False Promise as well. Timbersaw, he's actually going to get out a little bit here, but it looks like they can't continue this. Oh, Juggernaut's actually going to get skewered, and the RP is cancelled just in time. He doesn't actually manage to use it there at all, and they could even look to go back on this, but I think it could even just be an even trade here. Timbersaw, he's half HP, he's looking to keep going here. He's going to go over the Axe here. He can get nuked, it looks like he might do. Oh, but it's a fantastic lasso just before the RP comes through. RP is just going to get bursted down the Magnus. They trade the Dazzle for a Magnus here. They could look for more, but I think Timber is really aggressive here, and I don't know if it's the play. At the same time, they're not finished though. Slark and Axe, just gonna back it off here. But that was, I think that lasso just saved the Juggernaut's life.
Yes, I think that lasso is gonna prove the lasso that kept them in the game, because that was about to be a 3-man RP.
Yeah,
and that's actually an 850 gold swing for a 1-for-1. Good amount of experience split between all the Radiant heroes, so they're gonna be pretty happy.
Timber.
I think Rex Regum, very lucky that didn't go any worse than it did.
They're gonna get the blink, they're gonna get the call, they're gonna get the damage, and they get him as well.
Luckily,
with the
he is
call
10 gold
end.
from picking up his Bloodstone, so he doesn't lose any charges.
Well, that call at the end there, the blade coming down, they get the kill. And that's a pretty important kill there. I think Timbersaw, his net worth, he's still third on the net worth, but that's nothing to just to sort of look down upon, because this Slark and Axe actually getting the kill there. Axe catching up ever so slightly. His net worth is actually, and you can see Rex Regum net worth is looking really nice for them at the moment. The Magnus is, and the Axe is pretty far ahead. Batrider is lacking.
Yeah, it's the Batrider that's really causing that sort of net worth gap. Can see compared to Axe, who was in the jungle the whole time, and Shadow Demon compared to that Dazzle. So yeah, I think looking very confident for Rex Regum in the moment, and I think if they just play it right, they have an easy win in their hands, kind of. But if anything, we've seen Asion perform better under this type of condition, this pressure. Yeah. They were immaculate in their play last game when they were put into this position, just behind. And I think they will not give up.
Might have to spread out here.
Oh, Magnus.
The Batrider just gets the blink. I don't know if it does. The RP comes through. The skewer as well. It's 2. The call comes through and catches both of them. The Juggernaut and of course the Ogre Magi, or the Timbersaw rather, going to try and get the kill. The False Promise comes over onto the Oracle here, and it looks like they might even go for the Juggernaut here. He's going to be slowed up by the Purge here. He's getting pretty low. Actually, they do get the Grave in the end. He needs to find a place to run because that healing ward's dead. They just need another pounce onto him. They might even find him here. The heal, actually the pounce missing from the start, but they do manage to find him. And that means they got to back out of here if they don't want to die here. The Weave running out. Ogre running back in. They actually get the disruption straight onto the Timbersaw here, but I think they should just let him die. And they died in the wall. He got caught out in the back lines there. Yeah. And they're going to have to back off. They might even look for the Dazzle here. Dazzle, he's got to try and run here. He's got to try and get away. The Axe actually has the blink dagger. They try and get on him here. They get the call available. They blink back down. And they actually try and target the other one here, the Ogre Magi here. They're going to try and continue this here. They get the Timbersaw with the damage. They're going to look for the Axe. They need to cancel the blink though. The blink hasn't been cancelled. They do cancel the blink. They're going to try and find him here. The Weave is ticking down. He's getting pretty low on the armor here, but they're going to try and find some way to actually burst him here. He's pretty tanky, but they have got the lockdown. They have got the damage. They find him in the end. And Ogre was going to TP out safely.
That's the small turnaround that they needed. They're going to get a T1 at mid-tower. Pretty good gold swing for them, actually. About 2,500 gold swing. It's really good for them. I think that's exactly what they needed at this point. But yeah, that fight that they try to initiate, they smoke up to the mid lane, really sloppy, because I feel like they're forgetting about Magnus. They've seen him blink and RP. They know he has blink and RP, and yet they're not playing around it at all.
Need to spread out a bit, maybe.
Definitely, I think they need to spread out. I think they need to be constantly conscious about how this Magnus is going to play the fight.
Yeah, well, I think once they start realizing, stop playing around that as well, they're going to do really well. And I think that this is something you know, like you said before, Asian Arena playing really well under pressure, and they are certainly under pressure here. You know, these are all best of ones, and if you lose a game, you're out. And they could even look to go to other Timber Saw, but he just latches away just in time to avoid the call. He's going to get away for now, but you can see Rex Recom all rotating into that top lane. Yep. Slark looking for a pick-off. He could find the Jug, but I don't think it's really the pick-off he wants to go for. He looks like he will try it, though. The Shadow Blade, bonus damage as well. Yep. Juggernaut, he does have the does he have the damage available? They need to find a way to lock down the Slark. He's he's got no mana left. He's got no mana. They need to use the Omni Slash. They do. Slark, does he have any way of getting away? But it does go down. The critical on that one level of crit, taking him down. The Batrider going forward. It's a really aggressive move, though. He's going to instantly purge that Lasso as well. Batrider, he's going to be careful. He does die. He loses the gem as well. It's on the ground. Actually, Axe picking it up. Ogre Magi picked it up rather as well. And he's going to be careful with disruptions there. They just need a way of locking him down. Axe, he's going to just back it off. But yeah, Ogre got that gem.
There was a second there where the three of them were grouped up. Magnus had Blink and RP. He doesn't take the opportunity, perhaps a little bit scared, but... Oh! I mean, Batrider didn't have to die there. That was so... And he was carrying... Was he carrying a gem at the time?
He did. He lost the gem onto the ground.
That was so aggressive. When you're carrying a gem, you can't do that.
Even without carrying
picked
a gem.
up the Battle Fury second now, so he's realised that perhaps he needs to farm faster, and that this game is going to go longer than they expected. Timber Saw, meanwhile...
Yeah, I'm not sure what's happening up here. He's been caught out again, but again, this is like the third or fourth time we've seen Timbersaw get caught out in top, but they haven't been able to take him down. He's actually got the Hood of Defiance as well, and he didn't even need to use it there. But if he had, he would have been super tanky. Yeah.
Oh no, was it?
I don't know. If,
I have seen at least twice this tournament Timbersaw's pick up that Hood of Defiance, and I think
I see what you mean.
It really, because he's naturally resistant to physical damage because of reactive armor. And Hood of Defiance really helps him survive that magic event.
Exactly, and it makes him a very, very hard to kill target, and this is exactly what Asian Arena need. They need that frontliner. They've got the Juggernaut, but Timbersaw is another option they can use, and a very, very good option if you're going to pick up
this
that
Magnus
as well.
Has actually gone Echo Saber, looking for a little bit more of a auto attack focused build here, which is actually surprising. I would have thought that he'd go Blink maybe into Shivas or Refresher, because I think Shivas this game is quite good. I generally rate Shivas in general. I think the slow is really fantastic. The attack speed slow is also great. The extra damage and the armor, especially against Juggernaut and Dazzle with the weave. I think the armor is probably one of the most important aspects as well. But he has gone for a little bit more of an aggressive build with the Echo Saber, and if in the right conditions, you can actually pump out a lot of damage inside that RP, but I don't necessarily think it's the right way to go.
Well, we might even see that Echo Saber come to fruition in this next fight, because they're all smoked, and Asian Arena, they are completely split up here. It's just that Batrider, and he's been spotted out by the scan here. And this is Batrider. He is not in a good position. He's got the gem as well. He's got a gem. He's going to be careful. They might even go on him. Actually, they're going to use the call here, but it's not going to catch him out. That's a really nice blink from Batrider. Looks like they will go for the Ogre here. Means they don't lose the gem. They are going to go for it here. The disruption comes through. The Purifying Flames going down to the Oracle there. And it looks like in the meantime, Juggernaut getting some farm bot. But yeah, that Batrider, I think he would be very happy. And Asian Arena probably celebrating in a way that they didn't lose the gem again. They don't lose the Batrider.
The axe walked into the Firefly and it disabled his blink, and then he called nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, just a bit of a mistake there.
Slark. The Sentry Ward really well placed here. Down bottom though, actually Juggernaut being completely bursted down by Axe and that Blade Mail.
Radiant's top tower's hurting.
Oh,
that'd do it.
Radiant's
that's
huge. That's amazing. Axe taking out the Juggernaut. It's going to be... that's going to swing the momentum a little bit. They might even look to take the Team 1 now. And Slark has his BKB, so he no longer has to be shot.
He does. He's going to get straight on but they're instantly going to purge it off, though. The Flaming Lasso was really well timed. He didn't actually get in any way of doing that. And it looks like the Wex, or the Weave, rather, just going to put this Slark a little bit of danger. He's going to have to be careful. Timbersaw, though, he's really aggressive here. He's actually not going to go down or anything. The Hood's coming through. The Blink of Slark. He's actually going to give the vision they need for the Blink here. And the reverse polarity from the Magnus. Damage is there from the Timber, but is it enough? They won't be able to finish it off here. Timber's going to back it off before he gets caught out. He's sticking around, though. He might even get pounced by the Slark. It looks like he will, but he is going to instantly latch out of there. The disruption the getting fogged here. He can't actually use the disruption. And it looks like, I mean, Shadow Demon's still going for it a little bit.
Taking hits.
But they can't follow this up, and this is where Asian Arena, really dangerous plays, and that the Slark giving the vision for the reverse polarity blink.
I don't even know why they
Really
bothered lassoing the Slark. You know, Batrider, Ogre, and Dazzle is not enough to kill Slark right now. Or even, I would probably say throughout the entire game, they will never have enough damage on Ogre, Dazzle, and Batrider to kill Slark on his own.
Even with the weave, it's going to be hard to tell if they'd be able to do that. Oracle's going to TP out, the disruption's coming there. Shadow Demon, they could be in a little bit of danger, but I think... Oh, that's a really nice latch, but again, the TP... Oh, he gets the damage to finish him off. That's why people pick Timbersaw.
That'd be why the burst damage, probably one of the big factors. But yeah, Shadow Demon actually has a blink, so that's really big for their initiation, and it actually means that he can get the jump on the Batrider or the Timbersaw, which can be really important in these fights.
Exactly, and you know, did you sort of take note of what happened with the Echo Saber that fight? Did it do, you know, what it was supposed to do? Were we going to see this
most of the
Echo
damage
Saber
was
pay
coming
off?
from the Slark and the Axe, but I did not pay close attention, because as soon as that RP ended, Timbersaw actually really nuked that Magnus down, and he got to about 20%, so he had to back off almost immediately.
We'll have to see if that Echo Saber pays off soon. They're going to go on the Axe, they're going to put him out. The lasso's there, they have him there, the Blade Mail is going to not do anything against the Juggernaut with that Omni Slash. Really nice usage there, they finish him off.
Really good
Juggernaut
kill
getting the kill.
And this actually might give them the confidence to go for the T2 top.
They get 800, that's a gold swing of about 1200 gold just from that. That's insane. Asian Arena just sort of showing that they're not out of this just yet. They're looking for more, and this is the tower they're going to look for.
I think if they showed one thing last game is they're comfortable fighting under pressure.
Mid towers coming
Exactly.
apart. Can't do
But
nothing.
at the same time, they're going to sort of actually, they're going to have to rotate back to mid. Juggernaut rotating back. Are they still going to push this top tower? I mean, they've got the ability to cut the wave.
Juggernaut's already TP'd back, and I think that's the majority of their physical damage.
Timber, he's the only one down here. He's got to be careful. He's going to be stopped up by the... Oh, they're actually going to use the disruption here. They need some lockdown. They're going to use the purge, and actually purges it off. But again, the Timber Chain just a little bit off target here. Slight use the BKB, but it won't be able to do anything here. The reverse polarity, though, really nice play. They might even get a double kill here. Looks like they will just finish off the Timbersaw here. They're going to look towards the Batrider. He's got the 4-stuff, he's got the blink. He's got to be careful because the disruption was available, but no Aether Lens on the Shadow Demon just yet.
I think just a little bit of a maybe miscommunication, misjudge there of Aesion. They could be pushing both of those lanes right now. Juggernaut could have taken down the T2, and he could have done a hunk of damage on the T2 mid as well. So I think they could have chosen the rat path in a sense there, but they choose to take the fight, and I think they really suffer for it at this point.
And this could even mean a Roshan, but could even, I mean, it's certainly looking like it. Slark here, easily going to pick up this Roshan. If they give it to him, they could give it to the Axe as well. Axe and Slark, pretty good targets for that Aegis the Immortal, but I don't know what they can do. I mean, Asian Arena, they've got to just sort of find a way to farm while this all happens. And Juggernaut just going to push mid. He's keeping up in net worth with the Slark though, but again, Slark's now got Aegis the Immortal. It's going to be tough to see. That's really the even trade-off with the Juggernaut.
Yeah, I think where Juggernaut shines is in these, you know, in man fights where he can just really out DPS the enemy core, and especially with Bloodlust, he's going to have no problem taking people down. The issue is that the RP is just going to really hurt him. I mean, RP goes through Magic Immunity, Core goes through Magic Immunity, Purge goes through Magic Immunity. Like, those are three huge abilities that are going to stop Juggernaut from really moving around the fight. And Axe has actually picked up a Shadow Blade here, so that's an interesting choice considering they've already stacked.
He's getting spotted out, the disruption straight over, and it's a really nice lasso. They actually managed to catch it up, but again, the false promise coming to the rescue here. The Grave comes through to Juggernaut, but again, they actually can hold straight through that. And they dunk straight through that shallow grave there, and it looks like they could even go for this Ogre. He's got not a lot of places to run. He might try a TP, but they're going to, the vision games against him. He's going to try and TP, but disruption coming through. He is surely going to fall here, but this is just what we see. This Axe is just really going against that grave, and you can see about 19, nearly one sort of 2k gold going back the way of, Rex Regum in the end there.
Yeah, they're really comfortably ahead at the moment. I mean, even though the Juggernaut and the Timbersaw are you know, second and third, the rest of the team is really suffering for it. And I think at this point, the CC of Rex Regum is really hard to go up against. I mean, RP and Cole, that's... What duration is RP at the moment? 3.75 seconds. Cole is 3.2 seconds.
The damage is there, the Graves there, but oh, he didn't actually get the dunk off. The mana's not there for the axe, and he actually couldn't finish him off. The Hood of Device he actually missed the chain, and it means he's gonna die for it. Slug gonna get purged of that slow, but it's
yeah,
not looking good.
At the end of the day, in these team fights, Rex Regum have 6.5 seconds of magic piercing disables at will. They can just use it with impunity, and there's nothing that ACA can do to counter that because the Grave is countered by Dunk.
Radiant's mid-tower's getting banged up.
We're going to have to see if Asian Arena, they're going to let this tower go. They're going to do what they do best. High ground defend. I think this is where we've seen their strength last game. It's like, going to get the last hit on the tower here. They might rip up for something else.
The real issue for Juggernaut right now is he has 2 items and 3.3k, and he can't really spend it. I mean, he can look to get a BKB. I don't know if that'll be the difference because obviously Call and RP go through BKB.
Yeah.
I mean, he can look to get Diffusal, but I don't think that's the item that's going to win him this mid-game either. I don't think there's any one item that brings Juggernaut straight back into this game, and that's a huge problem. Because he's not even out-farming a Slark with Battlefield. Granted, Slark has much more, you know, map dominance and in power, but you really want to be on par.
The Radiant got one last.
Yeah, I mean, he's not too far behind, but he is behind, so it's going to be tough for him to try and come back. And Slark's actually picked up that sort of that Eye of Skadi now. Juggernaut might even look towards something like that Butterfly. It's possible. It is a good item to have this game, but whether or not he goes for it, we'll have to see. Both teams backing it off a bit. Juggernaut just doing a bit of split pushing here, trying to pressure the map. Axe is onto that for sure. So yeah,
gotta love that 16% movement speed buff on towers makes them move real fast.
And you can just see this Axe actually going, like, you can. Is he going to go for the Abyssal Blade here? I think this is what we'll see this Vanguard turn into. But once they get that, it's even more lockdown, more things that go through Magic Immunity as well against the Juggernaut.
It's just rough. That's what it is. I mean, at this point, they have the CC to more than deal with their 2 cores. Batrider's providing nothing to fight.
Chug, he's got the Manta. He's actually got the spin here as well. The Weave's going to go through. It's going to be hard. But again, they use the demonic purge straight away onto the Juggernaut. The Graves there. He's going to use the Omni Slash to really good on this slash here. Axis in around to Cole through it. They've got to be careful. Slark, he's very low. He's actually just going to use his ult just in time, and he's going to keep going. The RP catching 3. They're going to keep going for the Timbersaw here. They actually do manage to pop the Aegis the Immortal. But that's a triple kill for Magnus, the Echo Saber.
We talked briefly about if this auto attack Magnus is going to work out. Well, it did. I think there was 1 crit in both those attacks, but he really chunked down that Dazzle so quickly.
Yeah, and the vision that Slark has been giving to this Magnus all game has been given so much vision here. They nearly caught him down with the weave. It's all about that weave this game. Slark with the BKB, he's got it up available. It's going to go for 8 seconds here. It's still pretty good. They don't have a lot to do against him here. They can throw out as many Timber Chains as they like.
Yep. Oracle's just going to keep up.
Axe is here. The Blink, the Blade Mail's available. They just need to lock him down. The damage from the Purifying Comes that instantly purge off the Yules. They're going to look for more. They actually skewer him back behind them. Really, really good surviving there for the Timbersaw. Actually just getting away.
I think that skewer almost kept him alive.
You gotta look for more here. The Magnus, he's in a bit of danger. They could look to pick him off here. They just need some sort of lockdown. He's going to use... Actually, they're going to be careful with the disruptions there. The lasso's on there. They need to lock down. They actually use the demonic purge straight into the Batrider. He's being kited around here. Batrider, the slow is insane. They actually don't have some tools to deal with that. The BKB and the Blink on Magnus proving to be super useful here. The Timbersaw, the only one alive here, really. Juggernaut's already backed off. He's got to be careful. He actually is going to be disrupted and pounced here. Stacking the stuns a little bit, but again, the call's there. They finish off the Timber. Only Juggernaut left to defend, and it's looking like a very, very hard attack to defend. Massive gold swing back towards Rex Regum here.
Yep. It's going to be really difficult to come back from this one. It's not like last game where they had kind of a better draft and you could see that they were playing the fights better. At this point, they're 25k behind, which is
Timbersaw.
Almost
gonna get RP'd, gonna get pounded.
It's looking very much like GG at the moment.
Asian Arena really did well to come this far. They are up against some very strong teams as well. Shadow Demon with the disruption, but this is looking like it could even be Mega Creepy pretty soon. If they actually continue this, they can probably push the top lane as well. Slark though, he's actually getting pretty low, but again, they're not going to focus him, and in fact, Juggernaut is going to be caught out with the cold, and he's going to get dunked here as well. They have it available.
He doesn't have the mana.
Oh, no.
He can actually get the Omni Slash off.
You gotta be careful, he actually does get it off, but again, Shadow Demon just using the Shadow Poison. Bat Rider, he's going to use the 4 stuff, but again, Slark pounces as well. They don't actually finish him off here.
Just the lasso straight off.
This is why...
This Bat Rider just can't do anything, and I think that's why you can't afford to first pick Bat Rider nowadays. I don't think he's that good.
And I think it's too obvious. If you ban out the counters to Bat Rider, they know you're going to pick Bat Rider. It's as simple as that. If you ban out the Oracle, you ban out the...
They have False Promise, they have Dark Pact, they've got Disruption. Magnus can blink in and RP and disrupt the whole thing. Axe can do the same thing. I just don't see in this game how Bat Rider can have an impact, and it shows. I mean, he's lower net worth than the Shadow Demon now.
Yeah. Yeah, Rex Regan really showing that they deserve to be here in this tournament. Picking a really nice draft. You don't see Magnus every day, and there probably are some reasons for that, but at the same time, they really managed to pick him in a nice situation. They've actually picked up a Daedalus as well. Could have been looking to that AC or the Moon Shard as well onto the Magnus. Really, really scary play here.
He's got
impressive play.
Yeah, this Magnus is going to be pumping out the physical damage almost as much as the Slark at this point. With that crit, yeah, I don't think anybody who gets stuck inside an RP will live.
Exactly. So, if Asian Arena can spread out a lot, if they can get perfect timings on their abilities, and again, Dazzle though, he's going to try and split push, but it's not going to work out for him. He's going to get cold, he's going to get bursted down in just a few hits from Slark. The Basher and Moonshard are there.
Tower won't last much longer.
Juggernaut possibly going to get sandwiched a little bit here. Shadow Demon, oh, he's going to blink over the top of him. I don't think he even saw him there. And, but it's looking like going to be one of the most difficult defenses of Asian Arena's life.
Radiant's
top. It's going to be very hard.
35k net worth disadvantage at this point. Magnus is 4k above the Juggernaut.
They're going to try something here though. They have to.
One last time.
This is the one, probably, if they do not succeed in this defense, it'll probably be the last one they make. Greaves is available, it's been used. Slark is going to frontline this, actually going to go, look at the damage onto the Timber Saw, he's not that tanky. The Juggernaut, he's been pulled out by the backs here at the side here. The Omni Slash has been used, but instantly disrupted, and it looks like it's going to cancel out the Omni Slash. They're going to keep going into the Juggernaut, he's been bashed up by the Slark here, they're going to finish him off with the damage. They're looking towards the Timber, he's not that tanky anymore. They do finish him off, and the GG is called. Asian Arena doing very well this tournament. Rex Regan as well, winning every single game, and they managed to win this one as well. They are going into the grand finals, as far as I know, against whoever wins between Faceless and First Departure, I think it is. Or is it Mineski? It's one of the two.
Mineski.
So we'll see who wins that one. Guys, thanks for tuning in. We'll let you guys know on Twitch if there's another game. We'll see you soon.
Yeah, we'll see you soon.
Don't know how I'm here.